The infinite consumption system has been activated. Consume spirit jade to obtain consumption points. Consumption points can be used to exchange for talents, comprehension, physique, etc. In a small shabby stone house, Tang Tian sat by the window, his expression mixed with joy and worry. He was delighted that having transmigrated here he had obtained a very good system. According to the description of the infinite consumption system, as long as he engages in normal consumption behavior, he can obtain corresponding consumption points. The consumption points can be used to exchange for different levels of talents, physiques, epiphany counts, and other extremely heaven-defying divine items. If he could successfully exchange, his future path of cultivation would be smooth. However, searching his entire body, he couldn't even find half a coin. Consumption. No money, how can I consume with my face? Alas. Tang Tian let out a long sigh. Just now he had completely integrated all his previous memories. This is a cultivation world. There are 9 major realms: chi, refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, out-of-body integration, tribulation, transcendence, and feather immortal. Each time one advances a realm, one's strength undergoes earth-shaking changes. And Tang Tian was only at the 2nd level of chi, refining, a small menial disciple in Xingyan sect. His talent was so pitiful that he couldn't even activate a single spirit ring, and he was among the very bottom of the menial disciples. Tang Tian looked at the exchange list in the system. Wondering talent only required 1 consumption point to exchange. But 1 consumption point required spending 10,000 low-grade spirit jade to obtain. Where could he get 10,000 spirit jade? His monthly allowance was only 10 low-grade spirit jade. After being deducted a few by the steward, cheated a few by the menial leaders, and robbed a few by some bullies, basically nothing was left. Yesterday, because he was robbed of all his spirit jade and severely beaten, he died from rage and heart attack, giving the current Tang Tian the opportunity for soul transmigration. How can I get money? My appearance is not bad, but it's a pity I don't have a directory of wealthy women. Tang Tian scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Without spirit jade, this system was basically no different from a decoration. However, just as he was worrying about money, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The consumption without decrease, instead increase system has been successfully bound. When the host has sufficient spirit jade, consumption will not decrease, but increase. Tang Tian was instantly stunned. What's happening? Another system. He immediately became excited and quickly began to check. This new system had a very simple function. As long as you had enough spirit jade on you after completing a consumption action, not only would there be no consumption, but instead the corresponding spirit jade would increase. This. Tang Tian couldn't help but open his mouth wide. With this system, his future spirit jade would be virtually unlimited. Plus the infinite consumption system. Damn, wouldn't that be invincible? He could have as many consumption points as he wanted. Then all those heaven-defying items in the system could be exchanged. Tang Tian looked at the system's exchange list again. First was the talent category. 1 ring talent, 1 consumption point. 2 ring talent, 10 consumption points. 3 ring talent, 100 consumption points. Child of heaven, 10 trillion consumption points. Child of chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Next is physique category. 1 class physique, 1 consumption point. 2 N class physique, 10 consumption points. 3 red class physique, 100 consumption points. Primordial saint body, Tao embryo, 10 trillion consumption points. Eternal chaos body, 100 trillion consumption points. In comprehension category. 1 ordinary epiphany, 100 consumption points. 1 primary epiphany, 1,000 consumption points. 1 intermediate epiphany, 1,000 consumption points. 1 chaos level epiphany, 100 trillion consumption points. Besides, there are also cosmic fortune, cosmic origin power, cosmic laws, and other divine items that sound extremely heaven-defying. However, their prices were too high and not within current consideration. Currently, the most achievable exchanges are talents, physiques, and comprehensions. This already made Tang Tian very satisfied. At least he could clearly see his bright future. With the consumption without decrease, instead increase system, accumulating enough consumption points was just a matter of time. Phew. After a long while, Tang Tian calmed down his excited mood. Then his main task was how to spend money. It was truly a task that made one feel physically and mentally joyful. But the prerequisite for spending is having money. And now he didn't even have a single coin on him. After thinking, Tang Tian got up and came to the bedside. He pulled out a small cloth bundle from a crack in the headboard. Untying the bundle, a black-gray porcelain bottle appeared before him. Opening the porcelain bottle, a fragrant scent wafted out. This was a bottle of nourishing yuan pills. As a menial disciple of Xingyan sect, besides 10 low-grade spirit jade each month, he also received a bottle of ordinary, nourishing yuan pills for daily practice. 1 bottle was worth 2 low-grade spirit jade. Yesterday, the bullies only extorted all his spirit jade and didn't take a fancy to this bottle of nourishing yuan pills. But for Tang Tian, it was precious starting capital. At least it could be sold for 1 low-grade spirit jade. Where to sell it? Soon Tang Tian found a name in his memory, Jinyu Hall. This was a trading venue exclusively for cultivators. Many disciples of Xingyan sect came here to buy needed pills, spirit artifacts, and other cultivation resources. Similarly, they also offered identification and recycling services for cultivators. You're the one. Tang Tian immediately decided to cash in the nourishing yuan pills in his hand, and then get both systems running. He didn't want to experience his former life. In his memories, his previous self was not only bullied everywhere, but also exhausted every day. That kind of day had nothing worth cherishing. After all, as a transmigrator, he couldn't let everyone down right. After deciding, Tang Tian tucked the nourishing yuan pills into his bosom, left the stone house, and walked towards Jinyu Hall. Along the way, he was very cautious, not even having the heart to admire the picturesque scenery around him. It wasn't that he was afraid of the pills being robbed, but worried that if he wasn't careful he might offend someone who couldn't be offended. This was a cultivation world after all. He didn't want to get himself killed by some accident right after arriving. Fortunately, about half an hour later, Tang Tian smoothly reached his destination. It was a very magnificent pavilion. The three characters Jinyu Hall were vigorous and powerful, hung high on the gate tower. At the entrance, many cultivators came and went, mostly disciples of Qingyun's sect. Tang Tian did not hesitate and stepped inside. Qingyun's sect's 2 iron laws: those who betray the sect, death; those who harm fellow disciples without cause, death. The interior of the Golden Jade Hall was vast, filled with a dazzling array of cultivation resources. Practitioners lingered in conversation, selecting the treasures that suited their hearts. Tang Tian did not linger. He walked directly to the counter and found an idle attendant. He stepped forward, ready to speak. But before he could speak, a surprised voice came from beside him. Tang Tian. Tang Tian froze, then turned to look. It was a woman in a white long robe with a delicate face and 3 silver borders on her cuffs that shimmered. That was the insignia of an inner disciple. You are. Tang Tian looked somewhat bewildered. He felt the woman was familiar, yet couldn't recall where he had seen her. But his reaction made the woman frown. Tang Tian, even though we once had disagreements, you don't have to pretend not to know me, do you? She said coldly. Tang Tian frowned. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Then he began to search his memory. Soon he found the image of her in his mind. Her name was Lin Yue, once Tang Tian's childhood sweetheart. They had come to Qingyu's sect together. Or rather, Tang Tian had given up his own life to accompany Lin Yue into Qingyu's sect. He had believed that no matter where they could live happily together. But reality was ultimately merciless. Tang Tian's cultivation talent couldn't even activate 1 ring, while Lin Yue was a small genius with 5 rings. As soon as she entered, Lin Yue became an outer disciple, while Tang Tian could only become the lowest menial. Yet at that time their feelings were still strong. Lin Yue did not care about Tang Tian's status, and Tang Tian supported her, as always, giving her all his cultivation resources and taking several jobs so that she could go further on the path of cultivation. Finally, a year later, Lin Yue rose step by step past the assessment and became a noble inner disciple. But when Tang Tian went to congratulate her happily, he received words that would remain etched in his heart. Tian Ge, we are not from the same world. We were never meant to be together. Rather than tormenting each other in the future, let's end it today. I am advancing. What about you? Those words utterly broke the young man's heart. From then on, he became silent, cowardly, and dared not resist, even when bullied, eventually meeting his end. After reviewing this memory, Tang Tian's gaze toward Lin Yue changed. The first sword after stepping ashore cuts off the beloved. She's really no good. He had little empathy for the memories of his previous self, but he held absolutely no goodwill toward a woman like Lin Yue. Facing Lin Yue's question, Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, haven't seen each other for over a year, just didn't recognize you. You do your thing, I do mine. That's it. He didn't want any involvement with this kind of woman. Spending his money quickly was the priority. But unfortunately, Lin Yue didn't think the same way. Are you still angry with me? Lin Yue said. I admit my words were a bit harsh back then. But setting aside the facts, wasn't what I said reasonable? If we continued, it would be a great harm to both. So I had to do it. Tang Tian curled his lips, utterly speechless. If you don't even talk about the facts, what are you talking about? Don't overthink it. I've forgotten those things. Just take care of yourself, okay? Tang Tian spoke without courtesy. Communicating with this kind of woman was the most meaningless thing. Even if they committed murder, they would probably think they had done nothing wrong. In response to Tang Tian's answer, Lin Yue frowned slightly, as if surprised that his reaction was not what she had imagined. At that moment, a female companion beside her also leaned in. Lin Yue, is this the one who used to chase you? The woman sized Tang Tian up and down, making no effort to hide her disdain. He's so ordinary yet confident. How could he qualify to chase you? You'd better watch out. Men like him have the most schemes and will always find ways to appear in front of you. Maybe today's encounter was long premeditated. Her disdain had turned into contempt. A wave of malice rushed over. As for this person who insulted her childhood sweetheart to her face, Lin Yue sighed softly and said, Fan Fei, stop it. I can understand everything. Tang Tian stood before the counter, the words, speechless, practically written on his forehead. He feared neither freaks nor freaks in a nest. He really hadn't checked the almanac before going out running into these 2 extreme specimens. Every extra word exchanged with them felt like an insult to his dignity. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the attendant of Golden Jade Hall. Hello, I'd like to sell something. The attendant had already been watching the show from the side and said with a cryptic smile, what do you want to sell? Tang Tian took out the spirit-nurturing pill from his bosom. But as soon as he took it out, a sneer rang out. Oh my god, you can actually sell this kind of garbage at Golden Jade Hall. Haha, how poor is he? Fan Fei laughed loudly, mocking without restraint. Even Lin Yue resumed her previous demeanor, saying lightly, Tang Tian, if you lack spirit jade, you could have told me. After all, we knew each other. I wouldn't refuse to help you. Tang Tian rubbed his forehead and said, can't you just shut up? I do my thing, you do yours, no interference, okay? He was truly annoyed, even blurting out something in a foreign tongue. Lin Yue didn't understand the foreign words, but she clearly saw Tang Tian's attitude, an undisguised loathing. She snorted coldly and turned away. But Fan Fei was still sneering at him. Tang Tian shook his head, wondering what kind of karma his former self had earned to know such creatures. The transaction continued. The shop attendant took the spirit nurturing pill, examined it, and said the quality of this pill is very poor. I can only give you at most 1 low-grade spirit jade. Seeing the pill, his attitude also stiffened. Tang Tian didn't care, he just wanted to get the spirit jade quickly. Alright, sold. Soon a low-grade spirit jade was in hand. Holding the hard-won spirit jade, Tang Tian took a breath and called out to the attendant again. I'll use this spirit jade to buy it back. The attendant froze instantly, and even Fang Fei on the side was stunned by this move. Sell, and then buy back. What kind of logic was that? The attendant was stupefied for a moment, then said angrily, are you messing with me? Tang Tian's expression remained calm. I just want to buy something. If not, help me find something worth 1 spirit jade. The attendant was taken aback. He had never encountered such an eccentric customer. Disgruntled, he said, we don't have low-grade items worth 1 spirit jade. If you insist on buying, I can only give you half a bottle of spirit nurturing pill. After saying that, he directly poured out half of the bottle he had just bought. The same spirit nurturing pill, sold for 1 spirit jade, but buying it back, now only got half a bottle. Under normal circumstances, no one would make such a deal. But Tang Tian revealed a faint smile. Alright. Then he directly placed the spirit jade on the counter and swiftly grabbed the half bottle of pill, as if afraid the attendant would change his mind. This move made Fang Fei exclaim directly, Lin Yue, turns out he's not only a poor wretch, he's also mentally deficient. Not to mention Fang Fei, even the attendant of Golden Jade Hall, and several other cultivators around couldn't help but stare. They had never seen anyone sell things like this before. Yet Tang Tian at this moment smiled even more. Because the system prompt had already sounded in his mind, you completed a transaction within the normal trading range, earning 0.0001 consumption points. You successfully spent 1 low-grade spirit jade, triggering consumption, return low-grade spirit jade 2. Looking at the 2 low-grade spirit jade lying quietly in the system space, Tang Tian felt immensely satisfied. Then amid all kinds of astonished gazes, he took out the 2 spirit jades and placed them on the counter. Alright, this time give me a full bottle of spirit nurturing pill. He seems to be playing a very new game. Tang Tian's peculiar spending behavior immediately drew the attention of those around him. They watched with keen interest, curious to see what Tang Tian intended to do. But the shop assistant of Jinyu Hall grew even more irate. You're really making a fool of me. He could have bought a whole bottle, yet he insisted on buying half first, then a full one. This could already be preliminarily deemed as a provocative act. However, Tang Tian remained composed and said, it's just a transaction. If you're unwilling, you'll find someone else. The shop assistant squinted his eyes. After all, this man was a customer, and serving customers was his duty. Despite his impatience, he still brought out a bottle of nourishing essence pills. The transaction was completed smoothly. 4 low-grade spirit jades also appeared in the system space. Tang Tian took them all out and placed them on the counter again. 2 bottles of nourishing essence pills. He said calmly, can't you just buy 3 bottles at once? The shop assistant was exasperated. Who does business like this? Tang Tian felt somewhat helpless. He too wanted to buy 3 bottles, but according to the system's rules, the prerequisite for spending was that he must possess enough spirit jades. Thus he had no choice but to make the shop assistant run a few more errands. Sorry for the trouble, Tang Tian said. The shop assistant was furious, but still brought out 2 bottles of nourishing essence pills and completed the transaction again. 8 low-grade spirit jades were in hand. Just as Tang Tian was about to continue trading, Fang Fei spoke up again. I get it. She exclaimed loudly. Actually, your goal isn't the transaction. You're trying to get our attention through this bizarre method, aren't you? How the tactic is quite novel, but we're not fools. We can see through you at a glance. The more you act like this, the more you disgust us. Fang Fei crossed her arms, wearing an expression that said she had seen through his intentions. Tang Tian said in exasperation, could you please not think so highly of yourself? Do you really believe the world revolves around you? In buying my things, what business is it of yours? Can you stop projecting your own petty personality onto others? He simply couldn't take it anymore. There were always people who thought everyone was a sycophant and that everything anyone did was to impress them. He truly wondered how such a mindset was formed. Yet Fang Fei just chuckled coldly. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. A mere menial disciple, how many spirit jades could you possibly have? They'll just wait for you to reveal your true colors. At this moment, Lin Yu also looked over. Judging by her expression, she likely shared Fang Fei's opinion. Tang Tian couldn't be bothered to deal with her anymore. He placed 8 spirit jades on the counter. 4 bottles of nourishing essence pills. The shop assistant rolled his eyes and reluctantly brought out 4 bottles. Transaction complete. 16 low-grade spirit jades were secured. 8 bottles. Tang Tian continued trading calmly. 16 bottles. 32 bottles. Soon the counter before Tang Tian was piled high with nourishing essence pills, several hundred bottles in total. The crowd of onlookers also grew larger, and the shop assistant's attitude gradually shifted as the number of pills increased. When Tang Tian said the number 500, the assistant's earlier disdain and impatience had completely vanished. This, young master, the quantity is rather large. There aren't enough in the counter. I need to fetch more from the back. The shop assistant said very politely. Tang Tian nodded. Soon a large box of nourishing essence pills was brought over and placed on the counter. Transaction complete. The number of spirit jades in Tang Tian's possession had finally exceeded 1,000. Moreover, the system was very user-friendly, automatically converting enough low-grade spirit jades into medium-grade ones. One medium-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 low-grade ones. With over 1,000 spirit jades, he stopped buying nourishing essence pills. They were the most basic elixirs and of little use. Furthermore, carrying too many of them would be inconvenient. Now that he had this many spirit jades, he could set his sights on higher quality treasures. However, just as he stopped, Fang Fei beside him started her taunts again. "Ha ha ha, ran out of money, didn't you?" She said smugly, "I knew it. You were just trying to get our attention. Keep up the act. Why did you stop?" Men are all the same, always trying to puff themselves up beyond their means. Tang Tian sighed, not even having the energy to respond. One should never try to argue with vile people, for they will only drag you down to their moral level and then beat you with their experience. But although Tang Tian didn't respond, others did. Fang Fei's last sweeping remark instantly provoked the anger of some onlookers. "Hey, watch your words. Just because you've met a few foolish people doesn't mean everyone else is the same. Don't think so highly of yourself." People chimed in one after another. Yet facing the crowd's criticism, Fang Fei only grew more arrogant. "What did I say something wrong? He's nothing but a lousy menial. Who knows how he came by a few hundred spirit jades? Buying a pile of nourishing essence pills like that, wasn't it deliberate? A bunch of idiots." The crowd was incensed. "He's buying his own things. What's it to you? Why don't you just leave? What's wrong with being a menial disciple? Who says a menial disciple can't have spirit jades?" Exactly. Many children from great families start as menial disciples. I think this brother has that kind of aura. People argued back and forth. Seeing so many dare to contradict her, Fang Fei fumed. What a joke. Which scion of a great family would stoop to being a lousy menial while carrying 1,000,000 spirit jades, eh? I'll make a bet with you all today. If he can pull out 10,000 spirit jades, I'll kneel down and apologize to him. Seeing Fang Fei getting carried away, Lin Yu quickly tugged at her, but it was to no avail. Still, she didn't think Tang Tian could produce 10,000 spirit jades. She knew his background well. The fact that he had a few hundred was already astonishing to her. The argument continued, but Tang Tian had no interest in joining in. After some thought, he asked the shop assistant for a product list. The list was filled with a dazzling array of treasures and resources needed by cultivators. After a quick glance, he had already chosen what to buy next. A mortal-grade low-rank longsword priced at 1,000 spirit jades. Spirit weapons were something the former Tang Tian would never have dared to dream of, but now he could easily acquire one. "He'll take this one," Tang Tian said. The shop assistant looked and was utterly astonished. He had just been buying the cheapest nourishing essence pills. How did he suddenly set his sights on something so high-end? He simply couldn't fathom Tang Tian's intentions. Soon the longsword was placed on the counter. When Tang Tian produced 10 medium-grade spirit jades, in one go someone burst out laughing. "Huh, hey you there? Didn't you say he was out of money? Get ready to kneel. I think this brother is no ordinary man." Fang Fei bit her lip. 1,000 spirit jades was already 2 months' worth of her allowance. Could this lousy menial actually have 10,000? A flicker of panic arose in her heart, but she wouldn't back down verbally. "It's only 1,000. Well, just wait and see." Inside a wooden sword box, a beautifully crafted long sword lay quietly. However, Tang Tian had no intention of trying the sword again and turned his gaze back to the list of goods. High-grade Qi refining pill, 100 spirit jade per bottle. High-grade body refining pill, 100 spirit jade per bottle. High-grade Qi refining pill, 200 spirit jade per bottle. High-grade foundation establishment pill, 1,000 spirit jade per bottle. These are the primary auxiliary pills for cultivating during the Qi refining stage. The cultivation world is one where strength is paramount. 20 bottles of high-grade Qi refining pills. Tang Tian said. "All right." The attendant, full of enthusiasm, quickly prepared the pills and placed them in front of Tang Tian. The transaction went smoothly, and the spirit jade in the system had reached 4,000. Another 40 bottles of high-grade body refining pills. Tang Tian continued calmly, spending 4,000 spirit jade without a hint of reluctance. Fang Fei felt increasingly anxious. Could this guy really produce 10,000 spirit jade? The stakes between cultivators are not something to be taken lightly. If she truly lost, she would have to kneel and apologize to Tang Tian. How could she accept this? Fang Fei clenched her fists, constantly praying that Tang Tian's wallet was already empty. Yet reality was not as she wished. Another 40 bottles of high-grade Qi refining pills and 20 bottles of high-grade Qi refining pills. Tang Tian said softly. "Okay." The attendant immediately rushed to the back storage. Such precious pills were only displayed in small quantities at the counter. After a moment, the high-grade Qi refining pills were in hand, and the transaction was complete. "Ha bro, well done." Seeing Tang Tian take out 80 mid-grade spirit jade, at once the surrounding people burst into laughter, then turned their attention entirely to Fang Fei. "Are you dumb? He really has money. 8,000 spirit jade plus the previous ones already totals 10,000. He kneeled down and apologized. People looked at Fang Fei and said coldly. At this moment, Fang Fei was completely panicked, as she truly did not expect that the lowly Tang Tian had such wealth, rivaling an inner-sect disciple. Lin Yu was equally astonished. Where did he get so much spirit jade? Fulfill the bet. Several young men, also inner-sect disciples, continued to pressure her. Fang Fei's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, hoping to slip away, only to find her escape route blocked. "You guys, how can you do this? I am just a weak girl. One inner-sect disciple stepped forward and sneered. You are no weak girl, who just now you could take on everyone with just your words. What? When it's time to bear the consequences you suddenly become a weak girl. This is not the rule of the cultivation world. Quick, fulfill the bet. The bystanders also urged. There was no way out. How could Fang Fei casually provoke all the male cultivators present? Faced with the crowd's pressure, Fang Fei's lips turned white. She couldn't accept kneeling before a lowly servant. But why did a lowly servant have 10,000 spirit jade in savings? Though it was taken out in installments, it still amounted to 10,000. Installments. Yes, he is taking it out in installments. I haven't lost. Fang Fei suddenly shouted loudly. I said he must take out 10,000 spirit jade all at once for me to lose. And he is taking it out in installments. So I haven't lost. She seemed to have grasped a lifeline and shouted loudly. The crowd exchanged glances. Is that what she said? No, it seems like the condition was just to be able to take it outright. But if Fang Fei insisted, they really couldn't continue to press, otherwise it would truly be bullying. After a moment, the crowd's attention shifted back to Tang Tian. As if asking, brother, shall we continue? Tang Tian showed a faint smile. The atmosphere had already escalated to this point, and how could they not continue? After buying the qi refining pills, his savings had become 16,000. Just 10,000, mere child's play. After a moment, 10 bottles of superior foundation establishment pills were laid before Tang Tian. These were the auxiliary pills necessary for ordinary cultivators to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Only those with a talent of 6 rings or above could transcend realms solely by their own power without relying on pills. Tang Tian had no strong attachment to any particular method of breakthrough. His primary reason for purchasing the foundation establishment pills was simply to spend and accumulate consumption points. After the purchase, he had successfully gained 2 consumption points. Yet he naturally would not stop there. Honored guest, would you like to continue? The shop assistant's face was full of smiles. Tang Tian's spending now fully qualified him as a major client, which delighted the assistant, as larger transactions meant higher commissions for him. Seeing the assistant's eager expression, Tang Tian smiled and said, of course he'll continue. I haven't reached my goal yet. But the transactions from now on should grow larger and larger, so you need to prepare in advance. The assistant's smile widened. No problem at all. If you're not entirely at ease, you'll go fetch our steward. His authority far exceeds mine. Introducing a major client also earned him commissions. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then he'll trouble you. The assistant quickly retreated to the back hall. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked over together with the assistant. Peace be with you, fellow Taoist. The man greeted Tang Tian with a smile, not adopting a haughty attitude despite the disparity in their strength and age. I am Qin Hai, steward of the Gold and Jade Hall. I heard from Xiao Yan that some unpleasantness occurred here earlier. It was a lapse in the Gold and Jade Hall's management, and I offer you my apologies. Qin Hai spoke courteously. Tang Tian waved his hand. It's nothing if it had nothing to do with you. Let's get down to business first. Qin Hai nodded with a smile. You are straightforward, fellow Taoist. Then he invited, shall we talk in the back hall? He'll prepare some tea, but it's quieter there. Tang Tian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Soon the two arrived in a refined chamber in the back hall of the Gold and Jade Hall. Qin Hai poured tea for Tang Tian. Steam rose, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Please try this. It's our specially brewed spirit heart tea. Tang Tian nodded, picked up the tea, but made no move to drink. Qin Hai smiled. I heard from Xiao Yan that your shopping method is rather peculiar. Tang Tian set down the teacup. It's just a personal habit. Let's get to the point. With that, he resumed perusing the product list. The Gold and Jade Hall was a comprehensive merchant guild, its business covering nearly every aspect of the cultivation world, truly having everything one could desire. Pills, spiritual artifacts, techniques, talismans, heavenly treasures, all were listed. However, the grades of all these treasures were relatively low. Pills ranged from 1st to 9th grade, with each grade further divided into lower, middle, superior, and extreme quality. The highest grade pill here was a bottle of 3rd grade superior spirit nourishing pill priced at 100,000 spirit jades. The grades of spiritual artifacts and techniques were divided into heaven, earth, mystic, yellow, and mortal, each also with lower, middle, superior, and extreme qualities. The most precious artifact here was a mortal grade extreme heart protection mirror possessing formidable defensive capabilities, priced at 120,000 spirit jades. The most precious technique was a mortal grade extreme sword art, priced at 150,000 spirit jades. As for other heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, they were all similar in value. Are there no items of higher grade? Tang Tian asked. Qin Hai was taken aback for a moment, then replied, there are, but very few, and I would need to seek permission first. After all, this branch is meant to serve the majority of ordinary cultivators. Perhaps I should go find our home master. Tang Tian thought it over and shook his head. Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. Having just arrived, it was better not to attract the attention of those higher up. The things I want are quite miscellaneous and in no small quantity, so I may need to trouble you to make several trips. Also, I prefer to conduct transactions one by one. I hope you can understand. Tang Tian explained so that the steward could mentally prepare in advance. Qin Hai was unconcerned and smiled. We'll do everything according to your preferences. Thus, a grand transaction commenced. Superior bone and muscle pills, 500 per bottle. It'll take 40 bottles. 2nd grade explosive talismans, only 200 each. Give me 200 for fun. 3rd grade purple grass fruit, 10,000 per piece. So expensive, but it'll take 8 to sample. This flying sword is nice, mortal grade superior at only 50,000. I'll take it. In no time, Tang Tian's savings had exceeded 1 million. Now he could finally engage in bulk transactions, and his gaze fell upon the most precious treasures. The spirit-nourishing pills at 100,000 each could nurture the soul and enhance spiritual power. There were only 5 bottles, and Tang Tian snapped them all up. The Vajra Heart Protection Mirror for 120,000 and the Wind-Splitting Sword Art for 150,000. He bought them all in one go. As the transactions continued, Qin Hai, who had initially been quite composed, finally began to grow restless. Where did this profligate young master come from? He had seen spendthrifts, but never one who squandered money like this. Others at least bought things they liked or found useful in some way. But this one, he bought almost everything in sight. He didn't even ask about the functions or whether they would be of any use to him, as if he were buying purely on a whim. Did your money just sprout from the ground? Watching Tang Tian get more and more carried away with various items piling up on the table until there was no room, Qin Hai hurriedly called for a halt. Young master, this should be enough, shouldn't it? Qin Hai said with difficulty. My. Tang Tian looked puzzled. What's the matter? Aren't you doing business? Qin Hai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Of course not. It's just that I'm only a steward. The amount I can authorize is limited. Once it exceeds 10 million, I must report to the hall master. Besides, the inventory in the product list is running low. Tang Tian was stunned. The one spending money wasn't afraid, but the one making money was. This was nothing. He checked the system. The number of spirit jades in his possession had already exceeded 10 million. His consumption points had reached over 900. He glanced at the product list again. The precious items had all been bought up by him, and the remaining ones combined were probably worth only around 10 million at most. Oh well, after all, it was just a branch catering to ordinary cultivators. He couldn't expect too much. Besides, this was his first spending spree. It was better to keep a low profile. All right, let's stop here for now, Tang Tian said. Then looking at the massive pile of cultivation resources before him, he began to fret. He had been so focused on spending that he had completely overlooked the fact that he had no way to carry all these things back. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian turned to Qin Hai. Do you have any treasures here that can be used for storage? In the end, Tang Tian managed to purchase a compact sumaru ring from Qin Hai. It cost 300,000 spirit jades. Though its space was limited, it sufficed to store all his belongings. To Tang Tian's surprise, even this private transaction with Qin Hai was acknowledged by both systems. His wallet gained another 300,000 along with 30 consumption points. Could private deals work as well? With this thought, Tang Tian eyed a teacup worth about 10 spirit jades and directly priced it at 1 million. However, the system immediately issued a warning stating that this purchase fell outside the normal range. Thus, it would grant no consumption points nor trigger any spending rebate. A pity, there was no way to exploit the system's loopholes. It seemed consumption had to remain within reasonable bounds. After completing all transactions, Qin Hai's face glowed with delight. He served cup after cup of fragrant tea, offering them with both hands to Tang Tian almost as if he would feed him. A transaction nearing 10 million would surely net him a handsome profit. To be honest, I didn't fully enjoy spending this money today, Tang Tian remarked with some displeasure. Your shop is far too small. There wasn't a single treasure worthy of my attention. I'm quite disappointed. Qin Hai was taken aback, then said awkwardly, Young Master Tang may not be aware. The Qingyue sect hasn't been established for long, and this branch of our Golden Jade Hall was only opened a decade or so ago. Those powerful cultivators have their own trading channels and look down on our establishment. For now, we can only cater to ordinary practitioners selling relatively common items. Tang Tian nodded, a playful glint in his eyes as he drawled. So you're suggesting that if I want to acquire high-grade treasures, I need to find another trading channel. He emphasized the word other. Qin Hai, being astute, immediately grasped Tang Tian's implication and replied with a flattering smile. You could seek one out. But if young Master Tang doesn't mind, I would be honored to become your exclusive trading channel. Tang Tian pursed his lips. Can you procure quality goods? Qin Hai replied. It was difficult before. However, thanks to young Master Tang, the amount you spent today has elevated my standing within the Golden Jade Hall. Whatever you desire, I will do my utmost to fulfill. A faint smile graced Tang Tian's lips. His earlier words had been aimed precisely at this outcome. With his wallet swelling with spirit jades, his appetite for spending would only grow. He desperately needed a channel for consumption. As a newcomer who knew no one, where could he find such a channel? Qin Hai seemed promising, and their relationship, bound by mutual interest, should remain stable, at least for the short term. At the very least, it could meet his early needs. Let's give it a try then, Tang Tian said. I have no special requirements, so anything will do. But one thing, the pricier the better. Also, I prefer to keep my identity discreet. You understand my meaning. Qin Hai nodded hastily. Concealing one's identity was common in the cultivation world, and he knew how to handle it. Amidst his inner excitement, he couldn't help but speculate. Just what background did this young master have? Buying the most expensive without regard for quality, a legendary figure like this had actually crossed his path in reality. How wealthy was he? No matter how much Qin Hai pondered, he couldn't fathom it. Yet he was overjoyed. If he could latch onto Tang Tian, his status within the Golden Jade Hall would surely soar. With the verbal agreement struck, they exchanged communication jade slips. When Qin Hai procured the goods, Tang Tian would designate a meeting place. Caution was always wise. After a few more pleasantries, Tang Tian prepared to leave. Over 900 consumption points were enough to redeem some decent items. Yet just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him. Back in the front hall after spending over 20,000 spirit jades, he had distinctly felt several hostile gazes fixed upon him. This was the cultivation world. Murder and robbery were commonplace. Tang Tian wasn't afraid of having his resources stolen. His only worry was that others might bury him in a pit to avoid future complications. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian asked Qin Hai, "Do you know where I can find? Well, something like a bodyguard. Someone reliable. You understand what a chi refining cultivator like me carrying a fortune means to those desperate villains." Qin Hai was momentarily stunned. "But, your background." He couldn't believe that a profligate young master like Tang Tian wouldn't have elders or protectors lurking in the shadows. So he blurted out the question. But Tang Tian didn't answer. Instead, he dropped his smile and stared at him expressionlessly. Only when Qin Hai broke into a cold sweat did Tang Tian snort, "Someone like you should know what to ask and what not to ask." Qin Hai quickly apologized. "That was presumptuous of me. I hope young Master Tang won't hold it against me." Deep down he knew that in the cultivation world some inquiries could lead to death, and that was the least of the consequences. Seeing that Tang Tian wasn't truly angry, he breathed a sigh of relief. Little did Qin Hai know Tang Tian was also inwardly relieved. Good thing he managed to bluff him. Reliable protectors are hard to find, but I can arrange an escort to see you safely to your residence. It's our Golden Jade Hall's standard practice, Qin Hai said. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Just to his residence. Even within the Qingyue sect, safety wasn't guaranteed. "Can I hire someone?" "Price isn't an issue," Tang Tian said. Qin Hai smiled wryly. "You're a disciple of the Qingyue sect. We can't casually assign you a protector. However, with your wealth you can solve this problem yourself." Tang Tian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Qin Hai explained. "Are you not aware? Within the Qingyue sect, there is a special status called honorary disciple obtainable with spirit jades. A basic honorary disciple holds the same rank as an outer disciple and can hire outer disciples as attendants for 500,000 spirit jades. An intermediate honorary disciple equals an inner disciple and can hire disciples below inner rank for 500,000 spirit jades. An advanced honorary disciple matches a core disciple and can hire those below core rank for 5 million spirit jades. Moreover, all honorary disciples enjoy the sect's protection. The higher the level, the greater the safeguard. The Qingyue sect's rules are extremely strict. Even if you flaunt your wealth within the sect, no one dares covet it lest they face utter ruin. So if you become an advanced honorary disciple, you need not worry about safety as long as you stay within the sect." Tang Tian listened, astonishment flickering across his face. Wasn't this just buying a title with money? Such a rule existed. With such clear pricing, weren't they afraid of other forces infiltrating their ranks? He couldn't fathom the Qingyue sect's reasoning. Perhaps there were reasons unknown to him. But Qin Hai was right. With his current wealth, he could indeed solve his safety concerns. Until he possessed enough strength, he could simply never leave the Qingyue sect. "This truly pleases me," Tang Tian said with a smile. Having resolved the security issues, the two discussed other matters such as setting their next transaction for half a month later. By then, Qin Hai would bring some precious treasures above the yellow grade as a touchstone to establish a long-term trading channel. Tang Tian was in no hurry, prioritizing stability above all. After their discussion, he left the Golden Jade Hall carrying a large batch of ordinary resources. The moment he stepped out the main door, he sensed several hostile gazes. But when two middle-aged men in gray robes appeared behind Tang Tian, nearly all those gazes retracted. They were nascent soul cultivators sent by Qin Hai to escort Tang Tian home. The Golden Jade Hall was at the foot of Qingyue sect, and before long Tang Tian returned safely, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Back at Qingyue sect, he didn't rush to his small stone hut, but instead headed upward, arriving before a magnificent structure. The Merit Hall. This was one of the most bustling places for Qingyue sect disciples, where sect tasks and various affairs were distributed. The honorary discipleship Qin Hai mentioned was also purchased here. Bidding farewell to the two nascent soul cultivators, Tang Tian strode into the Merit Hall. As soon as he entered, he was awestruck. The space inside was even vaster than it appeared from outside, likely enhanced by spatial arrays. The ceiling soared high with a brilliant starry river shimmering above, making it seem like an immense open-air plaza. Within the building stood other structures, each corresponding to different sect affairs. A multitude of Qingyue sect disciples moved through the hall, numbering at least tens of thousands. Though newly established, Qingyue sect was no minor sect. Its sect master and elders were all above the tribulation transcendent stage, possessing formidable strength. Moreover, according to Qin Hai, there seemed to be even more powerful beings above Qingyue sect. Such a grand sect boasted over 1 million disciples, its sphere of influence spanning countless miles. This was a reality beyond the imagination of a menial disciple like Tang Tian. After calming his mind, he began searching for his destination. Eventually, near the center, he found a resplendent grand pavilion, the Hall of Honor. Stepping inside, a style utterly different from the outside greeted his eyes. Golden light blazed everywhere, whether the decorative lamps or the ordinary tables and chairs all exuded an air of opulence, or rather vulgarity. Tang Tian was a man of common tastes, and he relished such vulgarity. Within the main hall were 10 private chambers, each housing a sect elder responsible for honorary disciple affairs. Several chambers were already occupied. Tang Tian surveyed them one by one, and finally chose a kindly-looking elder stepping inside. Disciple Tang Tian pays respects to the elder. Tang Tian bowed respectfully. The authority of a sect elder was not to be trifled with, and he understood this well. The elder named Zhongyang looked up at the sound. A menial disciple. He raised an eyebrow slightly, then took out a luminous jade stone. After inspecting it, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. You've been in the sect for over 2 years now. What brings you to the Hall of Honor today? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian glanced at the jade stone in his hand. Could it be some kind of information scroll? Then he quickly averted his gaze and replied respectfully. Reporting to Elder Zhong, this disciple has come today to obtain an honorary discipleship. Zhongyang showed another hint of surprise. The price of an honorary disciple is no small matter. Have you come into some wealth recently? Tang Tian did not answer this question. Seeing this, Zhongyang chuckled. No need to be wary. Oh, I'm just making casual conversation. Everyone has their own fortune, and the sect won't pry into it. Just follow the rules. Have a seat. A soft chair materialized beside Tang Tian. He cupped his hands and sat down. What level of honorary discipleship do you seek? Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, disciple is not yet fully acquainted with the rights, duties, or cautions of honorary disciples. Could Elder Zhong kindly enlighten me first? Zhongyang nodded. Very well, I shall explain. Honorary discipleship has 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Each tier has a different price and different rights. A primary honorary disciple holds the same rights and status as an outer disciple. Where an outer disciple may go, you may go, and where they cannot, you cannot. The price is 50,000 spirit jades with a monthly fee of 1,000 spirit jades. A failure to pay will result in loss of the honorary status. Additionally, you may hire outer disciples as guards from me, but you must abide by the guard code and not assign them excessive tasks, or the honorary status will be revoked. The hiring fee ranges from 100 to 1,000 spirit jades per month, varying with the guard's strength and capability. An intermediate honorary disciple holds the same rights, priced at 500,000 spirit jades with a monthly fee of 10,000. You may hire inner disciples or below with hiring fees from 1,000 to 10,000. An advanced honorary disciple follows the same pattern, priced at 5 million spirit jades with a monthly fee of 100,000. You may hire core disciples or below with hiring fees ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. As for precautions, they align with the sect's rules for regular disciples. They'll give you a copy of the honorary disciple code to review at your leisure. Tang Tian nodded silently, digesting the information. The general picture matched what Qin Hai had said, though he hadn't expected the monthly fee to renew the status. Wasn't this just a VIP? Excellent, he liked it. Very user-friendly. As long as spirit jades could solve a problem, it was no problem for him. If he could trigger a refund, it wouldn't be a problem at all. He also liked the option to hire other disciples. Qin sect's outer disciples were qi refining cultivators at level 3 and above, while inner disciples were foundation establishment cultivators who had passed the inner sect assessment. Core disciples were golden core cultivators or above under the age of 20. A golden core guard would be more than enough to handle those annoying trivial matters. So have you decided? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian hummed in affirmation, then let out a breath. Elder, this disciple wishes to purchase an advanced honorary discipleship. Oh, his answer startled Zhongyang. Are you certain? That costs 5 million. Tang Tian nodded. This disciple is certain. Zhongyang studied him for a moment, then smiled. Truly, one should never underestimate anyone. Very well, pay the fee and he'll process it for you. 5 million will suffice. The first month is complimentary, no extra charge. Tang Tian stepped forward, produced 5 top-grade spirit jades, and placed them before Zhongyang. Zhongyang examined them briefly, then pocketed all the spirit jades. Taking out the luminous jade stone again, he made a few operations on it, and handed Tang Tian a box. Done, said Zhongyang. From now on, you are an advanced honorary disciple of Qinghua sect. This box contains the honorary disciple's robes and some regulations. Review them at home. Remember to pay the renewal fee on time each month. Tang Tian thanked him and accepted the box. At the same time, 2 system notification tones chimed in his mind. So this kind of expenditure was also recognized by the system. Then, Elder Zhong, I may be quite busy at times. Could I pay the renewal fee in advance? Tang Tian asked. Zhongyang smiled faintly. Of course. How long do you wish to pay in advance? Tang Tian silently raised a finger. 10,000 years. What a... Zhongyang's eyes bulged as he nearly knocked over his teacup. 10,000 years paid in installments. Tang Tian said seriously. Zhongyang stared at him with wide eyes, utterly dumbfounded. 1 year, 10 years, even 100 years. He could comprehend those. But 10,000 years was something he simply could not grasp. Could anyone live that long? If they could, would they still care about the status of a core disciple? That wasn't something that could be inherited. After a long pause, he finally uttered. Young man, is there something wrong with your mental state? I know you've likely come into some sudden wealth recently, but rich people don't squander money like this. Tang Tian's expression turned awkward. He merely wanted to rack up more spending points. Actually, before he could explain, Zhongyang waved a hand to cut him off. Don't even think about it. 10,000 years is impossible. The maximum extension for an honorary disciple is 10 years. That's the rule of Qingyun sect. Tang Tian was stunned. It seemed he couldn't gobble up a big fat man in one bite. This disciple was reckless. Tang Tian apologized and said, then I'll extend it for 10 years. He then took out 12 top-grade spirit jades and placed them on the table. Zhongyang shook his head, accepted the spirit jades, and began operating on a glowing jade stone. When the process was complete, a system prompt echoed in Tang Tian's mind. This was still recognized by the system as a normal expense. After finishing the formalities, Tang Tian spoke again. Elder Zhong I'd also like to hire a few bodyguards. Zhongyang rolled his eyes. Can't you just state all your requirements at once? Tang Tian forced a bitter smile. His main concern was that this expense wouldn't be recognized by the system and trigger a rebate. What rank of disciples do you want, and how many? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. First and foremost, he wanted the highest tier, core disciples. The stronger the better. As for the number, after some deliberation, Tang Tian decided to hire just one for now. After all, one can't know another's heart. The more people, the more likely problems would arise. I want to hire a core disciple with a monthly salary of 100,000, just one. Tang Tian said. Zhongyang nodded. The minimum hire period is 1 month, the maximum is 1 year. We will select a willing core disciple for you at the golden core stage, but no lower than late golden core. Tang Tian fell silent. It turned out he couldn't choose himself. The sect would assign one. It was probably to avoid intentional cliques. But this way he might not get a bodyguard who fully met his expectations. After thinking it over, Tang Tian took out a top-grade spirit jade and 20 high-grade spirit jades. He'll hire for 1 year. Then he produced an exquisite small box and placed it before Zhongyang. As a newcomer, there's much I don't understand. I'm very grateful for Elder Zhong's patient guidance. This is a small local specialty. I hope the elder won't mind it. Tang Tian said with a smile. Zhongyang raised an eyebrow and opened the box a crack. Inside were ordinary spirit fruits, pleasant tasting, but with no cultivation effect. However, in the corner beneath the fruits, a top-grade spirit jade emitted a faint glow. Oh, Zhongyang's face broke into a smile as he closed the lid. Young people as clever as you are rare these days. Just say what you want. Tang Tian smiled. It's nothing much. It's just that I'm too weak, so I'm worried about whether the bodyguard will follow my orders. After all, they are all prodigies. Zhongyang nodded. Similar things have happened before. Don't worry, I'll vet them properly when selecting. Any other requirements? Tang Tian cupped his hands. None, thank you for your trouble, elder. Zhongyang smiled slightly and accepted everything on the table. Seeing this, Tang Tian felt relieved. He had been worried that Zhongyang might be an incorruptible official and throw the box back in his face. Interestingly, the top-grade spirit jade gifted to Zhongyang also triggered the consumption system and was recognized as a normal expense. How amusing. With everything settled, they chatted about other matters, and Tang Tian took his leave. The bodyguard would arrive tomorrow, and then he would move to the upper district of Qinyan sect. This was a privilege of high-level honorary disciples. Leaving the merit hall, the sky had grown late, so Tang Tian returned to his small stone house. Sitting in his humble stone abode, he began to inspect all his gains from the day. Low-grade pills, spirit herbs, spirit fruits, spirit tools, talismans. They nearly filled his storage ring to the brim. Additionally, there were many fine items, such as foundation establishment pills, nourishing spirit pills, the Vajra heart-protecting mirror, and the wind-splitting sword art. Just these alone made him a young master of considerable wealth. Moreover, the two systems were no longer empty. In the non-decreasing system, he now possessed nearly 30 million spirit jades, a fortune. It was hard to believe that at noon he had been a penniless wretch without a single coin. Having a system was truly wonderful. Furthermore, in the infinite consumption system, he had accumulated over 2,700 spending points. Finally, he could exchange them for something. What should I exchange? Tang Tian turned his gaze to the exchange list. With his current assets, he could only trade within the categories of talent, physique, and comprehension. After careful consideration, Tang Tian first chose talent, the most crucial aspect for a cultivator. Foraying talent, 1,000 spending points. When the exchange was complete, a mysterious aura emanated from Tang Tian, and an intensely pleasurable sensation spread from head to toe, swiftly engulfing his entire body. But soon the feeling vanished without a trace. Is it done? Tang Tian examined his hands. They seemed unchanged. Let's give it a try. He sat cross-legged and quickly entered a cultivation state. The Qi introduction method was a universal cultivation technique in the cultivation world. Its principle was highly effective. By resonating with the heavens and earth, it drew the floating spiritual energy into the body to strengthen oneself. The method's effectiveness was closely related to the cultivator's talent, physique, external spiritual energy concentration, and environment. When Tang Tian cultivated before, a faint white spirit ring would form around him, a talent ring that increased cultivation speed. But his talent ring was unstable, failing to meet the standard of a one-ring talent, so its effect was abysmal. Now as he activated the Qi introduction method, 4 bright talent rings surged around him instantly. Once the talent rings appeared, they resonated powerfully with the spiritual energy of the world. Then dense spiritual energy rushed into Tang Tian's body, swiftly merging into his limbs and bones. What a rush! Tang Tian couldn't help but exhale. The quantity and quality of spiritual energy were at least 10 times greater than before. No wonder Lin Yue, with her 5-ring talent, had left Tang Tian far behind in such a short time. 2 years had passed, and she was about to participate in the core disciple selection, while Tang Tian was still a second-level Qi refining miscellaneous disciple. But now everything had changed. As long as Tang Tian kept spending 5 rings, 6 rings, or even beyond 9 rings were no longer a dream. Overtaking from behind was only a matter of time. As he pondered, a fierce aura surged from his dantian, breaking through the shackles of the second Qi refining layer. He had finally broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining. The 4 bright talent rings gradually dimmed as Tang Tian completed his first cultivation after the crossing. After exchanging for the foraying talent, a single session of cultivation successfully broke through the stagnant realm of refining Chi's second level, which he had been stuck at for a year. Indeed, it is very difficult for ordinary people to reach the peak in cultivation. Fortunately, Tang Tian had a system at his side, who, feeling the surge of power from reaching the third level of refining Chi, Tang Tian turned his attention back to the consumption system. Physique is also an extremely important aspect for cultivators. If talent represents the future, then physique represents current combat strength. The better a person's physique, the stronger their power among cultivators of the same level. Different physiques often have very obvious advantages in different aspects. Some are as light as a swallow, some possess immense strength, while others are favored by heaven, having a natural affinity with nature. This is an innate talent. Yet Tang Tian was merely an ordinary body with no remarkable traits. But now, 4th grade physique, 1,000 consumption points. I hope it's as powerful as the foraying talent. He directly chose to exchange. Soon the system's voice followed. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select a type of 4th grade physique. Selection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the Hercules ape. Once the voice finished, an indescribable heat surged throughout his body. Tang Tian felt as if he were being scorched by flames, his entire body burning with intensity. His heart raced wildly, emitting a deep thud-thud sound. With each heartbeat, a large amount of blood surged forth, rushing to his limbs. Moments later, all of Tang Tian's veins were expanded, his muscles strengthened, and powerful muscles hidden beneath his skin filled him with boundless strength. Even his skin seemed to have become more resilient, subtly radiating a faint glow. Feeling the sudden surge of power, Tang Tian swung his fist, and a sound of breaking air reached his ears. Not bad. A smile appeared on Tang Tian's face. The bloodline of the Hercules ape had raised his physical quality to a new level, and he no longer felt that weak sensation. Moreover, as his cultivation increased in the future, the effects of the bloodline would become increasingly evident until he reached the peak of the bloodline itself. What level of demon beast is the Hercules ape? I couldn't find its information in my memory, but soon I stopped searching. The 4th grade physique is merely a preliminary transition. In the future, he would be able to acquire even more extraordinary physiques. Finally, not a weakling anymore, Tang Tian sighed, then looked back at the system. With over 700 consumption points remaining, there was no need to exchange for talents or physiques anymore. What was left to exchange for was comprehension. 1. Ordinary enlightenment costs 100 consumption points. Ordinary enlightenment can elevate the realm of an ordinary grade martial art by 1 stage. After pondering, Tang Tian took out a piece of martial art jade, which stored the excellent ordinary grade sword technique, sword technique. Martial arts are also very important for cultivators, just like the hands that wield weapons. The higher the realm of the martial art, the greater the power it can unleash. Generally, all martial arts have 5 stages. Introduction, proficiency, mastery, minor completion, and major completion. Let's give it a try. Tang Tian directly chose an ordinary enlightenment. In an instant, a sense of clarity surged into his mind. Suddenly, everything in time seemed to become clear, as if he could reach the source in the blink of an eye and see through its essence. Tang Tian quickly took the martial art jade and immersed his divine sense into it. A white misty world appeared before him. In that world, a young man dressed in white danced gracefully with a long sword in the wind. With each strike, he moved so naturally, like willow leaves swaying in the breeze, pleasing to the eye. Every sword strike was deeply engraved into Tang Tian's divine sense, and he comprehended them all. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the white world disappeared, and Tang Tian's consciousness returned to the small stone house. Opening his eyes, Tang Tian suddenly rose and took out a spirit sword from his storage ring, beginning to practice within the stone house. If someone were to see this, they would be astonished to find that Tang Tian's sword technique at this moment was identical to that of the white-clad youth down to the last detail. After completing a full sword move, Tang Tian stood still with the sword. A faint smile appeared on his face. He knew that he had reached the introductory level of the wind/sword technique. Let's do it again. He exchanged for another ordinary enlightenment, immersing his divine sense into the martial art jade. The same world and the white-clad youth appeared once more. But this time his moves changed. They were no longer as graceful, but were filled with a fierce aura. The killing moves dazzled, leaving one breathless. Moments later, the world disappeared again. Proficient realm. Tang Tian smiled slightly. Let's go again. Soon he once more saw the white-clad youth. The youth's sword became increasingly fierce, and accompanied by the sword technique, waves of sword energy slashed out, forming a dense torrent of sword blades around him. Just looking from afar gave one a chilling feeling. Mastery realm. Again, the enlightenment continued. This time the long sword in the youth's hand had vanished. He appeared to have reigned in a lot, losing the previous fierce aura. However, when an eagle flew overhead, he merely brought his fingers together and waved gently. A feather fell from the eagle's wings and tail, and the eagle itself felt nothing. The youth smiled and extended his palm, watching the feather gently land in his hand. Minor completion realm, returning to simplicity. Tang Tian closed his eyes, seemingly feeling the youth's state of mind at that moment, a realm of unity between man and sword. Moments later, he opened the system and exchanged for his 5th ordinary enlightenment. The youth had already vanished. In the entire white world, no living beings existed, only formless winds constantly changing. Sometimes gentle, sometimes violent, sometimes still. After a long while, Tang Tian left the world and returned to the stone house. Opening his eyes, a flash of brilliance passed through, quickly disappearing. His entire aura had undergone a significant transformation, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. Is this the major completion realm? Tang Tian gently raised his hand, pointing to the old table under the window. A gentle breeze brushed by. Silently, the wooden table cracked in the middle, collapsing to the ground. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. The ordinary grade sword technique has such powerful force after major completion. What would a higher grade martial art be like? Tang Tian stood with his hands behind his back. The bright moonlight poured through the window, illuminating his entire body. Early the next morning, a soft knock at the door roused Tang Tian from his slumber. Who is it? Yawning, he rose and opened the door. A slender young girl, no more than 14 or 15, stood nervously outside. "My, who are you looking for?" Tang Tian asked. The girl hesitated, then whispered, "Are you young Master Tang Tian? Elder Zhongyang sent me. I am your guard." A blush crept across her cheeks. Tang Tian was taken aback, then noticed her attire. On the cuffs of her white robe were embroidered 3 gleaming golden borders. A core disciple indeed. Was this the guard Zhongyang had chosen for him? Watching her flushed cheeks and shy demeanor, Tang Tian strongly suspected that old Zhongyang had misunderstood his request. This was not the kind of obedience he had in mind. "What is your name?" Tang Tian asked. The girl blinked and quickly replied, "My name is Gu Xiaoxue. I will protect you well. I hope you will take good care of me, young master." Tang Tian was speechless. The girl seemed utterly inexperienced and not particularly sharp, the type who would be sold and still count the money for the seller. "Call me young Master Tang. Come in and sit." Well, since she was here, he might as well make the best of it. Those 3 golden borders on her cuffs were unmistakable. Her strength was certainly not an issue. If she truly didn't suit him, he could always ask Zhongyang for a replacement. The two entered the small stone house. Gu Xiaoxue stood in the center, curiously examining everything, looking astonished. Tang Tian returned to his bed, tidying it as he asked, "Is this your first time as a guard?" Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" "The spirit jade I need for cultivation is too much. The sect's allowance isn't enough." Then Elder Zhongyang said being a guard earns plenty of spirit jade, so I signed up. "And you guessed that?" Tang Tian smirked. Did he need to guess? It was obvious at a glance. After making the bed, he moved to the window to clean up the wooden table he had chopped the night before. It was his habit to leave a place tidy, even though he was about to depart. "Do you know what a guard's duties are, eh?" Tang Tian asked again. "I do," Gu Xiaoxue said. "I've memorized the entire guard code. No problem at all. Rest assured I will fulfill my duties." Seeing him tidying the furniture, she rushed over and knelt to help. Tang Tian chuckled. "That's not in the guard code, is it?" Gu Xiaoxue blushed. "It's a habit. Back home I did all these things." Tang Tian fell silent. Clearly she was no pampered princess from a wealthy clan. Princesses wouldn't become guards for spirit jade. Setting the furniture aside, Tang Tian straightened up and noticed Gu Xiaoxue staring blankly at the broken table. "What's wrong?" Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue touched the broken edge of the table and turned to him. "What impressive swordsmanship. Did you do this?" Tang Tian paused, saw no need to hide it, and nodded. "Yes, I cut the table. Care to spar with me sometime?" Gu Xiaoxue beamed. "Sure. I haven't practiced basic sword techniques in ages. I miss the days when I played around." Tang Tian, basic sword techniques. Played around. He had hoped his mastered wind-cleaving sword art would earn him some admiration. Yet she dismissed it as child's play. How strong was she? A bit miffed, Tang Tian asked, "What is your cultivation level?" Gu Xiaoxue blinked. "Latest stage golden core." Tang Tian, "How old are you?" Gu Xiaoxue pouted. 15. "I started late and missed the optimal training window. Otherwise I could have advanced further." Tang Tian's eye twitched. 15 latest stage golden core, and still dissatisfied with herself. Was there anyone more obnoxiously humble? Looking into her clear eyes, Tang Tian realized she wasn't being humble. She just had a skewed perception of things. Taking a breath, he continued, "How many talent rings do you have?" He wanted to know what kind of talent produced such a prodigy. Gu Xiaoxue looked confused. "Talent rings? I don't have any." Tang Tian was speechless again. No talent rings meant she was immortal. How could a mortal reach latest stage golden core at 15? Impossible. Suddenly, another possibility struck him. Talent rings did measure a cultivator's potential, with 9 rings being the highest. But beyond 9 rings existed even more extraordinary beings. And those beings did not manifest talent rings. Tang Tian turned his gaze to the system, focusing on the talent list. Child of the Heavens, 1 billion consumption points. That was 10 trillion spirit jade. Starting 10 trillion ahead. How could anyone compete? Was this the world of geniuses? Tang Tian rubbed his brow. The gap between people was immense. Some spent their lives unable to reach Gu Xiaoxue's starting point. "What's wrong?" Gu Xiaoxue asked. Tang Tian waved a hand. "Nothing, just need a moment. Help me tidy up the rest of the room." Gu Xiaoxue nodded. "Okay." She set to work. Watching a being, at least a child of the heavens, clean his room, Tang Tian felt surreal. The power of wealth was indeed formidable. Just as he mused, a knock came at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Whoever was outside seemed ready to tear the place down. Who could that be? Frowning, Tang Tian rose and opened the door. 4 or 5 menial disciples in short robes stood slouching outside. Seeing Tang Tian, they twisted their faces into sneers. "I thought you'd hide forever, huh? Skipping work yesterday got us punished by the elder. You asking for trouble?" The leader snarled. Tang Tian frowned, quickly recalling him from his memories. Jia Ming, a bully among the menials who frequently oppressed and robbed Tang Tian. Tang Tian didn't want to bother with such scum. That was his predecessor's affair, and their paths would never cross again. But here the man was early in the morning. You'd better not be here to cause trouble, Tang Tian said coldly. Jia Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, getting cocky are we? Didn't get enough of my fist the day before yesterday. Want another taste? He cracked his knuckles, feigning a punch. Tang Tian's expression darkened. A sharp aura gathered at his fingertips, ready to strike if Jia Ming made a move. Just as tension peaked, a sharp cry rang out from behind Tang Tian. How dare you? Gu Xiaoxu's figure flashed before him. What creatures are you daring to offend my young master Tang? Are you tired of living? Get lost. Tang Tian. Watching Gu Xiaoxu's face flush as she forced out those thuggish words in a low voice, his anger dissipated. Girl, where did you learn such lines? The appearance of Gu Xiaoxue instantly shifted the dynamics of the situation. There was no helping it. The words she spoke stood in stark contrast to her appearance, tone, and demeanor, creating an overwhelming sense of incongruity. Not only Tang Tian, but even Jia Ming was utterly bewildered. Where had this extraordinary figure come from? Jia Ming let out a sinister laugh, ready to step forward and teach this insolent newcomer a lesson about their place. If I care not who you are, on this turf no one dares to act arrogantly before me. With those words he strode forward. Yet when his gaze fell upon Gu Xiaoxu's sleeve, he was instantly struck with alarm. A core disciple. Jia Ming froze in place, his advancing leg suspended midair, unable to set it down or withdraw it, as if petrified by some unseen force. The lackeys behind him, upon hearing this, were also stunned into silence. They stared at the 3 gleaming golden edges on her sleeve, not daring to draw even a single breath. This spectacle drew an involuntary laugh from Tang Tian. Jia Ming, aren't you supposed to be fierce? Jia Ming at these words glanced at Tang Tian, and then at Gu Xiaoxue, his mouth opening and closing, yet not a single syllable escaped his lips. For a moment neither side spoke, and Jia Ming dared not make any rash movements. Those of low status often have a keen sense for reading the situation. The moment Gu Xiaoxue appeared beside Tang Tian, Jia Ming understood that Tang Tian was no longer the weak, vulnerable youth who could be bullied at will. Their former roles had been reversed. Soon beads of sweat as large as beans trickled down Jia Ming's forehead, and his entire body began to tremble. Seeing his terrified state, Tang Tian let out a cold snort and said to Gu Xiaoxue, break one arm and both legs of each one, then throw them all out. Having said this, he turned and went straight back into the house. Jia Ming panicked and shouted loudly, Tang Tian. No, young Master Tang. He'll leave right now, go far away, and never appear before you again. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Young Master Tang. He begged loudly, but Tang Tian did not even glance back, vanishing into the light. Bothering with such people was beneath him. This punishment served as a final settling of accounts with his predecessor. Soon the pleas for mercy faded, replaced by piercing screams that rang out without end. But even those screams quickly subsided. Then Gu Xiaoxue's figure entered from outside. Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, have you often been involved in cutting people down before? Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback. No, I haven't. But wasn't that what you asked me to do? It's in the Guardian's code. When the employer is threatened, the Guardian must prevent the threat from proceeding. Tang Tian was astonished. Truly a stickler for rules. Nevertheless, Gu Xiaoxue's earlier performance had put him somewhat at ease. At least this girl would truly step up when trouble arose. By the way, where did you learn to talk like that? Tang Tian teased. Gu Xiaoxue said with some embarrassment, I read it in books. I saw in those storybooks how the attendants of young masters always spoke that way. Tang Tian understood. So that was it. But those kinds of young masters were usually not the best sort. Young Master Tang, did I do well just now? If not, just tell me. Gu Xiaoxue said. Tang Tian grunted in acknowledgement, initially intending to say she had gone a bit too far. But after thinking it over, he decided this was quite fine. Playing the part of a carefree, privileged scion was far more comfortable than being a righteous, upright person. Moreover, with Gu Xiaoxue taking the lead, he could conceal his true strength, leading his enemies to misjudge him. Why not seize this advantage? With this thought, Tang Tian said earnestly, you did very well. When facing cruel people, we must be even more ruthless to instill fear in them. Gu Xiaoxue nodded vigorously upon hearing this, indicating her understanding. As they chatted, the two quickly finished cleaning the stone house. Then Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoxue to step outside first. From his ring of necessity, he took out the purple robe designated for senior honorary disciples, changed out of his servant's clothes, and neatly placed them at the head of the bed. From this moment on, he would bid farewell to the memories of the past and begin a life truly his own. Without excessive sentimentality, Tang Tian pushed open the door and walked out. Oh, you seem to have become more handsome. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. Donning the robe of a senior honorary disciple, Tang Tian's entire aura underwent a transformation, restrained yet noble, with a composure that belied his age. Stop stating the obvious. Tang Tian chuckled. Let's head to the upper district. Do you know where the fortune pavilion is, eh? Gu Xiaoxue nodded. Yes, that's where disciples are assigned their cultivation caves. Are you going there? I'll lead the way. Tang Tian nodded. Then the two made their way toward the upper district of Qinghua sect. As they walked and talked, Tang Tian learned much about the upper district from Gu Xiaoxue. The cultivation environment in the upper district was as different as heaven and earth compared to the lower district. The concentration of spiritual energy was several times stronger. Additionally, there were specially provided cultivation facilities, such as training chambers, alchemy rooms, martial arts halls, spirit purification pools, and various secret realms. It could be said that the upper district of Qinghua sect was the true world of cultivation. Only inner disciples, core disciples, and the sect's elders and high-ranking officials were qualified to reside there. No wonder people strove with all their might to enter the inner sect. Beyond that, the main activities of honorary disciples also took place in the upper district. According to Gu Xiaoxue, they often organized gatherings or other events where spirit jade flowed like water. Those disciples in need of funds would seize such opportunities to earn some spirit jade to support their cultivation. After hearing this, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Though this was a world of immortal cultivation, its social aspects were not so different from before. People's daily lives were still much the same. Honorary disciples tend to form cliques. Once you go up, they will surely seek you out, Gu Xiaoxue said. Tang Tian smiled, but said nothing. He had no interest in forming cliques. His only desire was to accumulate more consumption points to exchange for superior talents and physiques. Lin Yu had spoken truly. After all, this was a world of immortal cultivation, and strength alone was the most reliable foundation. Amid their idle chat, the two ascended to the upper district of Qinghua sect. Moments later, they arrived before a tall grand pavilion. This was the Fortune Pavilion. Once you become an inner or core disciple, you'll be eligible to have your own private dwelling here, Gu Xiaoxue said. Tang Tian nodded and walked in with her. There weren't many people inside, most walking alone with hurried steps, a stark contrast to the bustling scene in the lower section. However, there were a few small groups gathered. Tang Tian also spotted some other honorary disciples, either holding folding fans or musical instruments, chatting and laughing with an air of ease. When he walked in from outside, a few people glanced his way. Tang Tian paid them no heed and went directly to find the person in charge of the Blessed Land Pavilion. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The person in charge was also a young cultivator. Upon seeing Tang Tian's attire, he immediately broke into a warm, enthusiastic smile. I am Wang Anning. Is there anything you need, fellow cultivator? Wang Anning asked politely. Tang Tian said, I've just become an honorary disciple. I heard I can get my own dwelling here. Wang Anning nodded. Of course. The Blessed Land Pavilion is responsible for all the dwellings in the upper section of Qinghua sect. What kind would you like? Tang Tian thought for a moment. Let me take a look first. He wasn't yet familiar with the specifics here. Certainly. Please follow me. Wang Anning invited Tang Tian and the other into a private room, then took out a white jade slip and handed it to Tang Tian. This contains the basic information on the dwellings. You can browse it by extending your divine sense into it. Wang Anning said. Tang Tian took the jade slip and extended his divine sense into it. A vast amount of information instantly appeared before him. Qingyu Valley, located on the north side of Qinghua sect, rich in natural aura. Total of 123 dwellings. Annual rent 100,000 spirit jade. Jingguang Cliff, located southeast of Qinghua sect, bathed in morning light. Total of 344 dwellings. Annual rent 130,000 spirit jade. Yangsheng Pool. As he scanned through, Tang Tian gained a general understanding of the dwellings in Qinghua sect. With the main peak as the center, dwellings were scattered within a radius of 10,000 li, divided into hundreds of large and small areas. The environment of each area differed, and consequently, so did the prices. The cheapest cost 30 to 40,000 a year, while the most expensive could reach over 1 million. Those were mostly near the main peak, boasting excellent cultivation and living environments. But after looking through, Tang Tian noticed a small issue. The number of dwellings in each area was never just one. The smallest had dozens, the largest even reached over 1,000. Rather than being surrounded by neighbors, Tang Tian preferred living alone. Withdrawing his divine sense, he looked at Wang Anning. Is there anything else? Wang Anning was taken aback. Is there no dwelling here that satisfies you? Do you have any special requirements? Tang Tian nodded. I don't like being disturbed, so I want a quieter place. Wang Anning said, a solitary dwelling. We have them, but their prices are generally higher, and the cultivation environment might not be as good as some ordinary places. Tang Tian waved his hand. Price is not an issue. Can you find me the solitary dwelling with the best cultivation environment? The most expensive one. These last 3 words made Wang Anning's eyes light up, and his face broke into a delighted smile. Of course, it's my duty. He'll get you another list of dwellings right away. With that, Wang Anning stood up and left the private room. After he left, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly leaned in, asking with surprise, dwellings cost money? Tang Tian was also stunned. Don't they? Your dwelling didn't cost anything. Gu Xiaoxue blinked. No. After becoming a core disciple, you can choose a dwelling to live in for free, and you can change it every 10 years. Inner disciples seem to be the same, though their choices are of a lower grade than core disciples. Tang Tian opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. The status of a high-level honorary disciple was said to be equivalent to a core disciple, but it seemed there were still differences after all. He needed to spend extra spirit jade just to find a dwelling. If dwellings were like this, many other aspects were probably similar. There would certainly be no shortage of places to spend money. Thinking this, Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, he wasn't a core disciple, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to spend his money. How many consumption points would he lose out on? This discrimination is too obvious. I think the sect is being unfair in this matter. Gu Xiaoxue stood up for Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian was all smiles. No, I think it's great. I like this kind of user-friendly policy. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziox's eyes widened. She looked at him with concern and asked softly, young Master Tang, are you alright? With the same status you have to spend so much more spirit jade. Tang Tian smiled and shook his head. Out with the old, in with the new. I really enjoy the feeling of spending money, even if it's a waste. Gu Xiaoxue was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what state of mind could lead someone to say such a thing. After a while, Wang Anning returned to the private room and handed Tang Tian another brand new jade slip. Opening it, another long list appeared before him. Tang Tian skipped over those costing millions and focused on the most expensive dwellings. Finally, he fixed his gaze on one called the Purple Bamboo Garden. Purple Bamboo Garden, located at the foot of the main peak's southern summit, excellent cultivation environment. Annual rent, 13 million. Tell me about this Purple Bamboo Garden. Tang Tian said. Wang Anning beamed. You have excellent taste, fellow cultivator. The Purple Bamboo Garden is very close to the main peak, practically adjacent to it. The environment there is serene, surrounded by a forest of purple bamboo. The bamboo forest forms a natural grand formation, constantly gathering the essence of heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy is about 5 times that of here. Inside the garden, there is also an ancient Ninshuan well, which has the effect of calming the mind and soothing the spirit. Furthermore, for 100 meters around the Purple Bamboo Garden, there are no other disciples' dwellings, perfectly suiting your requirement for a solitary residence. Tang Tian nodded. From what he said, it indeed sounded like a very suitable place to live. Of course, the main thing was that it was expensive enough. Alright, I'll take it. Tang Tian made the decision on the spot. Wang Anning's smile grew even wider. You are truly decisive, fellow cultivator. Clearly not an ordinary honorary disciple. How long would you like to rent it for? Tang Tian asked. What's the maximum? Wang Anning said 10 years. Tang Tian slowly nodded. Then 10 years it is. But I'd like to pay in 3 installments. First for 2 years, then for 4 years, and finally another 4 years. Wang Anning was stunned. It was the first time he had seen someone pay this way. But then again, rich people often had strange quirks. As long as the deal went through, it was fine. Renting out dwellings naturally came with a commission. Of course. Moments later, 3 transactions were successfully completed. Both parties were delighted. Wang Anning would receive a handsome commission, and Tang Tian's assets had multiplied several times over. His spirit jade count had directly broken through the 100 million mark, reaching 157 million. And his consumption points had successfully crossed 10,000. The 5-ring talent was now within reach. After the transaction was completed, Wang Anning voluntarily led Tang Tian and his companion to the foot of the southern peak. The environment here was indeed quite pleasant, with fresh air and clear, picturesque landscapes like a paradise secluded from the world. In the valley, a patch of purple bamboo forest caught the eye. The purple bamboo courtyard is over there. Please follow me. Wang Anning led the way, and the 3 of them entered the purple bamboo forest. As soon as he stepped into the bamboo grove, Tang Tian felt a refreshing aura rushing toward him, invigorating his spirit and soothing his entire body. It was the scent of nature. Cultivating in such a place often yielded twice the results with half the effort. Outside the purple bamboo forest, some disciples often come to cultivate. But don't worry, without special permission, they cannot set foot even half a step into the forest, Wang Anning said. Tang Tian nodded. Such matters were trivial. After all, he hadn't bought the entire purple bamboo forest. Though he wished he could, unfortunately, it was not for sale. Following the path deeper into the bamboo grove, the view suddenly opened up. Ahead, a small bridge arched over flowing water, and an elegant villa stood quietly in serene harmony, as if seamlessly blending into its surroundings. Then Wang Anning halted and produced a formation token. A protective formation is set around the purple bamboo courtyard, unbreachable by cultivators below the tribulation transcendent stage. I have 3 formation tokens to open it, which I will hand over to you shortly. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the purple bamboo courtyard, Wang Anning explained. Tang Tian remained silent, thinking it was essentially just a key to the front door. Under Wang Anning's manipulation, the grand formation opened from the outside, and the 3 entered the courtyard one after another. The natural aura inside was several times richer than that of the bamboo grove outside, and the concentration of spiritual energy was exceptionally high, leaving Tang Tian thoroughly satisfied. With a higher concentration of spiritual energy, the speed of cultivation naturally increased. He was only at the 3rd layer of chi refinement now, and even if he could exchange for a high-level talent, there was still a long road ahead. The purple bamboo courtyard comprised 1 main house and 4 guest rooms, all spacious. Each room was also equipped with a separate meditation chamber for daily quiet cultivation. In the spacious courtyard, a massive old locust tree shaded nearly half the sky. It was early spring, and tender green buds had all sprouted, glistening translucently under the sunlight. Beside the old locust tree stood an ancient well surrounded by vibrant life and exuding a profoundly mysterious aura. That is the Nian Spring Ancient Well. Wang Anning said. The well water connects to the underground vein and nurtures a Nian Spring. Drinking this water daily or resting by the well can calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Tang Tian nodded. With the old locust tree at his back and facing the sky, it was indeed a wonderful place, perfect for someone with his detached, unworldly mindset. Subsequently, under Wang Anning's guidance, Tang Tian took a rough tour of several rooms. Inside, all household necessities were complete, even including a kitchen, rare in the cultivation world. Tang Tian strongly suspected this place was once a retreat for some senior to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Very good, Tang Tian said, highly satisfied with the environment. Wang Anning smiled. Then I'm relieved. By the way, do you have any other requests? For instance, adding some other facilities. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What facilities? Wang Anning replied, things related to cultivation. As you may have noticed, everything here is essentially mundane. Apart from the environment, there's nothing else to enhance cultivation efficiency. For example, minor spirit veins, white firefly lamps, tranquility, jade path-seeking stones, and so on. Typically, high-level cultivators would furnish their homes with such items. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. So after buying the house, he still had to renovate it. Well, that made sense. Are you also in charge of the renovation? We'll take a look, Tang Tian said. Excellent. Wang Anning beamed, knowing that if Tang Tian spent lavishly on the renovation, he could earn another substantial sum. Taking the jade slip handed over by Wang Anning, Tang Tian glanced at it briefly, but the dense information immediately gave him a headache. He simply stopped looking and tossed the jade slip back, saying, I'm not well versed in these matters. You handle it as you see fit. I have only one requirement. Go with the highest grade for everything. Wang Anning's face broke into a sly grin. He loved rich, carefree young masters like this. Afterward, the three sat down at a stone table by the ancient well. Before long, Wang Anning had compiled the renovation plan. Young Master Tang, take a look. For the spirit vein, I've chosen a non-attributed mystic spirit vein. Once installed, it will elevate the spiritual energy concentration in the entire room to another level with no concerns about continuity. The price is 25 million. For the lamps, I've selected tail feathers of the silver shuttle bird, which will further enhance the natural aura indoors. Each tail feather costs 8,000. As for the tranquility jade, after careful selection, Wang Anning chose a set of light-toned furnishings for Tang Tian, perfectly matching the architecture. Moreover, everything was of high specifications. The total cost for renovating just the main house alone came to a staggering sum of over 90 million. Each of the remaining 4 guest rooms required close to 40 million as well. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, proceed with this configuration. Besides the main house, also renovate one of the guest rooms. Then he turned to Gu Xiaoxue. Which room would you like to stay in? Gu Xiaoxue was startled, then waved her hands repeatedly. Young Master Tang, I don't need such high-end things. My cultivation only requires resonance with heaven and earth. Such items wouldn't benefit me much. Please save your money. She looked flattered and overwhelmed. Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing Gu Xiaoxue had misunderstood. The reason he renovated only one guest room was that his current savings couldn't cover the rest. Renovating all of them would require installment payments again, and too many such unusual actions would inevitably arouse suspicion. But since Gu Xiaoxue had thought that way, he couldn't reveal the truth. It's fine, just pick one. I just don't want to shortchange a genius like you. No objections allowed. Tang Tian said, decisively cutting off Gu Xiaoxue's refusal. Gu Xiaoxue looked at Tang Tian at a loss, her big eyes filled with emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Anning gazed at her with envy, as if lamenting why he wasn't the favored one. Their reactions made Tang Tian feel awkward all over. That really wasn't what he meant. Ahem. He cleared his throat, quickly changing the subject. Then it's settled. Please make another trip. I want go. Wang Anning nodded. Of course. Rest assured I'll handle it splendidly for you. After finalizing the furnishing list, Wang Anning left the purple bamboo courtyard to procure furniture. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue remained seated beneath the old locust tree. After that scene, Gu Xiaoxue had become extremely shy, sitting demurely with her cheeks slightly flushed, not daring to even glance at Tang Tian. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. This girl was truly too innocent. If he had such intentions, she would have absolutely no means of resistance. Yet she was at least a child of innate talent. For a prodigy of this caliber, shouldn't the Qingyue sect have provided her with special protection? An elder Zhongyang had casually thrust her into his company. Was he not afraid that he would ruin this rising star? He couldn't quite comprehend it. But in the world of cultivation, there were too many things beyond one's understanding. Besides, he had previously been just a lowly handyman disciple with virtually no experience. Who knew if there was some hidden trap in all this? Never mind, he would let it be for now. Clarity would come with time. Seeing Gu Xiaoxue's restless demeanor, Tang Tian sighed and spoke. Xiaoxue, how about you practice swordsmanship with me? I've recently gained some insights into sword techniques. He didn't want this awkward atmosphere to continue any longer. Hearing Tang Tian's voice, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly looked up. Huh? Oh, sure, how do you want to practice? Tang Tian smiled. You said before that my sword style was like something you played with as a child. Then let's do it the way you used to. Just fool around. With that, he stood up and moved to a more spacious part of the courtyard. All right. Gu Xiaoxue's eyes brightened, and she also rose, positioning herself opposite Tang Tian. They faced each other directly. I won't hold back, so be careful. Tang Tian declared like a master. Gu Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly. Of course. It wouldn't be fun if you held back. Tang Tian was momentarily exasperated. She was still calling it fun. He had to prove himself. The breath of wind suddenly arose in the courtyard. A long sword appeared in Tang Tian's hand. Gu Xiaoxue let out a soft exclamation, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Here I come. Tang Tian shouted, leaping up. Instantly, a fierce gale swept through the courtyard, enveloping Gu Xiaoxue's slender figure. Then countless sword chi slashed at her from all directions, impenetrably dense, each bearing an extremely sharp aura. Interesting. Gu Xiaoxue smiled, faintly drawing her own longsword. Her figure danced gracefully as the blade traced a beautiful arc in the sky, deflecting all the sword chi. But soon the sword chi reversed direction and flew back. This time, however, the sharpness had vanished. The chi had transformed, becoming like feathers drifting in the wind. Gu Xiaoxue raised her sword for a horizontal slash, but the chi circumvented her blade and swiftly clung to her body. Oh! Startled, she dodged the chi grazing past her. Then she changed her technique, rotating her wrist to create several invisible whirlpools that drew in the soft sword chi, colliding them into nothingness. Tang Tian, hidden within the wind, watched her break his sword art and turn danger into safety and couldn't help but admire her. Truly worthy of a child of innate talent. She had found a solution so quickly. Moreover, Tang Tian noticed that once she entered battle mode, Gu Xiaoxue's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Her fragility and innocence vanished, replaced by a fierce, murderous intent. She was like a completely different person. At this moment, she truly deserved the title of young prodigy. Soon she had dispelled all the feather-like sword chi. But Tang Tian's methods were not exhausted. The form of wind was infinitely mutable. And since he was completely hidden within the wind, if she couldn't find the core, she could never defeat him with swordsmanship alone. Watching her once again besiege, Tang Tian's lips curled slightly. Keep being cocky. Keep playing. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant now. He felt smug. There was no helping it. This girl was just too demoralizing. What was more infuriating was that she didn't even realize her actions were so crushing, and that was the most annoying part. So this time he had to teach her that there is always someone better. Tang Tian got serious, deploying all his tactics, vowing to trap her in the Gale Sword formation. But just as he was constantly morphing the sword, Gu Xiaoxue's figure suddenly vanished from the formation. Then a playful voice came from beside his ear. Found you. Tang Tian was horrified, slashing with all his strength. But he struck only air. Then a cold sensation touched his neck. Looking down, he saw a pale white long sword resting there. He had lost. Tang Tian sighed, descending slowly from the sky. Gu Xiaoxue sheathed her sword and reappeared before Tang Tian. How did you find me? He asked, disheartened. He had thought he could trap her in the sword formation. I deduced it from the movement patterns of the wind. Gu Xiaoxue explained, although you trapped me with the sword formation, every time you changed the form of the sword art, you started from the core. After a few repetitions, I could analyze where the core was. But you're already quite skilled. If it had been the old me, I might not have found your location so quickly. Tang Tian's eye twitched. Not so quickly meant she would have found him eventually anyway. This was too demoralizing. What if I kept changing positions? How would you find the core? Gu Xiaoxue said, it's the same. As long as you execute the sword technique, there's a pattern to follow. After a few tries, I can find it. And there's more than one way to break this formation. You could disrupt the environment, sever the formation eyes, and so on. Sword techniques are ever-changing, but they all follow the rules of the sword path. Tang Tian stared wide-eyed. This girl. Her knowledge was so profound. Please elaborate. This time he was genuinely seeking guidance. Gu Xiaoxue held nothing back, sharing her understanding of swordsmanship. As she spoke, Tang Tian gradually realized that cultivation was an immensely vast world, almost boundless. A new world slowly opened its door. At the same time, Tang Tian finally understood the depth of Gu Xiaoxue's mastery in cultivation. Sometimes age truly meant nothing. When a person with extraordinary talent delved deep into their domain, one would witness the birth of a miracle. For the first time, Tang Tian sincerely thanked Elder Zhongyang for bringing him such an exceptional genius. The sermon lasted for the better part of an entire day. During this time, Tang Tian felt as though his very soul had been elevated. For the first time, he gained a clear understanding of cultivation. Though he possessed dual systems and had tread a shortcut unimaginable to others, this newfound comprehension was nonetheless invaluable. After a lengthy and candid conversation, Tang Tian had formed a vague notion of his future path of cultivation. Where did you learn all this? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue smiled shyly and replied, Elder Uncle taught me some of it, and I figured out the rest on my own. Tang Tian was astounded inwardly. Such talent could no longer be described by mere natural aptitude. She was like a favored child of heaven and earth, possessing a soul blessed by the divine. Thinking this, Tang Tian grew even more perplexed. Why would such an exceptional and pure genius be casually assigned as his guard? She was even troubled by a lack of spirit jade. How is your life in the sect? Tang Tian couldn't help but ask. Gu Xiaoxue replied, it's quite good. After Elder Uncle brought me back to the sect, I've been living on the main peak. The senior sisters and brothers have all been very kind to me. Later, when the elder went into seclusion to cultivate, I found a cave dwelling as he arranged. I rarely go out and spend most of my time in cultivation. Now I'm on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but I can't afford the nascent soul pill. On a senior sister's recommendation, I went to Elder Zhongyang and chose to become a guard. And then, I met you. It all sounded perfectly normal, yet Tang Tian couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. But after thinking it over for a long time, he still had no clue. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already dipped behind the mountains, painting half the horizon a brilliant red. A breathtaking sight. It's about time for a meal, isn't it? Tang Tian stroked his chin. I don't think I ate anything yesterday either. It's been 2 days now. How come I don't feel the least bit hungry? Gu Xiaoxue laughed. We're cultivators, of course we don't get hungry. There's no need to eat. Tang Tian shook his head. Then what's the point? Eating is one of the greatest joys in life. If you give it up, how dull things become. He stood up. Good thing we have pots and pans here. Come on, it'll make us dinner. He led Gu Xiaoxue to the kitchen. Though it had been uninhabited for a long time, it was still spotlessly clean, almost without a speck of dust. This was thanks to the blessing of natural qi. It saved them the trouble of cleaning. Let me see what I can make. Tang Tian extended his spiritual sense into his ring of sumeru and began searching through it. During his visit to the Golden Jade Hall yesterday, he had bought a large stock of ordinary resources, including spirit rice, edible spirit herbs, and beast meat. These ingredients were similar to common foodstuffs and only required simple cooking. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't know how to cook anything complex. How about some porridge stir-fried spicy and sour taro shreds, green pepper stir-fried meat, and a cold mixed bok choy? Tang Tian quickly decided on the evening's menu. Gu Xiaoxue giggled. That sounds like homestyle cooking. Tang Tian pursed his lips. Homestyle food is the best. He would never admit to his lack of culinary skill. Soon the ingredients were prepared, and a fire was lit in the earthen stove. Aren't you going to use spirit fire? Gu Xiaoxue asked. Food cooked over a wood fire tastes better. Tang Tian insisted. Then Gu Xiaoxue crouched down to tend the fire while Tang Tian handled the ingredients. If any other cultivator had seen this scene, they would have been utterly astonished. What kind of cultivator still cooked like this? But Tang Tian was thoroughly enjoying himself as he added ingredients to the sizzling oil. The crackling sound was incredibly pleasing to the ear. However, after a plate of blackened shredded potatoes came out of the wok, their roles were swapped. Tang Tian tended the fire while Gu Xiaoxue took over the cooking. Before long, 3 homestyle dishes were ready. The two of them sat at the stone table by the ancient well, and a cozy, warm atmosphere settled around them. You're quite skilled at this. Tang Tian praised as he tasted the dishes. Perhaps because of the superior ingredients, the flavors were several notches better than anything he had made in his past life. Not really, Gu Xiaoxue said with a smile. I just cooked them through. This is how I used to do it when I was at home. As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia crept into her eyes. Back then when my parents were out working in the fields, I stayed home to wash clothes, cook, feed the chickens and ducks, and clean the house. My little brother was young and mischievous, always breaking things, so I would clean up after him. Sometimes when I couldn't fix it, I'd tell our parents it was my fault when they came home, just to keep him from getting scolded. Years have passed in the blink of an eye. Sometimes I still miss those days. Tang Tian was speechless. What's there to miss about a life like that? Gu Xiaoxue took a bite of her food. No matter what, that place is still my home. I loved holding my little brother and sitting on the chicken coop to watch the sunset. The golden sunlight would warm us up, so cozy and comfortable. But because it was so comfortable, I lost track of time more than once, and my parents would catch us and give us a good spanking. Tang Tian paused and said nothing. Everyone's life circumstances were different. He couldn't judge Gu Xiaoxue's life based on his own understanding. That would be a very narrow-minded thing to do. He now understood why Gu Xiaoxue was so considerate and took the initiative to do chores and cook. It was a habit formed in childhood. Then, why did you choose to leave home and come to Qingwei sect? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue looked a little embarrassed. It wasn't my choice to leave. That day, I met elder uncle. He said I was well suited for cultivation, so he talked it over with my parents. In the end, they accepted a bottle of calamity-eliminating pills and let me leave with elder uncle. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Calamity-eliminating pills were so low-grade, they didn't even rank as first-class inferior. They were only useful for mortals capable of curing ailments. They weren't even worth half a spirit jade. He had sold his daughter for such a pittance. It was truly, were you sad? Tang Tian asked softly. Gu Xiaoxue thought for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. Well, my parents were happy. If they were happy, then I was happy. After saying this, she helped herself to several more mouthfuls of the dishes, washing them down with rice porridge. Tang Tian didn't pursue the topic further. Every family has its own troubles. Oh, not everyone's childhood is as idyllic as one might imagine. But everyone has the right to choose their own happiness. In his eyes, Gu Xiaoxue's childhood had been harsh, and she had even been sold off by her parents for a bottle of calamity-eliminating pills. But Gu Xiaoxue didn't see it that way. Or rather, she had chosen to remember only the beautiful moments. Why should he shatter that? This was the happiness she had chosen. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Wang Anning informed Tang Tian through a jade slip that there were many things to prepare and that the earliest he could come would be the next morning. Thus Tang Tian no longer waited and returned to his own room. Gu Xiaoxue also settled in, occupying the room immediately to the right of the main house. Entering the cultivation meditation chamber, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. It was indeed tranquil here, perfectly suited for daily practice. He sat down cross-legged and soon entered a state of deep meditation. Subsequently, Tang Tian activated the infinite consumption system. The expenditure from purchasing the house today had directly pushed his consumption points past 10,000, reaching over 13,000. He could now exchange for items of a higher tier. After some thought, Tang Tian chose to exchange for a talent. The 5-ring talent cost 10,000 consumption points. Upon successful exchange, a familiar sensation coursed through him, once more leaving his entire body feeling refreshed and invigorated. When everything subsided, Tang Tian began to cultivate. As he cultivated, 5 white talent rings slowly rose around his body, flickering and resonating with heaven and earth. Immediately, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from all directions, pouring into Tang Tian's body. The quantity and quality were dozens of times greater than what he had experienced during his cultivation the previous night. Apart from the enhancement in talent, the concentration of spiritual energy here was also remarkably high, enabling such an astonishing improvement. Talent and the cultivation environment were truly indispensable for a cultivator. Under such conditions, the speed of cultivation was terrifyingly fast. Tang Tian could clearly sense his cultivation base rapidly advancing almost to a visibly perceptible degree. He calmed his mind and focused cultivating with earnest dedication. After several hours, the cultivation base at the third layer of qi refining had seen a very noticeable increase. However, Tang Tian opened his eyes. This won't do. At this rate, I definitely won't be able to break through to the fourth layer of qi refining tonight. He appeared somewhat dissatisfied. If any ordinary cultivator saw this expression, they would surely want to grab him and give him a beating. Breaking through a minor realm in a single night. Even though the qi refining early stage didn't require much spiritual energy, his ambition was far too great. But Tang Tian didn't think so, especially after witnessing a genius of Gu Xiaox's caliber. He felt an even greater sense of urgency. He had already fallen far behind. If he didn't put in more effort, the gap would only widen. If I can't improve my talent overnight, I'll have to find a way from other aspects. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian eventually took out a pile of small porcelain bottles from his Sumeru ring. Top-grade qi refining pills, top-grade body tempering pills, and top-grade qi tempering pills. These were the ones he had bought in bulk from the Golden Jade Hall. They were the most suitable pills for cultivation during the qi refining stage. No point in letting them go to waste. Let's see if they're worth the price. Tang Tian opened a bottle of top-grade qi refining pills and poured out a white pill. A rich fragrance immediately assailed his senses, far superior to the nourishing origin pills. He decisively swallowed it. Instantly, a violent storm of spiritual energy exploded within Tang Tian's abdomen. This storm was not destructive, but rapidly spread through his meridians, surging outward. Tang Tian felt his entire body heat up. The power of the pill swept through his whole being within a single breath. After a moment, all the spiritual energy converged into his dantian, and his cultivation base was directly elevated by a small margin. Truly remarkable. Tang Tian exclaimed in wonder. Such an effect was on an entirely different level compared to the nourishing origin pills. It contained the purest spiritual energy, requiring no refinement, and could be directly absorbed into the dantian to enhance one's strength. 100 spirit jade for a bottle of 10 pills was indeed not a loss. Again, Tang Tian poured out another qi refining pill, swallowed it, and combined it with his normal cultivation. Before long, an entire bottle of qi refining pills was consumed. His cultivation base had now reached the peak of the third layer of qi refining, just one step away from further advancement. However, at this critical juncture, he did not continue, but instead chose to take the body tempering pill and the qi tempering pill. Having mere spiritual energy without a solid foundation would not do. The body tempering pill could enhance physical constitution, eliminating the need for arduous training. The qi tempering pill, on the other hand, was used to improve the quality of spiritual energy. With an equal amount of spiritual energy, higher quality naturally meant greater power. Tang Tian took them one by one, maximizing the enhancement of his overall strength. When the time was right, he opened a second bottle of qi refining pills. A single pill was enough to shatter the bottleneck of the third layer of qi refining, successfully breaking through to the fourth layer. Tang Tian let out a long exhale. Finally, a breakthrough. He could now completely shed his identity as a menial disciple and become a true outer disciple of the Qingwei sect. I should go and upgrade my status when I have time. There is still a difference between an identity bought with money and one earned through genuine strength. The more the better, Tang Tian thought to himself. After a round of cultivation, it was now late at night. Tang Tian rose and left the meditation chamber, returning to his bedroom. Lying on the large soft bed, Tang Tian did not feel particularly sleepy. A cultivator at the qi refining stage could go without sleep for a month without any issue. Nevertheless, Tang Tian felt that life should not be too monotonous. When conditions allowed, indulging in a bit of leisure and enjoyment could also be a form of pleasure. Staying in seclusion day after day, neither eating nor sleeping, would be far too dull. Amidst his wandering thoughts, Tang Tian gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, at dawn, the birds and beasts in the mountain forest began to chirp, softly waking Tang Tian. After lounging in bed for a while, he got up, washed up, changed his clothes, and pushed open the door to step outside. The fresh air rushed to meet him, invigorating his spirit. Arriving at the front yard, Tang Tian was surprised to find that Gu Xiaoxue had already prepared breakfast at some point and was waiting for him at the stone table. "You're awake. Come and eat." Gu Xiaoxue giggled. Tang Tian smiled and walked over to sit down. "Aren't you supposed to have stopped eating?" Gu Xiaoxue set the bowls and chopsticks for him. "You said it yourself. Eating is one of the best things in life. It would be a waste to just give it up." Tang Tian was amused. This girl was endearingly naive. In truth, his remark yesterday had been a mere whim, yet she had taken it to heart. On the table were still plain congee and a few homestyle dishes. Tang Tian tasted them and found them as delicious as ever. "Cooking, is that in the guard's handbook?" Tang Tian teased. Gu Xiaoxue's pretty face flushed. She had previously thought that memorizing the guard's handbook would suffice. Yet based on her experience yesterday, none of the rules in it had been put to use. Tang Tian shook his head and sighed softly. "Actually, we're just in an employment relationship. You don't have to be so good to me." Gu Xiaoxue picked at her food and muttered softly. "I'm good to those who are good to me." "What?" Tang Tian didn't catch it. But Gu Xiaoxue didn't repeat herself. She urged Tang Tian to eat quickly before the food got cold. The spring breeze blew by. Unbeknownst to them, the tender buds on the old locust tree had begun to unfurl and bloom. The sun had just risen. After breakfast, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue sat beneath the old locust tree, resuming their discourse from the previous day. Of course, calling it a discourse was generous. In truth, it was mostly Tang Tian asking questions, while Gu Xiaoxue provided answers. In matters of cultivation, Gu Xiaoxue was meticulous to the extreme, leaving no detail unattended. Tang Tian felt as though he had been transported back to his student days. His understanding of cultivation deepened with each of Gu Xiaoxue's explanations. After about an hour or so, the communication jade talisman in Tang Tian's bosom began to chime. He took it out and saw it was Wang Anning, who had already prepared all the renovation materials and was waiting outside the purple bamboo courtyard. They ended their discourse, and Gu Xiaoxue, using the formation token, invited Wang Anning in. "Young Master Tang, how did you rest last night?" Wang Anning asked with a smile. "Not bad," Tang Tian replied, inviting him to sit. "Have you prepared everything?" Wang Anning nodded, and then laid out all the items one by one. 2 profound spirit veins sealed within something called vein stone shimmered with starlight, resembling miniature galaxies. The tail feather lamp was truly the tail feather of a silver shuttlebird, exuding a faint natural aura. It could be placed anywhere, requiring only a simple control spell to turn it on or off, consuming no energy, and being exceptionally convenient. There were also tranquility jade Dao-seeking stones and other renovation fixtures. "All right," Tang Tian said. "I'll handle the rest of the renovation myself." Among this pile of items were some formations and arrays. For safety and privacy, it was certainly not something others could know about. Of course, Wang Anning understood this reasoning well. Subsequently, Tang Tian paid the remaining balance, and the transaction was officially completed. A familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Over 130 million spirit jades were credited to his account, and his consumption points, which had dwindled to just over 3,000 last night, once again surpassed 10,000. A 5th-grade constitution was now within easy reach. After seeing Wang Anning off, Tang Tian began to arrange his own main room. He entrusted the materials for the guest room entirely to Gu Xiaoxue, allowing her to decorate it herself. Tang Tian had no inclination to pry into others' privacy. However, after the renovation was complete, he did go to visit Gu Xiaoxue's room. Seeing the decor, which was full of a maidenly style, yet not lacking in elegance, Tang Tian declined Gu Xiaoxue's offer to see his own minimalist to the extreme renovation. When all the facilities were activated, the cultivation environment within the room was elevated by more than one level. If he had been cultivating in such an environment last night, Tang Tian could have successfully broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining without needing to take any pills. "What do you think?" Tang Tian asked with a smile. Gu Xiaoxue praised, "Excellent. Much better than my little cave abode. Although my place has a small spirit vein of the same level, it doesn't have such a rich natural aura. If I could live here permanently, I'm sure I could break through to the nascent soul stage soon." Tang Tian chuckled and said, "Then you can stay here forever. I probably won't have much to do from now on, and I don't plan to go out unless something special comes up. You can focus on your cultivation here in peace." Gu Xiaoxue was slightly taken aback and asked, "Young Master Tang, aren't you going to the dojo?" Tang Tian was stunned. "Dojo? What's that?" Gu Xiaoxue explained. "It's a place specifically for disciples of the upper division of Qinghua sect to cultivate. Above the dojo, the sect elders have arranged various formations, making cultivation very smooth. Besides that, it also has some special cultivation chambers that offer even better effects. Although the natural aura in the purple bamboo courtyard is very rich, the dojo is still a better choice if you want to quickly improve your cultivation." Tang Tian fell silent. He knew the upper division of Qinghua sect had dedicated cultivation rooms, but he hadn't expected it to be set up this way. From Gu Xiaoxue's description, it was undoubtedly the most frequented place by sect disciples, perhaps without equal. Tang Tian wasn't fond of such places. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian said, "Let's forget it for now. My strength is still low, and the cultivation environment here at the purple bamboo courtyard is sufficient for now. We'll see later." Gu Xiaoxue didn't quite understand Tang Tian's reasoning, but she nodded in the end. True, at the qi refining stage, there's not much difference between there and the purple bamboo courtyard. Besides, at the dojo, the cultivation chambers with superior effects require extra spirit jades. It's quite a ripoff, actually, Gu Xiaoxue said. However, upon hearing this, Tang Tian's ears perked up. "It costs money." Gu Xiaoxue nodded. "Yes, a basic cultivation chamber costs several hundred spirit jades a day. With other supporting formations, it's at least a few thousand. The higher level ones cost even more. I only choose to use a higher level chamber when I'm about to break through. It's fine not to go, saves wasting money." Tang Tian was dumbfounded. This sect seemed just like a mundane city. Everything costs money. But then he thought about it. If everything were free, how could such a large sect sustain its daily operations? Charging money was only normal. After some deliberation, Tang Tian suddenly declared loudly, "Let's go. Why not go to such a wonderful place? As cultivators, we should strive for the best resources to reach higher peaks." Tang Tian spoke with righteous indignation. Gu Xiaoxue, standing by, was completely baffled. "What's going on? Who was it that said they weren't going just now? Was it her?" "Ah, yes, it was her. But it wasn't her who said it first, was it?" Gu Xiaoxue felt her mind couldn't keep up with Tang Tian's thoughts. Who changes their mind this fast? Ahem. Tang Tian cleared his throat. "Don't sweat the small details. Is the dojo far?" Gu Xiaoxue scratched her hair. Not far, it's right on the main peak. We'll be there soon. Tang Tian waved his hand grandly. Then let's go. Time waits for no one. Every minute you slack off in cultivation, others will gain an edge. Let's go, let's go. With that, he strode directly out of the courtyard. Watching Tang Tian's sudden energetic bustle, a flash of realization struck Gu Xiaoxue. It seemed that only when money was involved did he act like this. What an unconventional rich young master. Shaking her head, Gu Xiaoxue followed. Soon 2 figures, one large and one small, left the purple bamboo grove. Not long after they left, a few young disciples of Qinghua's sect arrived outside the grove. Are you sure you saw right? Someone really bought this place? A female disciple asked. Of course I'm sure. I've been keeping an eye on a place like this. Nothing escapes my notice, another young male disciple said. The female disciple let out an "oh" and peered into the bamboo grove, her face full of curiosity. The young disciple chuckled. Don't bother looking. The one who bought the purple bamboo courtyard is a very young, wealthy young master with only one guard by his side. He's a new face, must have just arrived at Qinghua's sect. You have a great chance to latch onto him. Don't say I didn't look out for you. The female disciple shot him a glare as if annoyed by his bluntness. Looking at the young man's knowing smile, she took out a bottle of unknown pills and handed it to him. Don't let anyone else know about this. The young man pocketed the pills and smiled. I'll try my best, but you'd better hurry. News like this won't stay secret for long. Then he turned and left. Only the female disciple remained at the entrance of the purple bamboo grove, lost in thought. If Tang Tian were here, he would recognize her. She was none other than Lin Yu's close friend Feng Fei. Leaving the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian hurriedly ascended the main peak. This was his first time setting foot on the sect's main peak since joining Qingyun's sect. The mountain stood majestic, with trees blotting out the sky and the sun pavilions and towers hidden within misty waters swirling like a celestial realm. Guided by Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tian climbed upward until they reached a vast square on the mountainside. The sight before him left Tang Tian agape. The immense square stretched almost beyond sight. At the center of the square stood a colossal statue. People at its feet could not even reach the height of its toes. The statue towered high, its entire upper half buried within thick clouds obscuring its visage. Yet above the clouds, a vast Tai Chi Bagua diagram hovered in the sky, casting its shadow over the entire square. Disciples of Qingyun's sect sat in dense, orderly rows encircling the statue. The scene was profoundly awe-inspiring. Is that our sect's patriarch? Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoxue. She shook her head. No. Few know who he truly is, and it's best not to inquire. Elder uncle told me he is a taboo entity. Our rash speculation might invite calamity. Tang Tian was stunned. What was this all about? Qingyun's sect's training ground erected a taboo rather than its own patriarch. Were they just trying something new? Tang Tian pondered, but quickly stopped himself. It would be unwise to invite disaster. Still, Qingyun's sect was indeed full of peculiarities. Withdrawing his gaze, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue entered the training ground smoothly. Once inside, Tang Tian sensed an atmosphere entirely different from the purple bamboo courtyard. The aura of cultivation was incredibly rich. As Gu Xiaoxue had said, the training ground was ideal for daily practice, while places like the purple bamboo courtyard were better for nurturing one's spirit and consolidating gains. Young Master Tang, which side would you prefer? Gu Xiaoxue asked. If you wish to cultivate in the square, just find an empty seat. If you want a cultivation chamber, we need to rent a key from the window pavilion behind the statue. Tang Tian smiled. A cultivation chamber, of course. I want to see how much the highest level costs. He paused. I mean how powerful its effect is. Having decided, they followed the stone path along the edge of the training ground and arrived at the window pavilion. It was mid-morning and most disciples who needed chambers had already rented them, leaving the pavilion nearly empty. They quickly found an attendant. After noticing Tang Tian's attire, the attendant asked politely, Fellow Taoist, what kind of cultivation chamber would you like to rent? Tang Tian thought for a moment. This is my first time. Let me take a look first. The attendant then handed him information on all available chambers. Basic cultivation chamber, 500 spirit jade per day. Intermediate cultivation chamber, 300 spirit jade per day. Advanced cultivation chamber, 200 spirit jade per day. Top-tier cultivation chamber, 100 spirit jade per day. Down-level cultivation chamber, 100 spirit jade per day. Additionally, all chambers could be equipped with auxiliary arrays of varying levels, such as spirit gathering arrays and spirit purification arrays, ranging from 100 to 100 spirit jade per day. Seeing the prices, a smirk crept across Tang Tian's face. Finally, he said calmly, give me the highest configuration. A Dao-level chamber with the best auxiliary arrays, everything top-notch. His words were met with a brief silence. Then came 2 incredulous exclamations. Huh, what a... Gu Xiaoxue's eyes widened, and the attendant stood dumbfounded. Top configuration, everything, Tang Tian repeated. The attendant finally recovered. Fellow Taoist, no offense, but though you are a high-ranking honorary disciple, your cultivation is only at the 4th level of Qi refining. For Qi refining, we recommend, at most, an intermediate chamber. Anything higher exceeds your capacity and would yield no effect. Tang Tian chuckled. Thank you for your concern, but I suggest you spare me the advice. I prefer the top-tier option for everything. The attendant was at a loss. Gu Xiaoxue tugged at Tang Tian and whispered, Young Master Tang, please listen to him. Anything beyond intermediate is largely useless. Tao level chambers are meant for tribulation transcendence cultivators. Don't waste your spirit jade. Seeing her earnest gaze, Tang Tian nodded. You're right. Then he turned to the attendant. Almost forgot, the top configuration I mentioned earlier. It's for 2 sets, 1 for each of us. Don't get it wrong. Gu Xiaoxua, you're right. Do you even hear yourself? You didn't listen at all. Young Master Tang, please don't, she urged anxiously. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. The girl was kind and innocent, but if it were someone else they'd have eagerly claimed a set for themselves. No more persuading, Tang Tian said softly. I'm not doing this just for you. I have my own reasons. Consider it my thanks for today's breakfast. He couldn't tell her the real reason, so he offered this explanation. Gu Xiaoxua stood dazed, her thoughts unreadable. Fortunately, she obediently stopped arguing. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. Had need to avoid such situations in the future to keep the girl from feeling pressured. People like Gu Xiaoxua often took favors very seriously. He had no intention of claiming he did it all for her. Are you certain about the Tao level chamber? The attendant asked. Tang Tian nodded. Yes, 2 sets with the top tier arrays. How much in total? After calculating, the attendant replied, as per your request, it would cost 7 million spirit jade per day as a daily expense. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Can I rent for multiple days at once? Under 5 million was still too little. The attendant took a deep breath. Of course, up to a year. But the fee accrues whether you enter the chamber or not. Tang Tian checked his wallet. It held over 300 million spirit jade, enough for about 2 months. Let's start with 2 months then, he said. After completing the formalities, Tang Tian received 2 array tokens for entry into the Tao level cultivation chambers. He then left the Wendao pavilion with Gu Xiaoxua. Along the way, Gu Xiaoxua remained unusually silent. It seemed the earlier incident had affected her somewhat. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then asked, What's wrong with you? Gu Xiaoxua lowered her head and murmured softly, No one has ever been this kind to me before. Seeing her like this, Tang Tian immediately furrowed his brow. Cast aside such foolish thoughts. His voice suddenly turned stern. Listen, in this world no one will be kind to you without reason. If someone does treat you well, they must have ulterior motives. If you continue like this, you will eventually doom yourself. Do you understand? Tang Tian barked sharply. He did not consider himself a good person, nor did he aspire to be a traditional paragon of virtue. Yet he always harbored respect and admiration for those with genuine kindness in their hearts. He truly did not wish to see Gu Xiaoxua ruin her own life because of her innocence and goodness. The sudden reprimand left Gu Xiaoxua stunned for a moment. She stared blankly at Tang Tian. After a long pause, she slowly asked, What about you? Do you have any designs on me? Tang Tian let out a light snort and turned his head away. I am different. The kindness you perceive from me is not what you imagine. As I said earlier, I rented the cultivation chamber for you for my own reasons, not for your sake. Don't naively think that I was being kind to you, understand? Gu Xiaoxua was stunned for a moment before finally lowering her head and murmuring, All right, I understand. Tang Tian exhaled deeply and said, From now on, regarding Spirit Jade, do not voice any opinions on any decisions I make. You just need to memorize the guard regulations and fulfill your duties as a protector according to the guidelines. Gu Xiaoxua nodded. However, just as Tang Tian thought he had made himself clear and even felt a twinge of guilt for being too harsh, Gu Xiaoxua slowly raised her head. Then will you still eat breakfast if I make it for you? Tang Tian. You really are. For the first time, Tang Tian felt a flicker of annoyance toward Gu Xiaoxua. This stubborn girl was utterly impervious to reason. Upon arriving at the cultivation chamber, he simply tossed the array token to her and quickly entered his own chamber. After sitting cross-legged for a long while, he gradually calmed his emotions. While forcibly changing a pure and innocent young girl would be a deeply immoral act. Let it be. As she grows older, she will inevitably come to understand the treachery of the world. Soothing his mood, Tang Tian prepared to begin today's cultivation. Admittedly, this top-tier cultivation chamber was truly extraordinary. Even with ordinary breathing, he could feel wisps of pure spiritual energy silently nourishing his body. Spending extended time in such a place would undoubtedly yield remarkable benefits for cultivation. Of course, it cost millions per day, so it had to be worth every spirit stone. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Tang Tian did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he summoned the unlimited consumption system. From the recent transaction, he had gained over 28,000 consumption points. Combined with the points from purchasing renovation materials, the total had reached over 20,000. If he paid the full year's rent now, he could earn another 140,000 consumption points. But beyond that, he had no idea when he would have another opportunity for such a large expenditure. When it came to system exchanges, talent was undoubtedly the priority, so he couldn't afford to exchange for a 6th-rank physique. In that case, it was better to secure the 5th-rank physique first and leave the rest for later. After sorting out his thoughts, Tang Tian proceeded with the exchange. 5th-rank, physique, 10,000 consumption points. The system's prompt tone soon sounded. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select a 5th-rank physique. Selection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Great Wilderness Azure Serpent Bloodline. Accompanied by the sound of successful exchange, a familiar scorching sensation surged through his entire body. In a daze, Tang Tian seemed to have arrived in the Great Wilderness, transformed into a colossal azure serpent spanning mountain peaks. With a slight twist of its body, towering ancient trees collapsed with a thunderous roar and countless demon beasts perished on the spot. The azure serpent opened its massive maw, and a fierce gale erupted, drawing all the flesh and blood of the demon beasts into its belly. After a long while, Tang Tian finally snapped back from the vision. He fell into deep thought. That just now seems to be a hereditary secret art. When a being reaches a certain level of power, some of the secret arts it masters can be passed down through its bloodline. No matter how many generations pass, this inheritance endures. If a descendant's bloodline is exceptionally pure, the hereditary secret art will manifest and be naturally mastered by them. The azure serpent's ability to devour other demon beasts appeared to be such a hereditary secret art. After some thought, Tang Tian raised a single hand and slightly curled his fingers. Suddenly, a fierce suction force erupted from his palm, stirring the air before him into a powerful current. The force generated by the current far surpassed that of his fully mastered Gale Sword art. Whoa! Tang Tian quickly withdrew the secret art. This power far exceeded his expectations. Does this count as an added trump card? Tang Tian smiled faintly. This azure serpent secret art could certainly be used as a hidden ace. Yet Tang Tian felt that he had not fully inherited its essence, only grasped a superficial aspect. Maybe I should try using the system's enlightenment. With 10,000 consumption points remaining, he directly chose to exchange. 1 intermediate enlightenment, 10,000 consumption points. Intermediate enlightenment elevates the realm of a profound grade or lower technique by 1 stage. With the points secured, Tang Tian used enlightenment on the azure serpent secret art. However, the system prompt sounded again. Target technique, grade 2 high. Enlightenment cannot be performed. Please exchange for a higher level. Enlightenment failed, but a delighted smile spread across Tang Tian's face. It was only a matter of insufficient grade, not an impossibility. Once he had enough consumption points, he would eventually elevate the azure serpent secret art to its pinnacle. Matching the azure serpent ancestor was not beyond reach. Truly splendid. Tang Tian exited the system interface with satisfaction. Then 5 talent rings rose around him, and he commenced his cultivation for the day. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, dusk had fallen. Inside the dojo's Dao-level cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat upright on a meditation cushion, 5 rings of talent silently floating around his body, flickering intermittently. With every breath, vast quantities of pure spiritual energy surged into his body, and the cultivation base he had just broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining was continuously and steadily increasing. After a moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Still a bit short. A full day of cultivation supplemented by various elixirs had brought Tang Tian to the peak of the 4th layer of qi refining. It wouldn't be long before he successfully broke through to the 5th layer. Such a rate of advancement far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators with 5-ring talents. There was no helping it. His resources were simply too extraordinary. The effect of the Dao-level cultivation chamber directly pushed him to the limit of what the qi refining stage could bear. In addition, several intangible waves of Dao techniques surrounded Tang Tian's body. These were the law arrays specifically provided for tribulation transcendence cultivators. Although Tang Tian could not yet utilize them, they were subtly enhancing his cultivation progress. Compared to the purple bamboo courtyard, it was indeed much better. Forget it, it'll continue tomorrow. Glancing at the time, Tang Tian decided to end today's cultivation. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, Tang Tian activated Gu Xiaoxu's communication jade talisman. Soon Gu Xiaoxu's figure emerged from another cultivation chamber. Aren't you going to cultivate a bit longer? This is a Dao-level cultivation chamber, you know, Gu Xiaoxu asked. Seeing her revert to her former demeanor, Tang Tian said testily, staying up late harms the kidneys. Let's go home. With that, he took the lead in leaving, and Gu Xiaoxu obediently followed behind. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, how did it feel? Gu Xiaoxu responded with an oh, and said, amazing. I used to think that high-grade cultivation chambers were just a bit richer in spiritual energy than ordinary ones. Now I realize they also contain a wealth of Dao principles. Following their guidance, I discovered many of my own shortcomings. Besides that, the Dao-level cultivation chamber directly connects to the sky and earth, the sun, moon, and stars. It feels like being at the center of the world. It's truly marvelous. Gu Xiaoxue was full of praise. Tang Tian, however, was utterly bewildered. Really? Are you sure we entered the same grade of cultivation chamber? He was instantly disheartened. This girl always managed to deal him an unexpected blow. Exiting to the dojo, Tang Tian returned to the hall of hearing the Dao. The same person in charge was still there. Seeing Tang Tian return, a smile immediately spread across his face. Fellow cultivator, finished with your cultivation. How did it feel? He asked politely. Tang Tian looked at him, and mimicking Gu Xiaoxu's tone said, amazing. So I feel that 2 months is too short. Extend it by another 4 months. The person in charge was speechless. What he had really hoped to see was Tang Tian regretting his choice, beating his chest, and stomping his feet in frustration. But to his disappointment, that didn't happen. As you wish. The transaction was completed quickly. Tang Tian checked his wallet and spoke again. No, that feeling was too amazing. 4 months isn't enough. Give me another 6 months, so it makes a full year, a nice round number. The person in charge was left speechless once more. Bro, what do you think this is that you're rounding it off? Even those tribulation transcendence cultivators preparing for seclusion didn't do it this way. At most, they'd rent for half a year, then renew for another half if they didn't succeed. Seeing that Tang Tian didn't seem to be joking, the person in charge could only nod. Fine, you've got money, you're the boss. The renewal was completed smoothly, and Tang Tian's wallet once again swelled, rapidly surpassing 2 billion. His consumption points did the same, reaching over 160,000. A six-ring talent was now within his grasp. In high spirits, Tang Tian thanked the person in charge and left the dojo with Gu Xiaoxue. After leaving, however, he didn't rush back to the purple bamboo courtyard. Instead, he descended the mountain all the way to the area bordering the outer disciples and the menial laborers. The disciple hall. This was the place for promotion to outer disciple. The rules were very simple. As long as one had cultivated to the 4th layer of qi refining or above and had no major mental issues, they could be promoted smoothly. Tang Tian had met the criteria, but his appearance still drew the attention of the crowd. After all, a high-ranking honorary disciple coming to participate in an outer disciple promotion was a rare sight. The reason was simple. With that much money, one could pile up resources and force their way to the foundation establishment stage or higher. Which rich kid was still in kindergarten at 18? Yet to their surprise, not only did such a person exist, but after testing Tang Tian's cultivation was a pitiful 4th layer of qi refining. TSK. Could he be immortal physique? Who knows? He's not that young anymore, and he's only at the 4th layer of qi refining. Would his family still be willing to invest so many resources in someone like that? A 5 million honorary disciple. This world is unfairly terrifying. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength was what mattered most. Although Tang Tian was clearly wealthy, he still garnered a host of contemptuous looks. Tang Tian didn't mind. In fact, he was rather pleased to see this happen. Because in this way people would misjudge his true strength, placing him in a relatively safe environment to a certain extent. That's right, he was afraid of death. There was no shame in admitting it. The cultivation world was fraught with danger, and one could lose their life with the slightest carelessness. And life was the most precious thing. Tang Tian had no intention of casually throwing it away due to his own negligence. He hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. If possible, he would even prefer to hide away until he was invincible before emerging. After passing the cultivation test, Tang Tian successfully became an outer disciple. Only then did he take Gu Xiaoxue back to the purple bamboo grove. Walking along the secluded path, the two arrived before the formation array. Suddenly, a figure at the edge of the array caught Tang Tian's attention. It was a woman dressed in thin gauze, lying motionless on her side at the edge of the formation. Her clothes were somewhat disheveled, as if she had encountered something unpleasant. Go check it out. Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoxue to investigate. Gu Xiaoxue walked over, but soon with a peculiar expression she signaled that there was no danger and called him over. Tang Tian approached, and when he saw the woman's face, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh, it's her." The woman was Feng Fei. Gu Xiaoxue asked in surprise, "You know her?" Tang Tian nodded. "I met her briefly a few days ago. Didn't make a very good impression." "What happened to her?" "She seems to be injured and passed out." Gu Xiaoxue pursed her lips. On the surface it looks that way. But in reality, she likely took a pill called the hidden meridian pill. This pill is very obscure, I only learned about it by chance. After taking the hidden meridian pill, it creates a false appearance of damaged meridians and a weakened body. Once the antidote is taken, she would recover immediately. Tang Tian was stunned for a long moment. There was actually a pill like this. Why would Feng Fei take it? He looked down at Feng Fei, her clothes in disarray, sheer and translucent, inadvertently revealing large patches of fair skin, and he was left speechless. This one, what strange thing was she up to? Find a way to wake her up. Tang Tian, unwilling to have much to do with someone like Feng Fei, said to Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue stepped forward, forming a peculiar hand seal, before pointing at Feng Fei's brow. After a moment, Feng Fei let out a soft moan and slowly regained consciousness. What happened to me? My head feels so dizzy. Feng Fei's gaze was hazy, her demeanor weak. She propped herself up, and whether intentionally or not, the front of her robe slipped lower, revealing patches of fair skin. What are you doing here? Tang Tian asked. This young lady was injured. I heard that this purple bamboo grove has healing properties, so I came to try. But as I walked, I somehow stumbled into a formation, and then I lost consciousness. Feng Fei gently touched her forehead, putting on a pitiful act. Her voice was completely different from the one she used at the Golden Jade Hall a few days ago. Wasn't it tiring to speak in that falsetto? Seeing her act, Tang Tian roughly guessed her intentions. Had she staged this whole delivering herself to his doorstep act? Indeed, anyone who could afford the purple bamboo courtyard must possess formidable wealth, which often signifies status and influence. Temptations some young ladies find hard to resist. But Feng Fei, couldn't you have done your homework before making a move? Tang Tian had no interest in playing along with her act. He said flatly, Feng Fei, what exactly are you trying to do? Hearing her name, Feng Fei was momentarily stunned. Then she felt that the voice sounded familiar. Her heart skipped a beat as she slowly looked up. Instantly she froze. It's you. What are you doing here? Feng Fei was utterly shocked, forgetting to use her falsetto and reverting to her natural voice. Tang Tian chuckled. I should be asking you that. What are you doing outside my courtyard? If I recall correctly, ordinary disciples aren't allowed to wander into the purple bamboo grove. Feng Fei's expression was one of astonishment, as if she couldn't process the situation. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, how is this possible? You a measly menial who struck it rich, how could you have bought the purple bamboo courtyard? Tang Tian gave a cold smile. First, whether I buy the purple bamboo courtyard or not is none of your damn business. Second, I'm already an outer disciple and a senior honorary disciple of Qingwei sect. Finally, leave now, or it'll notify the discipline hall. Fang Fei stared blankly, intending to expose Tang Tian's background, but her eyes caught the gold-embroidered purple robe he wore. Indeed, that was the insignia of a senior honorary disciple. No one would dare counterfeit such a status in Qinghua sect. For a moment her emotions were in turmoil. She never imagined that after all her scheming and costly efforts she would end up facing Tang Tian, the person she had once despised the most. Will you leave on your own, or should I have someone throw you out? Tang Tian issued his ultimatum. Fang Fei's expression shifted, and suddenly she put on a deeply aggrieved look, speaking with a tearful voice. Tang Tian, Master Tang, you've truly misunderstood. I never meant to look down on you. It's all Lin Yu's fault. She's the one who always gossiped about you in front of me, leading me to misunderstand. I really am injured. I can't even circulate my meridians. Please take pity on me and let me rest here. I won't even enter the courtyard. If I go back, my fate will be dreadful. Fang Fei's voice was pitiful, her brows laden with sorrow. If her target had been some naive young man, her ploy might have succeeded. But unfortunately Tang Tian was already a seasoned veteran. He'll give you 3 breaths. Tang Tian remained indifferent. Please hear me out, Master Tang. Fang Fei still refused to give up, shifting her body, as if to approach her collar, slipping lower with the movement. Yet another figure stepped in front of her. It was Gu Xiaoxue. At this moment she was silent, her aura sharp, staring coldly at Fang Fei. She really did look like a qualified guard. 1 breath left. Tang Tian said calmly. Fang Fei bit her lip, as if making a final struggle. But she couldn't break past Gu Xiaoxue's blockade. Left with no choice, she muttered an apology and staggered away from the purple bamboo grove. After she left, Tang Tian shook his head, activated the formation, and entered the courtyard. I finally acted according to the guard's protocol once. Otherwise I always felt like I hadn't done anything and was unworthy of my hefty salary. Back inside, Gu Xiaoxue reverted to her usual demeanor, grinning naively. Tang Tian smiled. That's just the surface. Without you, the conflict between Jia Meng and me yesterday morning would have been unavoidable. And while conducting business in Qinghua sect, I would have faced countless more disturbances. Because of your presence, all those trivial troubles have been avoided. Gu Xiaoxue asked, puzzled, but the honorary disciples I've seen rarely get bothered, even when alone. It seems like ordinary disciples are quite afraid of them. Tang Tian shook his head. They're only afraid of this robe. This purple garment represents substantial wealth and an unknown background. But if one's own strength is too lacking, none of that matters. Someone will always come to test the waters. And that would lead to endless trouble. Gu Xiaoxue nodded thoughtfully. Then she added, that woman just now was so fake. It was obvious at a glance that she was putting on an act. Surely no one would fall for that, right? Tang Tian rubbed his nose. Actually, he felt Fang Fei's acting was quite skilled. If she had been a stranger and he hadn't known about the concealed meridian pill she took, even if he didn't help, his attitude wouldn't have been so harsh. Could it be that women truly understand women best? You're right, her acting was terrible. Tang Tian agreed. She tried every trick to get close to you all for personal gain, right? Why can't she just take the proper path? Honestly, Gu Xiaoxue said. Clearly she disapproved of Fang Fei's actions. Tang Tian replied. Everyone has their own way of surviving. I don't usually judge such matters. Let's not talk about her. Rest well, and we'll go to the training ground tomorrow. With that they returned to their respective rooms. The bright moon hung high. A woman sat cross-legged in the forest, her aura fluctuating. It was Fang Fei. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her injuries completely healed, restored to her former self. Damn Tang Tian. Her eyes burned with resentment. So what if you're rich? You'll always be a stinking menial at the chi refining stage. If I can't deal with you, can't others? You've humiliated me twice. I'll make you pay. Fang Fei stared coldly into the distance, as if she had made a momentous decision. And Lin Yu. It's all because of you that I ended up at odds with Tang Tian. You bitch, you bastard menial, just you wait. Early the next morning, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the main peak's training ground. Last night, he had successfully exchanged his consumption points for the 6-circle talent. Today he would test its effects. After a session of cultivation, the difference from the 5-circle talent was unmistakable. With the aid of the Dao-level cultivation chamber, he estimated he could break through to the 5th layer of chi refining by day's end. This filled Tang Tian with exhilaration. Strength was what he valued most. Over the next half-month, he found no other avenues to spend his points. There were options, but the amounts were trivial, mere millions which he dismissed as insignificant. Thus, he spent this time shuttling between the training ground and the purple bamboo courtyard. With an optimal cultivation environment and ample medicinal support, his cultivation base began to surge. On the first day, he reached the 5th layer of chi refining. On the 3rd day, the 6th layer. On the 7th day, the 7th layer. After half a month, Tang Tian had reached the peak of the 10th layer of chi refining. In another half-month, he should attain the great perfection of the 13th layer of chi refining, allowing him to attempt foundation establishment. Such speed was something the former Tang Tian would never have dared to imagine. After all, even Lin Yu, with her 5-circle talent, had taken nearly a year to break through to foundation establishment and enter the inner sect. With his current pace, Tang Tian would soon surpass her entirely. Additionally, he used his consumption points to exchange for numerous mortal-level enlightenment opportunities, mastering dozens of ordinary mortal-level spells. These included combat spells like Flame Palm, Wave Treading Step, and Diamond Fist, as well as life-assisting spells such as Spirit Fire Art, Rain Summoning Art, and Telekinesis. Without exception, he elevated them all to the Grand Mastery realm. His purpose, aside from diversifying his combat techniques, and simplifying daily life was. More importantly, to deepen his understanding of the path of cultivation through these different types of spells. The results were highly satisfactory. The current Tang Tian was no longer the naive cultivation novice he had once been. During discussions on the Tao with Gu Xiaoxue, he was no longer always the one being taught, as sometimes he could even debate with her, and in certain areas Gu Xiaoxue herself would marvel, exclaiming that Tang Tian was an absolute genius of cultivation. To this, Tang Tian only smiled faintly, just basics, nothing special. As time passed, his overall strength rapidly increased, truly stepping onto the grand stage of the cultivation world. At the purple bamboo courtyard, a fierce duel was underway in the yard. With a swift thrust, Tang Tian's sword reached Gu Xiaoxue's chest in an instant. But Gu Xiaoxue remained calm, raising her sword to meet his, striking the tip of Tang Tian's blade just in time. Yet to her surprise, the moment the sword tips met, Tang Tian's figure grew illusory and then burst apart, vanishing without a trace. The next moment, dense black flames surged from all directions, entwining wildly around Gu Xiaoxue's body. Gu Xiaoxue frowned slightly and quickly formed a hand seal. A chilling aura descended from above, extinguishing all the black flames. But simultaneously, a massive fist descended from the sky, carrying immense momentum toward her. Gu Xiaoxue's gaze sharpened, her aura turning fierce as she charged upwards, sword held high. With a thunderous roar, the fist formed of spiritual energy shattered, revealing Tang Tian's figure within. Just as he prepared to cast another spell, a voice sounded in his ear. Too late. A familiar chill brushed his neck, then vanished. Tang Tian sighed softly, descending slowly from the sky. Still can't beat you, he lamented. Gu Xiaoxue replied, you're already incredible. I never imagined you could master so many spells, all cultivated to grand mastery. I've never seen a genius more talented than you. Really, you're far better than me. Tang Tian pouted, then why did I lose? Gu Xiaoxue explained. It's because despite mastering numerous spells, your combat experience is lacking. You still have deficiencies in adjustment, coordination, and real-time judgment. But your progress is truly astonishing. I believe it won't be long before, using spells of the same level, I become your defeated opponent. Tang Tian grunted. In essence, her words meant you may not be there yet, but you're fast, and soon you'll surrender. Something like that. Close enough. Then you'll have to spar with me more often, Tang Tian said. They returned to the stone table, discussing points to note in battle. Suddenly, Tang Tian's communication jade talisman lit up. He raised an eyebrow upon seeing it. It was Qin Hai. At their previous agreement, Qin Hai was to bring a batch of cultivation resources in half a month as a trial for their trade channel. But subsequently, Qin Hai encountered some difficulties, delaying by a few days. He wondered how things stood now. Tang Tian activated the talisman. Young Master Tang, I'm ready. Please set the time and place for the transaction. Qin Hai's voice came through. Finally, it was ready. Tang Tian asked, can you enter Qinghua sect? Qin Hai replied, yes, we have an agreement with Qinghua sect. With an invitation, I can enter relevant areas. Tang Tian thought for a moment. All right, I'll send someone to find you at the Gold Jade Hall. The communication ended. You go. Tang Tian said to Gu Xiaoxue, be cautious dealing with his kind. Don't reveal anything else about us. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. I understand. She soon left the purple bamboo courtyard with the formation token. About half an hour later, she returned. With her came Qin Hai. Young Master Tang, long time no see. Qin Hai greeted warmly. Tang Tian smiled. Please sit. Qin Hai sat across from Tang Tian, while Gu Xiaoxue stood silently behind him. My apologies. Qin Hai continued. Half a month would have been enough, but when I learned of your grand expenditure to rent the purple bamboo courtyard, I felt the prepared items were unworthy of your status. So I spent a few more days gathering more precious items. Tang Tian rubbed his chin. Oh, you're quite well informed. Qin Hai chuckled. It's my trade, having some information channels is essential. You may not know, but word has been spreading that a top-tier wealthy young master has arrived at Qinghua sect, spending lavishly. Many are inquiring about you. Tang Tian smiled, without speaking if this was something he had foreseen. His spending habits would make him a topic of discussion anywhere. Though he wished to keep a low profile, he had to spend to earn credit points. Qin Hai's mention likely stemmed from worry that Tang Tian had found other trade channels. Is that so? I'm not quite aware yet, Tang Tian said. Compared to that, I'm more interested in what you've brought today. I hope it doesn't disappoint. Qin Hai beamed. Naturally. After a brief conversation, Qin Hai produced an exquisite ring of Sumeru. Take a look first. I transferred this from the main branch of the Gold and Jade Hall. Everything is prepared according to your requirements with items of all levels and types. Qin Hai said. Tang Tian nodded, took the ring, and extended his divine sense into it. A vast space unfolded before him. Inside, various large and small boxes were neatly arranged, each labeled with its contents. Pills, spiritual artifacts, talismans, herbs, forging materials, spirit grasses, and fruits, celestial treasures. Everything imaginable. Additionally, numerous jade slips of different cultivation techniques gleamed within the space. If all this were taken to the outside world, it could at least establish a small sect. It looks decent. How much in total? Tang Tian asked. Qin Hai replied with a smile. Given your remarkable wealth, I took the liberty of preparing a bit extra and rounded it up. Exactly 5 billion in total. Tang Tian paused briefly. Then he sighed and said, I'm pleased you brought these items. But I'm quite dissatisfied with the price you've quoted. After renting the residence, renovating, and setting up the training hall, Tang Tian's spirit jades had surpassed 2 billion. A mere 5 billion was hardly enough to pique his interest. Seeing Tang Tian seem displeased, Qin Hai quickly asked, "Do you mean it's too expensive?" Tang Tian shot him a glance. "I thought you'd be a good partner. If you keep underestimating me, our connection will likely end here." Qin Hai was taken aback, grasping Tang Tian's implication. So it's too little. He could barely understand when 10 million was deemed insufficient last time. But 5 billion this time, and still not enough. Truly, vision limits one's perspective. Someone who spends money like water can't be judged by ordinary standards. Yet he quickly donned an even brighter smile. "I've long heard of young Master Tang's immense wealth, and now I see it's true. Then the time and effort I've spent these days weren't in vain." Qin Hai chuckled. Tang Tian asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Qin Hai produced another ring of sumeru. "The 5 billion worth of items inside were originally intended for our trade. But after hearing you rented the purple bamboo courtyard and the Dow-level cultivation chamber, I suspected those items might no longer suit your status. So I submitted another request to the main branch for superior treasures. That's why I couldn't trade with you on time." Tang Tian tapped the table lightly. "You knew about the training hall too?" Qin Hai nodded. "Of course. Your reputation has spread throughout our circle." Tang Tian remained silent. He had been focused on cultivation lately and hadn't paid much attention to the outside world. He hadn't expected to become a minor celebrity. Still, it was somewhat expected. "All right, let me see what you've carefully prepared." Tang Tian picked up the second ring and extended his divine sense into it. This ring contained far fewer items. Only 5 exquisite boxes placed at the center. Above the boxes were descriptions of the treasures. Flying Rain, Illusory Cloud, Art, Earth Grade, Superior Movement Technique, 15 billion Spirit Jades. Long Gung, Purple Gold, Sword, Earth Grade, Supreme Spiritual Artifact, 20 billion Spirit Jades. Stone Marrow Spirit Liquid, 7th Grade, Celestial Treasure, 5 billion Spirit Jades, per bottle 5 bottles total. Soul Stealing Condensing Spirit Pills, 7th Grade Pills, 3 billion Spirit Jades, per bottle 10 bottles total. Heavenly Thunder Pearls can summon heavenly thunder with power equivalent to a Tribulation Transcendence Cultivators, Full Strike, 1 billion Spirit Jades, each 20 pearls total. These treasures were incomparable to those in the previous ring. They were on an entirely different level. Tang Tian looked thoughtfully at Qin Hai. "At the Gold and Jade Hall you said you could only authorize up to 10 million. How did you suddenly become so bold?" This was quite unreasonable. Qin Hai gave a bitter smile. "I stake my career. Based on your performance at Sect, I guessed you might not be satisfied with the first ring's contents. So I used my future as collateral to request these 5 treasures from the main branch. If you purchase even one item, I can rise another step in the Gold and Jade Hall." Tang Tian stroked his chin. So that was the case. This Qin Hai was quite a bold man. "You won't let me lose, will you?" Qin Hai asked cautiously. Tang Tian smiled. "Of course not. I'm quite satisfied with everything here. No need to choose. Good things that come to me won't slip away." Qin Hai was overjoyed. Young Master Tang is truly generous. Then the two began their transaction. Tang Tian only had 2 billion on hand, so he opted for installment purchases again, a mode Qin Hai had grown accustomed to. Soon he bought everything from both rings. His total Spirit Jades surged past 10 billion, reaching an astounding 15 billion. His expenditure amounted to 13 billion. A 7th grade talent was now within reach. Qin Hai beamed. After this deal, his status would undoubtedly soar. It was a win-win situation. Pleasant cooperation. Let's continue next time. I hope you'll bring something that surprises me," Tang Tian said with a smile. Qin Hai laughed heartily. "Certainly, you'll do my best." Shortly after Qin Hai left the purple bamboo courtyard, Gu Xiaoxue sat back down, and despite witnessing Tang Tian's grand gestures, the recent transaction still stunned her. "Why are you so wealthy?" "I've never had more than 2 million Spirit Jades on me," Gu Xiaoxue asked, seeming somewhat disheartened. The disparity in wealth could indeed be discouraging. Tang Tian shook his head. "Some wealth is tangible, some intangible. Leaving aside talents, your cave-dwelling techniques, spiritual artifacts, and even your cultivation environment, if placed outside, would be considerable wealth," Gu Xiaoxue said, "but all these are given by the sect." Tang Tian chuckled. "You've learned and enjoyed them, aren't they yours? Value lies in essence, there's no great difference." Gu Xiaoxue murmured an acknowledgement, a contemplative expression on her face. Tang Tian also fell into thought, seeming to grasp the reason behind Sect's open honorary disciple system. Sacrificing a small portion of rights in exchange for abundant resources to benefit one's own disciples, a practice adopted in many places. The only catch was that only cash-strapped sects did this. Was Sect short on funds? Tang Tian couldn't be sure. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something. "Xiaoxue, have I become quite famous recently?" he asked. During this period, he had essentially confined himself to the purple bamboo courtyard and the dojo, shutting out all worldly distractions to focus solely on his studies. However, Gu Xiaoxue enjoyed relative freedom. Sometimes when she didn't attend the dojo, Tang Tian would grant her leave to attend to her own affairs. So she should be aware of the situation. "I suppose so," Gu Xiaoxue replied. "I'm not sure about the lower district, but some people in the upper district do occasionally talk about you. Also, invitations from outside the courtyard have been increasing lately. When I returned yesterday, I saw some people lurking furtively near the purple bamboo grove, peering inside. I chased them away." Tang Tian fell silent. He knew this would happen. Flaunting wealth and spending lavishly would inevitably pique some people's curiosity. But he hadn't expected it to escalate so quickly. "Don't they have cultivation to focus on?" Is the gossip culture in the cultivation world this rampant? Tang Tian felt exasperated. If this continued, someone would eventually succumb to their curiosity and stir up trouble. Perhaps it was time to step out and let everyone see him, dispelling the air of mystery surrounding him. Once their curiosity faded, his days would be much more peaceful. Do you still have those invitations? Tang Tian was aware of them, but had never bothered to look, leaving them for Gu Xiaoxue to handle. I've kept them all. Here, she said, producing a thick stack of invitations. Tang Tian took them and began flipping through. What he saw shocked him. What a motley collection of nonsense. Some invited him to admire flowers, others to poetry gatherings. There was even an invitation to watch beautiful women dance. And one fellow had invited him to admire the moon at Fallen Fate Lake, a place meant for lovers no less. And the sender was a man. Rolling his eyes, Tang Tian tossed aside all the frivolous invitations, keeping only one that seemed more respectable. 10 days from now, the Honorary Disciples Rare Treasures Gathering will be held at the Spring Appreciation Garden. You are cordially invited. The invitation was from the Spring Appreciation Garden itself. Have you heard of this place? Tang Tian handed the invitation to Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue glanced at it and nodded. I know it. It's a place filled with flowers. Every spring, when they bloom, various gatherings are held there. The Honorary Disciples Rare Treasures Gathering is one of them. It's an exclusive event for honorary disciples, but I'm not sure of the specifics. Tang Tian stroked his chin. It sounded like a proper gathering. There would likely be a good number of attendees. Checking the date, the invitation had been delivered 4 days ago, meaning the gathering was 6 days away. In the next few days, gather some details about this Rare Treasures Gathering. We'll attend together in 6 days, Tang Tian said. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. In recent days, more people had gathered outside the purple bamboo grove. Every time Tang Tian stepped out, he attracted a swarm of curious gazes, and some with ulterior motives would proactively strike up conversations. Even after Gu Xiaoxue taught a few of them a lesson, some still tried to cozy up to him and pry for information. So Tang Tian decided to stay inside the purple bamboo courtyard and focus on cultivation. Fortunately, he had been wise to choose a solitary residence, or who knows what chaos might have ensued. On the day of his transaction with Qinghai, Tang Tian spent 1 million consumption points to successfully exchange for the 7-cycle talent. The empowerment of the 7 talent rings elevated his cultivation speed to a new level. In just a few days, he broke through again, reaching the 11th layer of Qi refinement. At this pace, he would soon achieve foundation establishment. Additionally, he used 100,000 consumption points to exchange for a 6th grade physique, obtaining the Thunder Serpent bloodline. The Thunder Serpent bloodline enhanced his physical attributes by a tier compared to the wild green python, yet it did not grant any inherited secret arts. A pity, but such things cannot be forced. Let fate take its course. He could always exchange for an even stronger physique later. With the remaining consumption points, Tang Tian continued to exchange for various levels of enlightenment opportunities, learning several different cultivation techniques to deepen his understanding of cultivation and Taoist arts. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue had gathered some information about the Rare Treasures Gathering. It was indeed an exclusive event for honorary disciples with eligibility requiring at least the rank of intermediate honorary disciple. The purpose of the gathering was primarily to provide a venue for entertainment, as not all honorary disciples were like Tang Tian, holed up in seclusion for cultivation. In fact, most honorary disciples were not particularly enthusiastic about cultivation. They preferred leisure activities, traveling, admiring flowers and moons, enjoying music and dance, and feasting over wine. Purchasing their status was merely a means to enjoy themselves more. Tang Tian had little interest in these pursuits, but one aspect of the Rare Treasures Gathering piqued his curiosity. The Rare Treasures Appreciation. At the event, the Spring Appreciation Garden would showcase some peculiar items for the honorary disciples to examine, with the option to purchase those that caught their interest. At gatherings of this kind, whatever was presented would inevitably be characterized by one word: expensive. Tang Tian loved that word, so he immediately decided he was definitely attending this Rare Treasures Gathering, and no one could stop him. He rose early in the morning. Breathing in the fresh air, the faint fragrance of flowers was refreshing. In the next few days, pick some locust flowers for me. Mixed with flour and steamed, they're delicious, Tang Tian said to Gu Xiaoxue, who was setting out bowls and chopsticks. Can locust flowers be eaten? Gu Xiaoxue looked up. Unbeknownst to her, the old locust tree's crown was already adorned with clusters of small white blossoms, their fragrance wafting gently. Of course they can, Tang Tian said, sitting down at the table. Noticing a smudge of black ash on Gu Xiaoxue's nose, he couldn't help but smile. Are you still cooking with firewood? I was just speaking offhand that day. He then pointed at his own nose to signal her. Gu Xiaoxue wiped off the ash. You weren't wrong. Food cooked over a firewood is indeed more fragrant. Really, the taste is different. Tang Tian smiled and began to enjoy the simple breakfast. After the meal, they tidied up and left the purple bamboo courtyard. They traversed the deep, winding paths heading toward the Spring Appreciation Garden. Skirting around the main peak, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the eastern peak of Qinghua sect. The Spring Appreciation Garden was situated atop this very peak. As he walked, Tang Tian noticed an increasing number of honorary disciples heading in the same direction, all presumably attending the Rare Treasures Gathering. He also observed that nearly every honorary disciple was accompanied by several other disciples, some inner disciples, others core disciples. These must be their protectors. Tang Tian's appearance drew little attention, as many had only heard of his name without ever seeing his face. Just as he was about to reach the spring appreciation garden, a young man, twirling a folding fan, approached him. Fellow cultivator, are you alone? The young man asked. Tang Tian glanced at him. He wore the same high-level honorary disciple attire, but had no guards by his side. Tang Tian gestured toward Gu Xiaoxue beside him. The young man let out an "oh" and said, I meant you have no other companions. What a coincidence, I'm alone too. How about we go together? Tang Tian fell silent, realizing this fellow didn't consider Gu Xiaoxue a person at all. He was reluctant to travel with others, but recalling that one of his purposes today was to socialize and appear less enigmatic, he eventually nodded. I am Wang Ziyu, the young man introduced himself. My name is Tang Tian replied. Hearing this name, Wang Ziyu's face lit up with astonishment. You're the famous Tang Tian, the talk of the town. Tang Tian. Talk of the town. Wang Ziyu chuckled. The purple bamboo courtyard has been empty for ages. And Da-level cultivation chambers aren't something just anyone can afford, yet you rented 2 and renewed for a year. Put it all together, and it's impossible not to be famous. Tang Tian was at a loss for words, finally muttering. I simply followed my whims. Wang Ziyu clapped his hands. Well said, followed my whims. That's the principle we honorary disciples should uphold. Unlike some who spend all day competing and trying to outshine each other like weaned babies. Tang Tian smiled. Is that so? Wang Ziyu curled his lip. You've just been too isolated. You'll see soon enough. The trio then arrived at the entrance of the spring appreciation garden. With invitations in hand, they entered smoothly. As Gu Xiaoxue had said, the garden was filled with a dazzling array of flowers. Spring had arrived, and the blossoms vied for beauty, their fragrance permeating the air, a feast for the eyes. After strolling for a while, Tang Tian finally understood Wang Ziyu's earlier remark. Along the way, he spotted several groups of honorary disciples gathered discussing trivial and peculiar topics. A window in my cave dwelling broke the other day, so I bought a water mirror. Cost me 80,000 spirit jade. What a ripoff, one side shaking his head. Another chimed in, I know. Prices have skyrocketed. I bought an ordinary gold thread silk cushion yesterday, and it cost 130,000. Tang Tian was stunned. Were they really lamenting prices? Then another group's conversation broadened his horizons. Brother, I heard you covered everyone's bill at the delicacy tower yesterday, deep in your cups, one said. Another threw his head back with a laugh. Not exactly deep in cups, just in the mood. 1 million or so as long as everyone's happy. The questioner narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then why did I hear you only put it on the tab? The other flushed red. How dare you slander me? Tang Tian shook his head with a sigh. What kind of people were these? But the third group he encountered was even more absurd. Oh sister, that little kitten in your arms is adorable. What noble bloodline does it have? Oh, it's quite ordinary. Just a trace of flower spirit blood. What about that kingfisher on your shoulder? Just an immortal bird bloodline, nothing compared to your noble one. No, yours is nobler. No, yours. Yours. Tang Tian rubbed his forehead only to find Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu looking completely unfazed. Don't you find their conversations strange? Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoxue. She blinked. Not at all. Isn't this how honorary disciples are? Tang Tian. So that was the label. Did ordinary disciples look at him the same way, like he was crazy? Of course it's strange. Wang Ziyu interjected. Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. There were normal people among honorary disciples. Flower spirit bloodline isn't noble at all. At least it should be on the level of a celestial crane, Wang Ziyu said earnestly. Tang Tian was speechless. Well, it seemed he still had a long way to go in identifying with the honorary disciple identity. That level was truly not for everyone. As if reading Tang Tian's mind, Wang Ziyu smiled. Those we just saw are the mid to low tier ones. They love pointless antics. The truly wealthy ones are much more normal. Tang Tian asked curiously, honorary disciples have distinctions too. Wang Ziyu laughed. Of course. Generally, honorary disciples fall into 3 categories. First, those who struck lucky and got rich overnight. Lacking real strength, they can't earn their desired status through normal means, so they buy it with spirit jade to secure a future for themselves and their descendants. These types tend to be scheming and rarely spend recklessly. Second, those from wealthy families, but equally lacking in strength. Their families buy them a status to avoid internal conflicts and ensure a peaceful life. These are the loafers, the ones who wander around with birds. Those we met earlier fall into this category. Third, those with wealth, strength, and background. Their reasons for buying status vary, and they usually don't cause trouble, but they're the most formidable. Tang Tian was taken aback. Even among honorary disciples there were so many distinctions. If Wang Ziyu was right, then judging by what had seen the second category, the loafers, was likely the largest. Which category are you? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu paused, then opened his folding fan with a leisurely air. I'm none of them. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds, I seek only my own ease. Tang Tian nodded. So, you're an outlier. Wang Ziyu's fan paused, then he smiled freely. Exactly, you could say that. And you, Brother Tang, which category do you think you belong to? Tang Tian smiled faintly. What a coincidence. I'm an outlier too. Ha ha ha. Tang Tian's response sent Wang Ziyu into a fit of laughter, doubling over. No wonder I felt an instant connection with you, Brother Tang. We truly are kindred spirits, ha. Wang Ziyu laughed heartily. Tang Tian smiled without a word. Being an oddball was fine too. Hopefully no one would randomly invite him to admire the moon. After all, the term oddball often signified being unsociable or capricious. Their conversation deepened, and their rapport seemed more harmonious. Wang Ziyu recounted many amusing tales about honorary disciples, giving Tang Tian his first clear understanding of this group. In short, honorary disciples were generally not those absorbed in cultivation. They were more active, leaving their mark across various walks of life. Their presence also spurred commercial growth to some extent, bringing super-sect benefits beyond just spirit jade. The spring appreciation garden was vast, and the two strolled while chatting. Some tried to invite or join them, but faced with two oddballs, they chose to keep their distance. Just as they were enjoying their solitude, a cold voice rang out nearby. Tang Tian. Tang Tian turned to see an unfamiliar young man, also a senior honorary disciple. Unlike him, the youth was surrounded by a throng of core and inner disciples. All attractive young women, no fewer than 10 flamboyantly dressed. You are? Tang Tian frowned, certain he had never seen this youth before. Shen Tu Feng. Seeing Tang Tian still puzzled, the youth's voice turned icier. Hey, just as I thought. You never took my invitation seriously. Tang Tian frowned again, still unable to recall the name. With Gu Ziox's reminder, he suddenly remembered. The one who had invited him to watch beauties dance was Shen Tu Feng. Oh, it's you. Tang Tian rubbed his chin, eyeing the man surrounded by flowers. He must spend every day watching beauties dance, doesn't he tire of it? Sorry, but I have no interest in that. Tang Tian said. Shen Tu Feng snorted coldly, saying nothing. Suddenly Gu Xiaoxue stepped forward, positioning herself before Tang Tian. Her latest golden core aura faintly emanated, shielding him. Young Master Tang, he tried to probe your body with his divine sense, Gu Xiaoxue said. Tang Tian's face darkened. Shen Tu Feng, what do you mean by this? Probing others with divine sense at will was extremely rude and malicious, an act reserved for superiors toward inferiors. After being probed several times, Tang Tian had instructed Gu Xiaoxue to intercept anyone who tried it again. Unexpectedly, Shen Tu Feng did it to his face. In response to Tang Tian's accusation, Shen Tu Feng said coldly, nothing. I just wanted to see what abilities someone as aloof as you possesses. You've rented a Dao-level cultivation chamber. Your cultivation must be progressing swiftly, right? Have you reached the 5th layer of qi refining yet? Tang Tian frowned. This guy seemed to know a lot about him. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd behind Shen Tu Feng, and realization dawned. It was Feng Fei. That explained it. Feng Fei was Lin Yu's close friend, and naturally knew his situation well. If Tang Tian still had his former talent, even with a Dao-level chamber, he'd be at most around the 5th layer of qi refining. Was this guy retaliating? Tang Tian couldn't tell, but it didn't matter. In super-sect, as long as one didn't commit a grave offense, no one could touch a senior honorary disciple. Besides, Xiaoxue was here. What I am is none of your concern. If you dare offend me again, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Tian said coldly. At the same time, Gu Ziox's aura surged, pressing down on the entire group alone. After days of cultivation, her power was nearing the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, and with her terrifying talent, she was no match for an average Golden Core cultivator. Shen Tu Feng felt the pressure too. Though displeased, he held back. This is the Spring Appreciation Garden. I don't want trouble. But I tell you, you'll pay for your arrogance sooner or later. Let's go. With that, Shen Tu Feng and his retinue bypassed Tang Tian and left. Tang Tian pondered. Arrogance. Who was truly arrogant? He couldn't fathom Shen Tu Feng's logic. But it didn't matter, as he always said. He had Xiaoxue. Once Shen Tu Feng was far away, Gu Xiaoxue withdrew her aura and returned to Tang Tian's side. Wang Ziyu glanced at her a few times before remarking, Brother Tang, your little guard is no ordinary one. I'm truly envious. Tang Tian shot him a look. Then why don't you find one for yourself? Wang Ziyu chuckled. I'm used to going solo. Besides, what danger is there in super-sect? Those who hire guards are just showing off. Of course, Brother Tang, you're different. Tang Tian was speechless. He looked in the direction Shen Tu Feng had vanished and asked, puzzled, doesn't the sect stop this? Shen Tu Feng has at least 10 young female disciples around him. Does anyone truly believe they're just guards? Tang Tian found it odd. Inner and core disciples were crucial to a sect. How could super-sect let them be corrupted by someone like Shen Tu Feng? Wang Ziyu smiled. The sect has its own considerations beyond our speculation. Look at it this way. Someone who sells themselves for money hardly deserves the sect's regard. Tang Tian fell silent. Though true, it felt like a waste. There must be some who were deceived and led astray. Among ordinary disciples, we have two informal terms, Wang Ziyu continued. Those devoted to the Tao, cultivating diligently and resisting temptation, we call pure disciples. And those who associate with honorary disciples for spirit jade, we call impure disciples. That includes guards. Tang Tian frowned slightly, glancing involuntarily at Gu Xiaoxue. Did that make her an impure disciple too? But she had never done anything impure. On the contrary, her naivety often exasperated Tang Tian. That term is ugly. Tang Tian said. Wang Ziyu shook his head with a wry smile. It is ugly, but it's the truth. No matter the reason, it shows their Tao heart is already unstable. Tang Tian wanted to argue, but found no good reason. Yes, for a true cultivator, the Tao heart was paramount. It must not waver due to hardship or other matters. Those with pure hearts would be the sect's most valued future. Meanwhile, Shen Tu Feng's face remained grim. Rejected and threatened to his face, he was deeply displeased. Feng Fei, you were right. This Tang Tian is indeed arrogant. Shen Tu Feng said. Feng Fei stepped forward and spoke softly, don't be upset. After all, he bought the purple bamboo courtyard and a Dao-level chamber in one go. A bit of pride is natural. Shin Tu-Feng snorted. So what? He's not the only one with wealth in the sect, just a lucky upstart. I sincerely invited him to the Elders' Discourse, and he didn't even remember my name. Truly, arrogant to the point of ignorance. Fang Fei lowered her head and murmured, when I delivered the invitation, I specifically mentioned you, but I couldn't even get past the gate. Shin Tu-Feng gritted his teeth. Just wait. He'll pay for this sooner or later. After a moment, he spoke again. By the way, that pure disciple you mentioned, the one about to be promoted to core, when will she arrive? Fang Fei smiled faintly. Very soon. Rest assured, he'll deliver her to you. After the incident at Shinta Peak, Tang Tian lost his desire to continue sightseeing. So they found a quiet pavilion to sit down and wait for the start of the Rare Treasures Gathering. Are there many good things at the Rare Treasures Gathering? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu waved his folding fan and said, how could you call that many? It's an absolute abundance. That place. In short, if you can imagine it, the Rare Treasures Gathering has it. Just wait and see. Tang Tian was speechless. What difference did that make? He took out a plate of fresh spirit fruits and ate while waiting. Wang Ziyu unceremoniously grabbed a handful and said, the main targets of the Rare Treasures Gathering are ordinary high-ranking honorary disciples and mid-ranking honorary disciples. With Brother Tang's wealth, you're sure to have a great time. Tang Tian curled his lip. From what you're saying, I feel like I won't be too happy today. Wang Ziyu was taken aback. Huh, why? Tang Tian didn't explain. Since it was aimed at ordinary honorary disciples, the prices of the items couldn't be too outrageous. In other words, he wouldn't spend much. How could that make him happy? After waiting for a while, the Rare Treasures Gathering finally began. Hundreds of honorary disciples gathered in a sea of flowers. At the very center of the flower sea was a beautiful fountain, and the gathering was held right in front of it. They casually found a seat and enjoyed some music and dance for a while before the gathering officially started. After a brief, unremarkable opening speech, the host presented the first treasure. 10 carp with the golden butterfly bloodline, beautiful in color and form. When mature, they can even grow a pair of golden butterfly wings. Starting price, 50,000 spirit jades each. Please feel free to bid. The host raised a transparent round container, suspending it in midair. Under the glow of various lights, the 10 carp refracted a dazzling brilliance. Soon people began bidding on different carp. Watching the enthusiastic crowd, Tang Tian asked Wang Ziyu, what are the special features of these carp? Wang Ziyu said none. They're just ordinary carp. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and then asked, then the golden butterfly bloodline. What level of spirit beast is that? Wang Ziyu smiled and said, just an ordinary mortal beast. Carp like these are specially bred by people. The main appeal is their novelty. Tang Tian was stunned. So the so-called Rare Treasures Gathering was all about that word rare. He had thought it would at least involve items related to cultivation. His perspective was too narrow after all. For most honorary disciples, cultivation wasn't really important. Novelty was what they were most passionate about. It seems Brother Tang isn't very interested. Wang Ziyu laughed. Tang Tian paused. Interest? He certainly had none. He preferred practical things. But since he had decided to walk the path of an honorary disciple, perhaps doing things that fit his persona would be better. Are they good to eat? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu was taken aback. Well, most people wouldn't spend that much just to taste their meat, would they, eh? Tang Tian smiled faintly. Then I'll start things off. He immediately announced his price. 1 million. Each. The honorary disciples, who were still bidding around 70 or 80,000, were instantly stunned. Even the host thought he had misheard and asked incredulously, young master. Are you sure you're bidding 1 million per fish? Tang Tian leaned lazily back in his chair and said calmly, I'm too lazy to haggle. He'll bid this once. Anyone who offers more can take them. The host's expression was priceless. Was that even a reason? Could anyone be that lazy? The other honorary disciples exchanged bewildered glances. These golden butterfly bloodline carp were worth at most 100,000 spirit jades. 1 million. Who would spend such a fortune on mere ornamental items? Brother Tang, you truly have guts. Wang Ziyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tang Tian said flatly, it's nothing. Just skipping a snack. Everyone was speechless. Arrogant. So arrogant. Did your snack cost 10 million? What kind of snack? Dragon liver and phoenix marrow. They knew Tang Tian was wealthy, but they never imagined he would spend money so wildly. He was on a completely different level. No one raised the bid further. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Tang Tian smoothly acquired the 10 carp with the golden butterfly bloodline. Unfortunately, the system deemed this expenditure outside the scope of normal consumption, so it didn't trigger any refunds or spending points. But it didn't matter. With Tang Tian's current assets, 10 million was practically pocket change. After this little interlude, the Rare Treasures Gathering continued. The second rare treasure was a flower with a strange, captivating fragrance that released firefly-like pollen at night. Starting price, 100,000 spirit jades. 1 million. Before anyone else could bid, Tang Tian once again raised the price tenfold. The crowd fell silent, but no one objected. It was his own money to spend as he pleased. Besides, this spectacle was far more entertaining than the gathering itself, something to brag about to their peers. Subsequently, Tang Tian bid on every rare treasure presented. Mere pocket change, he had grown tired of them long ago. However, his domineering behavior still provoked some resentment. Tuoba Feng was also present at the venue. Watching Tang Tian steal the spotlight, he snorted coldly. He can only act tough at this level of rare treasures gathering. If he ever meets a truly top-tier rich young master, let's see if he can still be so arrogant. Behind him, Fong Fei's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this, lost in thought. The rare treasures gathering proceeded. Every item the host brought out had a strong novelty factor. Their prices were mostly under 500,000, and Tang Tian effortlessly secured them all. But as the event neared its end, the prices rose somewhat. An ice silk scarf worn by the celestial maiden Ling Luo for years. Starting price 5 million. The host announced loudly, then looked at Tang Tian with a smile. Thanks to Tang Tian's lavish spending, today's gathering was their most profitable one yet. What's this thing? Tang Tian examined it. The scarf was merely woven from ordinary ice silk, yet it could sell for 5 million. Wang Ziyu turned to him surprised. You don't know? That's from celestial maiden Ling Luo. A decade ago, she was the most dazzling genius of Qinghua sect, single-handedly suppressing the entire sect. This scarf was probably worn by her for a long time before she ascended to immortality. Worn close to her neck, tucked into her clothes. You get the idea, Wang Ziyu said with a lecherous grin. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue wore a look of incomprehension. Can such things really be auctioned off? Anyone who buys it must have a screw loose, huh? But before she could finish, Wang Ziyu said, I bid 10 million. Tang Tian said, 50 million. Gu Xiaoxue was speechless. Meeting their scrutinizing gazes, she shrank back. Well, I mean that scarf must be more than it appears on the surface. Yes. Right. In the end, Tang Tian forcefully acquired the scarf of the Ling Luo fairy for an astonishing price of 50 million. To his surprise, this expenditure was acknowledged by two systems. It seems that the system is also one of those dim-witted entities. Brother Tang, let me have a look at it too. After obtaining the scarf, Wang Ziyu looked on with envy. Tang Tian readily handed it to him. Wang Ziyu took the scarf, inhaled deeply, and was engulfed in ecstasy. This scene made Gu Xiaoxue look on with disdain, instinctively distancing herself from him. Do you like it that much? Then I'll give it to you. Tang Tian smiled. This item was indeed quite peculiar. Wang Ziyu played with it for a while, but ultimately returned it. Forget it, a gentleman does not take away what others cherish, especially since it is so precious. Brother Tang, you should keep it safe. Tang Tian shook his head, casually tucking it into his clothes. The rare treasure gathering continued, and Tang Tian kept making bids, seemingly turning this event into a solo performance just for himself. Today his theme was simply one word: extravagance. Soon the gathering reached its final stage. The last treasure was presented on stage. The Yanggang Tingyun branch is a spiritual object cultivated in the land of Zhuyang. I believe everyone understands its effects. As long as you take a small section and soak it in spiritual tea, you will experience the sensation of soaring among the clouds, easily conquering the 10 beauties. The person in charge smiled slyly, and his tone made everyone burst into laughter. They all understood what he meant. Starting price, 20 million spirit jade. Such items are often very popular among the honorary disciples, so the starting price is not low. In the past, someone would have already started bidding. However, today, everyone first turned their gaze to Tang Tian, curious if he would continue to bid. Tang Tian remained calm. With the atmosphere reaching this point, how could he not make a move? He casually said 100 million. After speaking, he no longer paid attention. Everyone gasped in amazement. Such a shocking financial power made even the honorary disciples envious. The price surged fivefold in one go, causing those who originally planned to bid to give up. The Tingyun branch was a minor matter. Offending such a financially powerful honorary disciple would not bode well. After a moment without bids, the person in charge prepared to conclude this final transaction. But at that moment, a cold voice rang out. 100 million and 10 spirit jade. The crowd was immediately astonished and turned to look. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Even at this point, someone dared to compete with him. How desperate was he to acquire this item? Following the direction of the voice, Tang Tian suddenly realized it was Shun Tu Feng. No wonder he needed such a thing. Looking at the dozen or so female cultivators surrounding him, none of them were easy to deal with, and Shun Tu Feng's small frame could hardly withstand it. The Yanggang Tingyun branch might help him regain his masculine vigor. Had someone bid higher than Tang Tian at the very beginning, he wouldn't have chosen to raise his bid. But this was already the final item. If he didn't secure it, wouldn't the day be incomplete? Moreover, the opponent was Shun Tu Feng, who held animosity toward him. After pondering, Tang Tian raised the bid again, 110 million. Shun Tu Feng's expression darkened immediately as he glared coldly. Tang Tian appeared unfazed, not even acknowledging him. 115 million. Shun Tu Feng seemed determined to secure it. But how could Tang Tian give him this opportunity? He directly called out a number that left everyone in despair. 500 million. The crowd erupted. What the hell? This is insane. 500 million for a piece of Tingyun branch. Such a spending style is truly beyond our understanding. This is exactly why the big shots are called big shots. Finally, someone made a move. This kind of strong competition is much more exciting. However, Shun Tu Feng doesn't seem to be doing too well. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Shun Tu Feng's expression darkened to the extreme. Tang Tian, what do you mean? He shouted angrily. Tang Tian didn't even glance at him, casually saying, what's the problem? Shun Tu Feng retorted angrily, did you not say that if someone bids higher than you would no longer bid? Why are you going back on your word? Tang Tian replied, going back on my word. Shun Tu Feng said, exactly, you've raised the price twice already. Are you intentionally looking for trouble? Tang Tian asked, what do you mean? Shun Tu Feng frowned and said, I mean, since you've decided to bid just once, why are you competing with me over this? Tang Tian replied, yeah, why is that? Shin Tu Feng exclaimed you. The saying goes when you're too lazy to argue with a fool, the best way is to drive him mad. Indeed, Shin Tu Feng was enraged, his hair standing on end. He leaped up and landed directly in front of Tang Tian, unleashing his golden core pressure. However, as he moved, Gu Xiaoxue had already stepped in front of Lin Tian, blocking all his oppressive aura. If you can't afford it, then just can't afford it, there's no shame in that. Is it necessary to be so frantic? Tang Tian showed no sign of tension, saying calmly. Shin Tu Feng's face flushed red. Is having money that impressive? Do you really think you're that impressive? Compared to those truly rich young masters, you're nothing more than an ant. Tang Tian chuckled. You said it yourself, they are those young masters. Not you. Shin Tu Feng's expression darkened completely. He waved his hand, instructing his guards to stand in front of Tang Tian, coldly, stating, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that having money means having everything? Let's see if you can take it away today. Tang Tian was slightly taken aback, then crossed his arms and leaned back against the chair. This guy had clearly lost his mind. Today he was a guest, merely needing to pay a whether he could obtain the item was the organizer Shanchuan Garden's business. He had no need to pay any attention to Shin Tu Feng. Indeed, upon hearing this, the person in charge became somewhat anxious. Young Master Shin, what you're doing might be somewhat inappropriate. This is Shanchuan Garden, please give us some face. But at this time Shin Tu Feng was not in the mood to listen, shouting loudly, you have your face, but what about my face? Don't forget, I represent Young Master Lu's face. When Shin Tu Feng uttered Young Master Lu, the expressions of most people present changed. Even the person in charge was taken aback, not daring to persuade him further. Tang Tian frowned slightly. This Young Master Lu seemed rather formidable. But just as he was pondering, a refined voice came from afar. Since when could you represent Lu Chang'e? Shall I ask him another day? Then a young man dressed in a white long robe flew over from a distance. Beside him were several men and women dressed in core disciple outfits. However, the auras of those disciples were exceptionally profound, stronger than Gu Xiaoxue. When the white-clad youth appeared, the gathering instantly fell silent. Almost all the honorary disciples wore expressions of shock, and even Shin Tu Feng's face changed as his rage quickly subsided. The steward hurried forward and addressed him respectfully, Young Master Jingheng. Jingheng nodded slightly, then gazed at Shin Tu Feng and said coolly, I truly don't understand what Lu Chang'e sees in you. With just a few words from others you lose your composure, utterly useless. Shin Tu Feng's face turned pale, but he dared not utter a single word of dissent, repeatedly apologizing, I was out of line. Young Master Jingheng is magnanimous, I hope you won't take it to heart. Jingheng stared at him expressionlessly until cold sweat dripped down his brow, then said slowly, get lost. From today onward, don't let me see you on the East Peak again. Shin Tu Feng, as if granted a pardon, apologized once more and fled the Spring Appreciation Garden like a man escaping death. Watching this dramatic turn of events, Tang Tian stroked his chin. This Jingheng seemed to be a figure of great importance. After Shin Tu Feng left, Jingheng resumed his refined and amiable demeanor, saying to the honorary disciples present, that unpleasant incident was our Spring Appreciation Garden's fault. From now on, enjoy yourselves to the fullest. All expenses are on the house. Jingheng's natural charisma put everyone at ease. Everyone assured him it was no trouble, and the venue regained its former atmosphere, even more jubilant than before. After speaking, Jingheng took the cloud-riding branch from the steward and personally delivered it to Tang Tian. I've long heard of young Master Tang's reputation, and today I see it's well-deserved. Jingheng smiled. The earlier incident was due to our poor management, please don't take it to heart. Consider this cloud-riding branch my apology to you. Tang Tian rose, accepted the branch, and replied with a slight smile, I prefer a straightforward transaction, goods for payment. He then took out Spirit Jade and handed it over. Jingheng didn't insist further, accepted the jade, and said, Young Master Tang is truly generous. Today was rather rushed, and our hospitality was lacking. I hope you'll forgive us. You're always welcome to visit the East Peak so I can fulfill my duties as a host. His words were exceedingly courteous, and Tang Tian quickly promised to visit another time. After a few more pleasantries, Jingheng took his leave without probing Tang Tian for information or discussing any matters of interest. The principle, a gentleman's friendship, is insipid as water, was embodied to perfection in him. With Jingheng's departure, the gathering concluded, and the attendees continued to stroll through the garden, discussing the day's events. Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu returned to the pavilion and sat down. I never expected him to show up, Wang Ziyu remarked, waving his fan with a sigh. Jingheng? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu nodded. He's the most powerful honorary disciple on the East Peak, and one of the strongest in our Qingyue sect. Even the East Peak Lord treats him with utmost respect. Tang Tian was taken aback. Was Jingheng also an honorary disciple? It seemed the disparity among honorary disciples was indeed vast. If he's so formidable, why does he remain an honorary disciple? Tang Tian asked, puzzled. From what had learned earlier, he knew that being an honorary disciple wasn't a prestigious status among the sect's higher-ups, and generally meant little recognition. Wang Ziyu smiled. Remember the 3 types of people I mentioned before? Among honorary disciples, some come from illustrious families with immense wealth and exceptional personal abilities rivaling even the top core disciples. Such individuals choose to become honorary disciples for their own distinct reasons. Jingheng is one of them, and among the most elite. Tang Tian asked, so what's Jingheng's purpose? Wang Ziyu replied, I don't know. People like him operate on a level far beyond ordinary honorary disciples. But I can tell you this, on the East Peak, Jinghang's status is second only to the Peak Lord, and he even has a say in the appointment of elders. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of understanding dawning on him. It must involve matters of power. After a moment he asked, aside from him, are there others like that in the Qinghua sect? Better to clarify this lest he inadvertently stumble into trouble later. Of course there are. Wang Ziyu chuckled. Within the Qinghua sect, there are 5 great young masters and 2 esteemed ladies, all of Jinghang's caliber. They are known as East Jing, North Guan, West Du, South Peak Machan, and Main Peak Lu Tian. East Jing is Jingheng of the East Peak, North Guan is Guan Meng of the North Peak, and West Du is Du Yuanqing of the West Peak. The South Peak is the domain of the 2 ladies, Mo Xiaoxiao and Shun Sairu, who are close friends and coexist harmoniously. The Main Peak is home to Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing, 2 formidable rivals who are the strongest honorary disciples in the entire sect. Tang Tian fell silent. So many were on par with Jingheng. From the sound of it, the influence of these 5 young masters and 2 ladies seemed to dominate the entire Qinghua sect. Did the sect truly not mind allowing them to wield such immense power? There must be some underlying connection he didn't yet understand. Doesn't the sect worry? Tang Tian probed cautiously. Wang Ziyu smiled. Worry about what? Regardless, they are still members of the Qinghua sect. In gaining power, they also shoulder a significant portion of responsibility. It's a balance. The Qinghua sect isn't a traditional small sect. Its scale prevents it from being as pure as some others. The principle of guiding rather than blocking. I'm sure you understand that, Brother Tang. Tang Tian nodded slightly, gaining his first preliminary insight into the sect's operations. His only lingering question was what foundation the Qinghua sect had to not fear infiltration by hostile forces. This question might only be answered as he delved deeper. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Tang Tian recalled another matter. Brother Wang, you just said Jingheng is an honorary disciple. Then why do the guards around him seem far stronger than the Golden Core stage? When Jingheng had arrived, he was accompanied by several core disciples, but the aura they exuded was several times more powerful than Gu Xiaoxu's. Wasn't it said that one could only hire peak Golden Core disciples at most? Wang Ziyu explained, because they aren't guards at all. They hold a different status. Retainers. Tang Tian was startled. What's that? Wang Ziyu said honorary disciples and guards have an employment relationship. Guards must sacrifice some freedom and strictly adhere to the guard regulations. But retainers are different. Retainers and honorary disciples are equals, enjoying full freedom. As long as both parties reach an agreement and register at the merit hall, it's settled. A retainer's salary is negotiated privately with no sect interference. Tang Tian asked, no limits on strength. Wang Ziyu nodded. No limits on strength. If you have the ability, you could even have the junior sect master as your retainer, though that's virtually impossible. Generally, retainers are at least at the nascent soul stage. In fact, honorary disciples of your caliber, Brother Tang, often have many retainers. Tang Tian fell into thought. He hadn't expected such an arrangement. He had been wondering that once Gu Xiaoxua broke through to the nascent soul stage, he'd need to find another guard. Finding the right person wasn't easy. But now perhaps he could discuss it with her and ask her to stay on as his retainer. And it was also time to recruit a few more people. After this period of life, Tang Tian realized that having only Gu Xiaoxua as his guard was somewhat insufficient. No matter where he went, he had to bring her along. Sometimes when handling trivial matters or gathering information, she was solely responsible for everything. Although Gu Xiaoxua never voiced any complaints and performed every task with diligence, Tang Tian still felt it wasn't quite right. Gu Xiaoxua was after all merely a guard, as she couldn't possibly handle everything. Moreover, she was a prodigy of the innate sun level, and it wouldn't do to let her talents go to waste. Thus, during this time, Tang Tian had been thinking of finding a few more people to share the daily chores. Yet he was reluctant to recruit cultivators at the Golden Core realm, so he temporarily set the matter aside. However, since the sect had the status of retainers, things became much simpler. If I wish to find retainers, must I approach them personally? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu replied, personal contact is best as it allows both sides to understand each other better. But if you truly lack time and energy, you can also go to the Hall of Honor in the Merit Hall and post a notice to recruit retainers. After specifying the requirements, the sect will find suitable candidates for you. However, this method will cost quite a few spirit jades. Tang Tian felt relieved. As long as he didn't have to search personally, the spirit jades were no issue. Thank you for informing me, Brother Wang. Tang Tian clasped his hands in gratitude. Today he had learned many things from Wang Ziyu that he had never known before. Wang Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it, this is the first time I've met someone as congenial as you. If you truly wish to thank me, invite me to your purple bamboo courtyard another day. That place wasn't rented out before, so I've never actually been there. Tang Tian smiled and said, you're always welcome. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. As the marvelous gathering officially concluded, Tang Tian left the Spring Appreciation Garden and parted ways with Wang Ziyu at the foot of the East Peak. During this gathering, Tang Tian was undeniably the central protagonist. His image and style of conduct were finally revealed to everyone. A man of immense wealth, unrestrained in character, somewhat aloof and independent. This was the impression most people had of Tang Tian. He didn't mind this impression. His goal was merely to reduce the air of mystery around him. Regardless, as long as the goal was achieved, it sufficed. On the way back, Tang Tian suddenly asked, Xiaoxua, would you be willing to become my retainer? Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Tang Tian to ask this question. But I'm only at the Golden Core realm. I don't meet the standard for retainers yet. Tang Tian smiled and said, with your talent it won't be long before you break through to the nascent soul realm. According to sect rules, our employment relationship will automatically end then. So I thought it best to ask your opinion in advance. Gu Xiaoxue let out an "oh," and then said somewhat hesitantly, I haven't thought about it yet. The reason I chose to be a guard was just to earn some spirit jades to buy a nascent soul pill. So, this answer surprised Tang Tian and left him a little disappointed. He had thought that with his protagonist, Aura the girl would happily agree without hesitation. It seemed he had overthought it. Then take your time to consider it, Tang Tian said. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. However, after walking in silence for a while, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly looked up and asked, do you want me to stage? Tang Tian was startled, then smiled and said, of course. I've enjoyed spending time with you. Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head again and murmured then, after I break through to the nascent soul realm, I'll go talk to my senior sister. Tang Tian beamed with joy. It seemed his protagonist Aura was still intact. The two walked one after the other, soon arriving at the foot of the main peak. Tang Tian suddenly stopped, pondered for a moment, and said, let's go to the merit hall. They'll find a few retainers in advance, so you can focus on cultivation and break through to the nascent soul realm sooner. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently. Then they ascended the main peak and arrived at the majestic merit hall. The hall was still bustling with people, each busy with their own tasks. In the center of the hall was the Hall of Honor. After entering, Tang Tian thought for a moment, told Gu Xiaoxue to rest in the main hall, and went alone to Elder Zongyang's private room. Elder Zhong, it's been a while. Tang Tian greeted politely. Zhongyang looked up at Tang Tian, a hint of an enigmatic glint in his eyes, then smiled, and said, if it isn't our young Master Tang. You've been stealing the spotlight these days. Everyone says the sect has produced an extraordinary young master. Please have a seat. Tang Tian quickly replied. In Elder Zhong's presence, this disciple dares not claim such nobility. Then he sat down before Zhongyang. Even renting a Dao-level cultivation chamber, without hesitation. How is that not noble? I don't care for false modesty here, but just speak plainly. Tell me what brings you here today. Zhongyang said. Tang Tian dispensed with pretense and stated his intentions. Retainers. Zhongyang was momentarily surprised, then smiled, and said, what are you dissatisfied with the guard I arranged for you? Tang Tian paused, then smiled, and said, speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked Elder Zhong yet. That guard is extremely satisfactory, she is so obedient and compliant. She fulfills all my requests, meeting every need. Zhongyang narrowed his eyes. Young man, I only sent you one guard. As for certain matters, I hope you know your limits. Tang Tian quickly said, of course. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhong. Zhongyang nodded and asked, since you're so satisfied, why recruit retainers? Tang Tian chuckled and said, no matter how satisfying, one can get tired of the same thing. Besides, she's only at the Golden Core realm and still quite young. So I want to find a few with greater strength and more feminine charm. As retainers. Zhongyang shook his head and pointed at Tang Tian, saying, you youngsters have boundless energy and no sense of restraint. However, there are few restrictions between retainers and employers. Behavior is quite free. If you want to develop that further, it's up to you. Tang Tian nodded and said, naturally. Then he took out another box of local specialties and handed it to Zhongyang. This time it contained a full 100 top-grade spirit jades. Zhongyang beamed with joy, accepted the specialties, praised Tang Tian for his gratitude, and then handled the matters related to retainers. Tang Tian sat quietly, a faint smile always on his face. But in his heart he now understood that Zhongyang had indeed harbored that kind of intention when arranging Gu Xiaoxue for him. From his understanding during this time, an innate son was already among the most elite existences within Qingwei sect. Was Zhongyang unaware of Gu Xiaoxue's talent? Surely not. Then his actions must conceal some secret unknown to others. Personally pushing an innate son into a pit of fire. It seemed Qingwei sect was not a place of benevolence. Perhaps without realizing it, he had already been involuntarily drawn into some storm. Soon Zhongyang had handled all the matters. Do you have any specific requirements? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, above the nascent soul stage, and an easygoing personality will suffice. Of course, it would be best if she possesses a graceful figure as it pleases the eye. You understand. Zhongyang smiled meaningfully, then said, I'll do my best, but I can't fulfill all your requests. However, the sect is only responsible for making the initial connection. Whether you can keep her depends on you. Tang Tian nodded. It was essentially a matchmaking service. The introduction fee. Ahem, how is this charged? Tang Tian almost blurted out. Zhongyang said the information will be posted today. Starting tomorrow, people should come to you. After you find a suitable candidate, inform me, and I'll register it and remove the listing. For each person who comes, you need to pay 1 million spirit jades as an introduction fee. If you don't reach an agreement, you'll need to compensate the other party with 100,000 spirit jades for their time. Of course, if anyone tries to exploit this for profit, just inform me, and the sect will punish them accordingly. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. This rule was essentially an interview. And it was even a paid interview. That made sense. It ensured an equal relationship. Unlike the companies in his past life, which always acted superior, leaving you with a wait for our reply, whether you passed or not. Absolutely infuriating. Understood. Tang Tian nodded and took out another 100 pieces of top-grade spirit jades. He'll prepay some of the introduction fee. If it's not enough, he'll make up the difference later. Zhongyang smiled and nodded. 1 million per person, 100 top-grade spirit jades was 100 million. It was certainly enough. He didn't believe that after Tang Tian found his retainers, he would shamelessly ask for the remaining jades back. After completing all the formalities, Tang Tian left the private room and departed the Hall of Reputation with Gu Xiaoxue. On the way, Tang Tian asked Xiaoxue, "How did Elder Zhongyang find you?" Gu Xiaoxue paused, then said, "My senior sister brought him. She said I shouldn't stay in my cave dwelling all the time cultivating, but should interact with the outside world. Since I needed to earn money for nascent soul pills, she brought Elder Zhong." Tang Tian was silent for a moment before asking again, "Are you and your senior sister close?" Gu Xiaoxue smiled. "Of course. Senior sister is the personal disciple of elder uncle. Since I came up the mountain, she's taken the best care of me. She taught me many things about cultivation and sect matters." Tang Tian remained silent. Since this senior sister cared so much about Gu Xiaoxue, wouldn't she know Zhong Yang's intention in pushing Gu Xiaoxue toward him? At the very least, shouldn't she have inquired about him? What was she trying to do? Tang Tian couldn't know and had no way to guess. But he was certain that the senior sister was not as caring and concerned about Gu Xiaoxue as she believed. He let out a long breath, dispelling these tangled thoughts. "I've started looking for retainers. During this time, focus on breaking through to the nascent soul stage. We'll talk about everything else after your breakthrough," Tang Tian said. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently. Returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, they had a simple dinner, and then Gu Xiaoxue retreated to her room to begin seclusion. Tang Tian wanted her to seclude in the training grounds where there were Dao-level cultivation chambers that would make it easier. But Gu Xiaoxue insisted on staying in the purple bamboo courtyard, giving vague reasons like her room being more comfortable. Unable to persuade her, Tang Tian let her have her way. After all, before the deity transformation stage, there wasn't much difference between here and a Dao-level chamber. After Gu Xiaoxue went into seclusion, Tang Tian contacted Wang Anning of the Blissful Pavilion, asking him to bring more decoration materials the next day to furnish the remaining guest rooms. With new retainers coming soon, the accommodations couldn't be lacking. It wasn't about anything else. Tang Tian's status demanded a certain level of dignity. Having done that, Tang Tian returned to the main house, cultivating while awaiting the arrival of his retainers. The next day, Wang Anning arrived early with the same top-tier decoration materials as before. Tang Tian exchanged pleasantries, left the materials, and let the retainers decorate according to their preferences. About an hour after Wang Anning left, the first retainer came for an interview. She was an aloof core disciple with mid-nascent soul cultivation and an imposing aura. The moment she arrived, she scanned Tang Tian entirely with her divine sense. Without saying a word, Tang Tian handed her 100,000 spirit jades and told her to go back where she came from. In an equal relationship, who was she to act so arrogant? After a while, another retainer arrived. This disciple was quite polite and chatted with Tang Tian at length. But she talked too much, raising a host of reasonable and unreasonable demands, and was ultimately rejected. He didn't like troublesome people. Then came a young cultivator, but after discussion it still didn't feel right, so Tang Tian politely saw him off. The morning passed quietly. Tang Tian had interviewed 13 candidates for retainers, but still hadn't found a suitable one. Tang Tian sighed softly. He finally understood how those HR departments felt when recruiting. There were a lot of oddballs. Some clearly came for the spirit jades, having heard of his reputation. They talked about billions from the start, leaving him both amused and exasperated, so he decisively refused them. In the afternoon, candidates continued to stream in. Maybe it was the power of fame. But the crowd had its advantages. Tang Tian finally found a promising candidate. Li Hong, a core disciple, was 28 years old, and at the early deity transformation stage. He knew all the ins and outs of the sect, and could handle Tang Tian's external affairs. His conditions were simple: don't disturb his normal cultivation, and use a communication jade slip to contact him when needed. He would handle matters as quickly as possible. He would also come to the purple bamboo courtyard when Tang Tian needed him, and he was free. "You won't live here?" Tang Tian asked. Li Hong smiled and shook his head. "I prefer my own cave dwelling, even if its cultivation environment is far inferior to the purple bamboo courtyard. I know it doesn't quite fit the role of a retainer, but it's my principle. That's why no one has wanted to hire me as a retainer," he said candidly. Tang Tian nodded. He rather liked people who spoke their minds. Li Hong's conditions weren't unreasonable. Tang Tian didn't need a retinue for ostentation as long as things got done. In the end, they agreed on a monthly salary of 10 million spirit jades. The first 3 months were a probationary period. If everything went well, the salary would increase to 20 million per month after that. After all, he was a deity transformation cultivator. His price wouldn't be low. When Tang Tian asked why he didn't rent a cave dwelling with a better cultivation environment, Li Hong replied with a smile, "I train in the cultivation grounds. The cave just needs to be livable, and sometimes I don't go back for long stretches. The biggest expenses in cultivation are still pills and resources. As a cultivator without a family to support me, I have to be as frugal as possible." Tang Tian fell silent. His sudden wealth had skewed his judgment of ordinary cultivators. He had assumed places like the purple bamboo courtyard, which weren't expensive, were easily affordable. But in reality, even a genius like Gu Xiaoxue only used a top-grade profound-level spirit sword. "Welcome aboard. I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation." Tang Tian extended his hand. Li Hong shook it. At that moment, he officially became one of Tang Tian's retainers. After signing the agreement, Li Hong went to the Hall of Honor to register. It saved Tang Tian the trouble of making another trip, which was quite convenient. With Li Hong around, he could now handle some trivial matters. However, Tang Tian still needed a few retainers who could ensure his safety at all times. So the interviews continued. After meeting more than 20 different applicants as dusk approached, Tang Tian finally found someone suitable. Strictly speaking, it wasn't just one person but a pair. They were a young pair of twins, the elder sister named Lan Yu and the younger sister named Lu Zhu. They had delicate features and slender figures, yet their curves were full and pleasing. Standing together, they were a sight to behold. Most importantly, Tang Tian was fond of their personalities. They spoke few words, were concise, and got straight to the point. Moreover, both possessed strength at the nascent soul stage, which could generally ensure safety during daily outings. There was another point. Since he had specifically told Zhongyang that he intended to recruit a few beautiful women as retainers, he certainly had to fulfill that promise. This would further convince him that Gu Xiaoxue had already fallen victim to his evil deeds. In the end, Tang Tian signed them for a full year at a compensation of 15 million per person per month. Permanent retainers naturally commanded a different price from someone like Li Hong. Choose 2 guest rooms for yourselves, Tang Tian said. I have some decoration materials here, you can arrange them according to your preferences. Lan Yu glanced at Lu Zhu and then said 1 room will suffice. Tang Tian was taken aback, but said nothing but saved him a guest room after all. After taking them in, Tang Tian had no further intention of recruiting more retainers. Interviews were truly exhausting, so he informed Li Hong to handle the remaining procedures. By nightfall, after Lan Yu and Lu Zhu had settled in, Tang Tian let out a long breath and returned to his main quarters. The Rare Treasure Society, recruiting retainers, and everything done today, all ultimately aimed to create a sufficiently stable environment for his cultivation. Tang Tian always understood that in the world of cultivation all was illusory, only strength was the true foundation. Entering his cultivation chamber, he sat cross-legged, quickly entered a meditative state, and 7 rings of talent floated around his body. The small spirit vein beneath his feet emitted a faint glow, and with every breath a vast amount of pure spiritual energy merged into his body. The silver shuttlebird tail feathers around the chamber exuded an intangible natural aura, optimizing the cultivation environment to its peak. Before long, the shackles of the 11th layer of Qi refining shattered with a boom, and Tang Tian smoothly ascended to the 12th layer. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. In less than a month since his transmigration, he had broken through 10 minor realms from the 2nd layer to the 12th layer of Qi refining. Such speed might be unattainable even for a genius with 9 rings. This was entirely due to the excellent cultivation environment he had created and the support of sufficient pills, which together produced such astonishing results. Additionally, he had used enlightenment points to elevate dozens of different techniques to the level of great mastery. Although most of these techniques were of relatively low grade, they still supplemented Tang Tian's understanding of the Tao. Coupled with his many discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he was now a world apart from who he was a month ago. Still not enough, he mused. This world is vast, and there are countless prodigies who defy heaven. To become a true powerhouse, there is still a long road ahead. Consumption must continue and cultivation must never be neglected. With that, Tang Tian closed his eyes again and resumed his practice. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Tian's life returned to its previous routine, the purple bamboo courtyard and the dojo. During the day, he cultivated in the Tao-level cultivation chamber, and at night, he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard to consolidate the rapidly surging cultivation base. Meanwhile, he also set up a Tao-level cultivation chamber for the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, earning their profuse gratitude. 6 days of intense cultivation yielded terrifying results. Tang Tian seemed to change every day. Within 3 days, he reached the 13th layer of Qi refining, and after another 3 days, he had attained the great perfection of Qi refining, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. In the cultivation chamber of the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian sat with his eyes closed. The aura around him was obscure and fluctuating, and the 7 rings of talent around him trembled rapidly. Before him were several exquisite porcelain bottles, some already opened, emitting a faint fragrance. If Qin Hai were here, he would recognize them as the foundation establishment pills he had sold to Tang Tian. After consuming several bottles of pills, the spiritual energy within Tang Tian's body reached its peak. The violent energy rampaged through him, eventually gathering entirely within his Dantian. At the very center of his Dantian, a vortex spun, rapidly contracting as it rotated. The closer to the center, the denser the spiritual energy became. Some had even turned into liquid, forming fine droplets of spiritual liquid that gathered together, shimmering like starlight. When the vortex's rotation reached its limit, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth within his Dantian, and a powerful aura swept through the entire cultivation chamber. All the spiritual energy transformed from the vortex into liquid, coalescing into a shallow lake that floated silently in his Dantian, gradually calming. The 7 rings of talent around Tang Tian's body also stabilized and ceased trembling. As his aura retracted, Tang Tian opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed through them. Finally, I've broken through to foundation establishment. He let out a long breath. A month of effort had finally yielded a milestone result. The foundation establishment stage was the chasm between inner and outer disciples. Successfully stepping into it meant he had officially entered the upper echelon of Qinghua sect and formally embarked on the path of cultivation. Lin Yu was only at the peak of foundation establishment. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he completely surpassed her. Tang Tian familiarized himself with the feeling after the breakthrough. It was a leap in improvement. His overall strength was now more than 10 times greater than at the 13th layer of chi refining. That feeling of helplessness was gone. This power was intoxicating. Damn it, he thought. I must see what kind of scenery lies at the pinnacle of cultivation. In high spirits, Tang Tian set a lofty ambition for himself. Having arrived in this cultivation world with 2 systems, how could he be content without reaching the summit? He had the confidence and the means. With 2 systems at his side, the world was his. However, just as Tang Tian was brimming with adolescent bravado, a powerful aura suddenly erupted within the purple bamboo courtyard. Even inside the cultivation chamber, he could clearly sense it. Tang Tian quickly stepped out of the room and immediately pinpointed the source of the aura. It was Gu Xiaoxu's room. This girl, she's broken through too. A look of pleasant surprise spread across Tang Tian's face. A violent storm of spiritual energy formed a colossal vortex of qi suspended above the purple bamboo courtyard. At the very center of the vortex, directly below, was Gu Xiaoxu's room. A torrent of spiritual energy poured into the chamber like a gigantic funnel. Tang Tian stood still, sensing the mighty flood of qi. This commotion drew out the 2 sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who gazed at Gu Xiaoxu's small house with expressions of utter astonishment. So formidable, Lan Yu murmured softly. Far more than us, Lu Zhu echoed. Tang Tian's heart stirred, and he asked, was your breakthrough not like this? Through these past few days, Tang Tian had learned that both sisters possessed top-tier 9-cycle talents. He wanted to understand the gap between such talents and that of a child of Providence. No, nowhere near. The 2 sisters spoke one after the other. Tang Tian had grown accustomed to this manner of speaking. Hearing their answers, Tang Tian finally gained a preliminary understanding of Gu Xiaoxu's talent. It was absolutely extraordinary, defying the heavens. The spiritual energy vortex persisted for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Suddenly, a violent pulse of qi erupted from Gu Xiaoxu's room, forcing even Tang Tian to stumble back 2 steps. But then everything instantly faded into silence. She broke through. Joy surged in Tang Tian's heart as he stepped forward to the door of Gu Xiaoxu's room. Just then, the newly breakthrough Gu Xiaoxu burst out, her cheeks flushed and her face brimming with excitement. I did it. Seeing Tang Tian, she shouted overjoyed. Tang Tian smiled warmly. Congratulations. That was quite fast. I thought you'd be in seclusion for at least a month. Gu Xiaoxu approached him. I don't know either. Actually, I had just elevated my cultivation to the great perfection of the golden core stage, but for some reason the process of advancing to nascent soul was incredibly smooth, with virtually no obstacles. And then, I just somehow broke through successfully. Tang Tian fell silent. Somehow broke through. Was this the world of top-tier geniuses? Was it always like this when you advanced before? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxu shook her head. No breakthroughs used to require considerable effort. But this time it was different. It felt as natural as water flowing into a channel. I didn't even need the nascent soul pill. Tang Tian was stunned. Such a thing was possible. Shouldn't breakthroughs become more difficult at higher cultivation levels? Why was it the opposite for her? Was it due to the cultivation environment? Tang Tian pondered, but found no suitable answer. In the end, he could only attribute it to Gu Xiaoxu's extraordinary talent. Once he himself successfully exchanged for the talent of a child of Providence, he would surely understand. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he congratulated her again. Congratulations on advancing further. Now our protection agreement is automatically terminated. What do you plan to do? Gu Xiaoxu smiled shyly. Actually, during my seclusion, I thought it over carefully. The time I've spent with you has been the most relaxing days since I entered the sect. So I've decided. Gu Xiaoxu lifted her head about to finish her sentence when she suddenly caught sight of 2 other figures. Who are they? Tang Tian turned and smiled. Oh, they are our retainers recruited just a few days ago. Come, let me introduce you. With that, Tang Tian led Gu Xiaoxu to Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, and they exchanged friendly greetings. Although they were all core disciples of Qingyue sect, they had never met before, mainly because the sect was enormous. With tens of thousands of core disciples, it was impossible to know everyone. Especially for someone like Gu Xiaoxu, who only focused on cultivation, knowing all her neighbors was already an achievement. You are very skilled. Extremely skilled, said Lan Yu and Lu Zhu. Gu Xiaoxu looked them over, then glanced down at herself, murmuring, not at all. You two are far more impressive than me. Watching them greet each other, Tang Tian said with a smile, from now on we're all in the same courtyard. Let's look out for one another. By the way, you were saying you had decided something. Gu Xiaoxu let out a no. I've decided to go talk to senior sister now and see if I should continue as a retainer. Tang Tian chuckled. No need to rush. You've just broken through. Rest and settle first. Gu Xiaoxu shook her head. I'd rather go now. You? Wait for my news. Having said that, Gu Xiaoxu bowed to Tang Tian, turned, and left the purple bamboo courtyard. In such a hurry. Tang Tian found it odd. He could sense that Gu Xiaoxu's mood had suddenly become somewhat low, though he didn't know why. Could it be that time of the month? Shaking his head, Tang Tian sent the Lan sisters back to their rooms and sat down by the ancient well, awaiting Gu Xiaoxu's return. It shouldn't take long. However, just as he sat down, the courtyard's formation was opened, and a familiar figure swiftly flew back in. Forget something? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxu seemed to have reverted to her earlier state, letting out an ah. No, not at all. Just now I happened to run into senior sister passing by outside, so I've already discussed it with her. Tang Tian was taken aback. What a coincidence. He looked at her with suspicion. This girl was terrible at lying, either had to be something fishy going on. Still, he was more curious about the result. And then, what was the outcome? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue giggled. Senior sister said that I'll definitely need more cultivation resources in the future, and relying on myself alone won't be enough. So it's better for me to remain a retainer. Tang Tian beamed. See, your senior sister is very sensible. Now have a seat. Let's discuss your compensation. Gu Xiaoxue obediently sat down, then looked around and asked, where are our retainers? She subtly emphasized the word our. Tang Tian didn't notice this detail. Oh, I sent them to their rooms, the one across from yours. After all, their retainers, I can't have them trailing me all the time. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, resting her elbows on the stone table and cupping her chin in her hands, a silly grin spreading across her face. What are you grinning at? Tang Tian glanced at her, then said, regarding your compensation, hey race, what I'm thinking. Under normal circumstances, a retainer at the early nascent soul stage receives no more than 10 million spirit jades per month. But you're only 15, a special case, so I think at least 50 million would be appropriate. Moreover, your profound understanding of cultivation has been immensely helpful to me. That deserves another 50 million. Achieving nascent soul at 15 promises a brilliant future. You'll surely become a pillar of Qingwei sect, so 500 million doesn't seem excessive. Plus your talent makes me look very prestigious, so you'll set your compensation at 1 billion per month. What do you think? Any objections? Gu Xiaoxue stared blankly. It seems you've already said it all for me. 1 billion is way too much. I really don't think I'm anything special. Just treat me like an ordinary retainer. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. No way. A person's worth determines their price. It's settled at 1 billion. As he spoke, Tang Tian kept an eye on the system's reaction. To his astonishment, the system actually acknowledged this outrageously high transaction. Did it also believe Gu Xiaoxue was worth that much? Tang Tian's eyes darted. 1 trillion. A prompt immediately sounded in his mind. Please do not challenge the system's limits. Tang Tian. Fine, 1 billion it is. Let's set the term at 1 year. Come, let's sign the agreement. Under Tang Tian's insistence, he ultimately signed a 1-year retainer agreement with Gu Xiaoxue at a price of 1 billion spirit jades per month. He left the remaining procedural matters to Li Hong, sparing himself the trouble of making a personal trip. He also had no desire to see the malicious and greedy Zhongyang. After the transaction was completed, a staggering sum of 12 billion spirit jades was deposited into Tang Tian's account, and he also gained 1,200,000 consumption points. A win-win situation was truly the best outcome. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Gu Xiaoxue also appeared equally delighted. It made sense. Over 100 billion spirit jades were more than enough for a nascent soul cultivator to smoothly advance all the way to tribulation transcendence. After the mutual satisfaction, Tang Tian returned to his former routine. That very night, he used 1 million consumption points to exchange for a 7th grade physique. The Crane Immortal Physique. This constitution, like before, did not grant Tang Tian any inherited secret arts, but it endowed him with certain traits exclusive to the celestial crane. The most notable change was a heightened affinity with nature, allowing his cultivation to progress effortlessly and further accelerating Tang Tian's training speed. Within a few days, his foundation establishment initial stage cultivation had been thoroughly stabilized, steadily advancing toward the mid-stage. A few more days passed, and Wang Ziyu came to visit. Tang Tian warmly invited him in, and the two chatted about amusing incidents within the sect. Upon seeing the two sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, Wang Ziyu clicked his tongue in admiration. Brother Tang, your taste remains as impeccable as ever. Tang Tian did not deny it. The more the outside world's perception of him deviated from reality, the safer his position would be. So this is what the purple bamboo courtyard looks like, Wang Ziyu remarked with a sigh. Brother Tang, I must say you've gotten quite a bargain. Even this Nian Spring ancient well alone is worth more than the price you paid. Tang Tian was taken aback. Then why didn't anyone rent it out before? Wang Ziyu smiled and said the purple bamboo courtyard was only recently opened and few people know the specifics of what's inside. Those who do know aren't particularly interested, as they have access to better places. Besides, I doubt many realized that the Nian Spring ancient well had matured to its current state. Tang Tian stroked his chin. From what you're saying, you seem quite familiar with the purple bamboo courtyard. Wang Ziyu nodded. I heard about it by chance some time ago. This purple bamboo forest originally belonged to a man known as the Bamboo Grove Taoist. He planted every single bamboo stalk himself. He also built the purple bamboo courtyard with his own hands, and lived here in seclusion ever since. Tang Tian frowned slightly. And where is he now? Wang Ziyu let out a soft sigh. Dead. Over 100 years ago, he perished in a power struggle. Later, the Qingwei sect sealed off this place, only opening it to the public not long ago. Tang Tian fell silent. He had never imagined the purple bamboo courtyard held such a history. The Bamboo Grove Taoist must have been a man who sought no conflict, judging by the courtyard's layout. It exuded a strong sense of worldly tranquility, clearly designed for a peaceful retirement. Yet a person like that could still die in a power struggle. How lamentable. You even know about these matters? Tang Tian asked in astonishment. Through these two encounters, he had discovered that Wang Ziyu was like an all-knowing sage, able to speak authoritatively on any topic. I have a keen interest in ancient affairs, Wang Ziyu chuckled. Cultivation is also a form of life. Though it may seem transcendent, it never truly escapes the bounds of daily existence. Devoting oneself solely to arduous training robs life of its joy. Occasionally venturing out and seeing the world beyond can be a unique form of cultivation in itself. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned, never expecting Wang Ziyu to utter such a philosophically profound statement. Of course, everyone holds their own understanding of cultivation. Some relish excitement, while others prefer solitary meditation. There is no need to declare one right and the other wrong. One need only focus on their own path. By the way, Brother Tang, are you interested in witnessing the sect's upcoming grand event in a couple of days? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian was puzzled. What grand event? Wang Ziyu shook his head. You truly are oblivious to the world outside your door. The first inner disciple assessment of the year is about to begin, and I hear it will be quite intense. Didn't you know? Tang Tian was taken aback. He genuinely had no idea. The Qingyue sect's inner disciple assessment occurs 4 times annually, once at the end of each season: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This is one of the most anticipated events in the Qingyue sect. During such times, numerous elders and disciples gather to watch, partly for entertainment and partly to scout for any promising genius disciples worthy of attention. They represent the future of the sect. At this thought, Tang Tian recalled that his current status in the sect was still that of an outer disciple. After breaking through to foundation establishment, he could participate in the inner disciple assessment. Not interested, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu asked, noticing Tang Tian's silence. Tang Tian smiled and said, I'm not particularly fond of crowds, but you're right. Occasionally stepping out can be a unique form of cultivation. Wang Ziyu grinned. Exactly. What's the point of staying cooped up at home all day? Though those disciples are only at foundation establishment, watching them spar can be quite entertaining. Who knows, you might even spot some promising talents for yourself. Tang Tian rubbed his nose. In that case, I'd be the one being watched. Wang Ziyu was speechless. Indeed, Tang Tian had decided to participate in the inner disciple assessment himself. Although his status as an honorary disciple had already granted him a position far surpassing that of inner disciples, he harbored an inexplicable obsession. Honorary titles were mere illusions. Only the identities of inner and core disciples were tangible and real. I apologize, I wasn't aware of your true strength, Wang Ziyu said awkwardly. Tang Tian smiled and waved it off, then inquired about the specifics of the upcoming assessment. The Qingyue sect's inner disciple assessment is divided into 5 major zones: the east, west, south, and north peaks, along with the main peak, each independent of the others. This is due to the overwhelming number of participants. Separating them makes the process more manageable. For future core disciple competitions, however, all participants will be gathered together. Tang Tian's residence is at the foot of the South Peak, so if he participates, he will be assigned to the South Peak zone. The content of the assessment changes annually. According to Wang Ziyu, the South Peak's spring assessment this year is called the Banner Capture Battle. A vast area has been designated and various types of banners have been scattered throughout the zone. As long as participants successfully protect their own banner before the assessment ends, they will pass the test and be promoted to inner disciples. There are 4 types of banners: bronze banner, silver banner, gold banner, and king banner. Any banner can secure a promotion to inner disciple, but different banners come with different additional rewards. The bronze banner offers the least, while the king banner provides the best. Moreover, the better the banner you obtain, the more the sect will value you. You might even be taken in as a direct disciple by a powerful elder on the spot. Wang Ziyu explained. Tang Tian nodded silently. Such rules effectively separate the strong from the weak, and the process is bound to be fiercely competitive. Do you have any goals, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu asked with a smile. Tang Tian thought for a moment and inquired, are special methods allowed? If money could solve the problem, then anything was negotiable. If not, he would simply settle for a bronze banner, just enough to pass the assessment. Wang Ziyu understood Tang Tian's implication and fanned himself as he said, the rules prohibit forming groups. However, I believe that with sufficient reward, there will always be brave souls willing to take risks. But Brother Tang, be prepared. There is only one king banner, and without paying a sufficient price, obtaining it will be quite challenging. Tang Tian burst into laughter. That's fine. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Wang Ziyu chuckled in response. He could already envision the scene that would unfold during the upcoming inner disciple assessment. 4 days later, the first inner disciple assessment of the year commenced with fervent intensity. It was a rare grand gathering drawing inner disciples, core disciples, various honorary disciples, and elders alike. All were eager to witness which exceptional prodigies would emerge this time. At dawn, within the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian awoke early, washed and dressed, then summoned Gu Xiaoxue and the Lanyu sisters. He also sent a message to Li Hong before departing the purple bamboo grove. As he ascended the southern peak, disciples of Qingyue sect walked alongside him, most heading to watch or participate in the inner assessment. The assessment venue on the southern peak was a dense forest behind the mountain. When Tang Tian arrived, a sea of people had already gathered. Above the crowd, 10 colossal luminous screens floated, displaying different areas of the forest from various angles. Young Master Tang. Li Hong had arrived earlier, having compiled a wealth of information about the assessment, rules, participant strengths, observing elders. Every detail was meticulously organized. Over 1,700 disciples from the southern peak were taking the assessment, but based on yearly pass rates, only about half would succeed. The number of flags deployed reflected this. 800 bronze flags, 100 silver flags, and only 10 gold flags. And the Supreme King's flag, just 1. Li Hong added. In total, there were only 911 flags, meaning only that many would become inner disciples. Are special interference tactics allowed? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong replied. The The rules don't specify except that forming groups during the assessment is prohibited. Anyone caught grouping will be disqualified. Tang Tian pondered a moment, then said, "Spread the word for me. Whoever helps me obtain the king's flag and yields it to me at the end, 1 billion spirit jade." Li Hong's eyes widened instantly. "Young Master Tang, are you sure? 1 billion spirit jade will drive the foundation establishment disciples wild." Tang Tian curled his lip. "Whether they go wild doesn't matter much. I'm only concerned whether this will displease the elders and get stopped." Li Hong frowned, thinking for a moment. "No. It's not explicitly forbidden by the rules. Moreover, once this is done, the battle will intensify, allowing the elders to better discern the true strength of participants. So they likely won't intervene." Tang Tian nodded. He thought so too, and Li Hong omitted one point: such a bounty could also reveal certain disciples' character. This was beneficial for the elders. As for fairness, sorry, the world was inherently unfair. As long as their interests weren't touched, no one would object. "Let's do it," Tang Tian said. Soon Li Hong went to spread the news. Before long, a stir arose among the crowd. Many people mid-conversation suddenly wore incredulous expressions and cast glances toward Tang Tian. He sat leisurely, unconcerned about the magnitude of the waves his actions caused. This was precisely what his status demanded. If he had relied on his own strength to fight tooth and nail with other disciples, people would have found it strange. After a moment, a familiar figure approached. It was Wang Ziyu. "Brother Tang, what a bold move. 1 billion spirit jade. The disciples are going mad, already scheming how to claim the king's flag." Wang Ziyu sighed. Tang Tian smiled faintly. With so many people competing, would be too troublesome. Just a little snack money. Wang Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. "Don't mention snacks again. It's too demoralizing." Tang Tian chuckled and invited him to sit nearby. How did the elders react? He was still concerned about this. Wang Ziyu pursed his lips. What reaction could they have? They're eager to add more excitement to the event. "But this will make you thoroughly famous on the southern peak. No one has ever casually tossed 1 billion spirit jade during an inner disciple assessment." Tang Tian smiled and said nothing, as such a reputation was fine to establish. Then the two chatted, and Wang Ziyu introduced the important figures present. "That white-bearded old man is the Southern Peak's Grand Elder Yun Shochi at the peak of Tribulation Transcendence. He usually handles all major and minor affairs here." Wang Ziyu said. Tang Tian looked over. Yun Shochi sat at the highest point, resting with closed eyes, exuding immense authority, with several other elders seated around him. But just as Tang Tian looked, the elder suddenly opened his eyes and cast an indifferent glance in their direction. Tang Tian quickly averted his gaze. Such an ancient monster had incredibly keen senses. "Head's fine. Elder Yun seems stern, but he's highly principled. As long as you don't violate sect rules, he won't bother," Wang Ziyu said with a smile. Then he pointed elsewhere. "That one in black is Mo Xiaoxiao, one of the Southern Peak's 2 heiresses. She has a peculiar temperament, unpredictable. Best to keep your distance on ordinary days." Tang Tian glanced over. Mo Xiaoxiao, dressed in a black dress, sat alone on a large protruding rock. Below the rock stood several other black-clad cultivators, likely her retainers. "And the other?" Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu said, "Chun Sairu rarely appears. Mo Xiaoxiao handles external matters. Don't underestimate them. When the 2 heiresses unite, even Lu Chang'e has to show them some respect. Their status on the southern peak is nearly on par with Elder Yun's." Tang Tian exhaled. These figures were among the top echelons of Qingyue's sect, not to be trifled with. After chatting for a while, the inner disciple assessment finally began. Tang Tian stepped into the participant ranks, but no matter where he stood, he remained the sole focus of the day. "That 1 billion spirit jade is mine." Someone even shouted their goal aloud. But he was soon covertly marked by many gazes, designated as the primary rival in today's assessment. With Grand Elder Yun Ziyuki's announcement, the assessment officially commenced. The 10 colossal luminous screens above displayed different scenes, each representing a distinct area of the forest. Then at the presiding elder's command, Tang Tian and over 1,000 other participants surged into the dense forest before them. As all the contestants entered the dense forest, their figures immediately appeared on the light screen. "I wonder who will stand out this time. I wonder who will seize the top prize this time. Truly, each grand assembly brings forth its own heroes," someone remarked with a sigh. But he soon received many peculiar glances. "What are you sighing about? Leaving the past aside, is there any suspense today about who will claim the royal banner? That's 100 million spirit jade. What a pity. Why did I pass the assessment last year?" He sighed repeatedly. But someone immediately laughed. "Stop your lamenting. Even if you joined this assessment, the royal banner wouldn't fall to you. I truly wonder how someone who advanced with a bronze banner has such confidence." The crowd buzzed with discussion. The impact of 100 million spirit jade was immense. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu were also intently watching the scenes in the forest, searching for Tang Tian's figure. Suddenly Lan Yu asked softly, "Why is young Master Tang doing this? He clearly has enough strength." During this time, Tang Tian often sat with them, discussing the Tao, and sometimes they exchanged cultivation insights through practical combat. They were well aware of Tang Tian's true strength. At the foundation establishment stage, few could rival him. Faced with this question, Gu Xiaoxue pondered for a moment and said, "He's actually quite low-key. Though he seems flashy, spending hundreds of millions at a stroke, he's very reserved in certain matters." Lan Yu thought it over, but couldn't grasp what this statement truly meant. Tang Tian low-key. She seriously doubted her understanding of the word. Anyway, he has his own way of doing things. We just need to mind our own business and not jump to conclusions, Gu Xiaoxua said. Lan Yu nodded. This much she could comprehend. Gu Xiaoxua let out a soft breath. These two sisters, though older and stronger, always unconsciously treated her as their leader, seeking her advice on many matters. She truly wondered why. But soon she set aside those thoughts, for Tang Tian's figure had already appeared on the light screen. In the forest that blotted out the sky and covered the sun, Tang Tian advanced leisurely. The forest was vast, but the banners placed were not few, making the search not too difficult. He planned to casually grab a banner first, lest any unexpected bounty leave him without even the qualification to advance. After strolling for a while, Tang Tian keenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of Taoist energy emanating from within a large tree ahead. Quite easy. Tang Tian stepped forward, brought his two fingers together, and gently swept. A piece of bark from the tree slowly slid off, revealing an ancient bronze banner. It was indeed a bronze banner. Mission accomplished. Tang Tian reached out and took the bronze banner. However, the moment he retrieved it, a cold voice came from behind. Put it down. That's mine. Tang Tian turned around to see a woman with a stern face glaring at him icily, her foundation establishment Cultivation deliberately unleashed without restraint. Tang Tian was not overly surprised by this situation. There were always those not tempted by wealth, or those with a clear self-awareness knowing they couldn't ultimately fight their way through. But he hadn't expected someone to confront him so soon. I got it first, Tang Tian said with a faint smile. The woman snorted coldly. This isn't about who came first. Tang Tian shook his head. Then name your price. He preferred not to clash with others over such things. But the woman grew even colder. Don't think having some dirty money makes you special. Cultivators speak through strength. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The woman's tone reminded him of someone else. Lin Yu, do you truly believe you can take the banner from me? Tang Tian's patience began to wane. The woman snorted. I've seen plenty of your kind. Besides having some filthy lucre, you're worthless in every other way. A pack of good for-nothings. He'll say this one last time, give me the banner, or you'll be eliminated early. During the assessment, life or death duels were permitted. The elders outside watched closely, and if a contestant's life was in danger, they would teleport them out. Of course, that also meant the disciple was eliminated early, failing the advancement. So that's your thinking. Tang Tian's tone also turned cold. This woman in essence was just picking on the weak, and she believed Tang Tian was such a soft target. In that case, you'll be the one eliminated first. With that, Tang Tian struck without warning. His figure instantly appeared before the woman, a large hand reaching directly for her head. The woman was utterly horrified. She hadn't even seen Tang Tian move. In a panic, she raised her longsword and thrust it at Tang Tian, trying to defuse the immediate crisis. Tang Tian didn't even flinch. Accustomed to sparring with geniuses like Gu Xiaoxua, the woman's movements seemed to him like a child's brawl, full of openings and devoid of any technique. With a light flick of his finger, he sent her longsword flying into the depths of the forest. Then unimpeded, his other hand seized her slender neck, lifting her bodily into the air. A good for nothing. Tang Tian's hand gradually tightened. The woman's face bulged with veins, her eyes were wide, filled with disbelief and terror. So not all honorary disciples were so easily crushed. Just then a vast, imposing aura descended from the heavens, enveloping the woman's form. Tang Tian felt a shift within and released his grip. Immediately a flash of light passed, and the woman's figure vanished. Right on time. Tang Tian shrugged. If it had been any later, what was teleported out would have been nothing but a corpse. This was for the best. It spared him from another reputation of being bloodthirsty and cruel. Securing the bronze banner, Tang Tian resumed his leisurely demeanor, continuing his idle wander through the forest. In the myriad realms, a flash of light passed, and the woman's figure appeared before the crowd. After being revived by an elder, her face full of shame and indignation, she left the venue without looking back. This Tang Tian does have some skill. He didn't go all out, otherwise the opponent wouldn't even have had a chance to resist, several elders discussed among themselves. The disciples outside were also buzzing with heated talk. Haha, that one tried to pick on a soft target, but hit an iron wall. Did she really think Tang Tian was a good for nothing? He's not the type to barely scrape together 50,000 spirit jade to buy a basic honorary disciple status. Ignorant and foolish. With a net worth in the hundreds of millions, anyone can be forged into a powerhouse. If not top tier, certainly no slouch. People marveled at that disciple's naivety. But it was merely a minor interlude. The assessment continued. Finally, after about half an hour had passed, someone cried out in surprise. The royal banner has been found. Everyone quickly turned their gaze. After the brief interlude, Tang Tian encountered no further adversaries targeting him specifically. Many who recognized him instinctively chose to take a detour. Some individuals even approached, offering to protect his safety. Tang Tian flatly refused. According to the rules of the flag-snatching battle, forming private alliances would lead to immediate disqualification. He had no intention of being eliminated for such a trivial reason. After some time, Tang Tian noticed numerous disciples rushing in a single direction. Stopping one to inquire, he learned that the sole royal flag had been discovered. Let's take a look. Following the crowd, Tang Tian arrived at a gentle valley. The area was sparsely wooded with a wide view, and over 100 participating disciples had already gathered. At the center of the valley lay a shallow pool of crystal-clear water. A lotus bloomed atop it, and above the lotus a flag embroidered with two divine dragons fluttered in the wind. Several disciples exuding formidable auras surrounded the pool, yet none dared to make the first move. Tang Tian found a spot with a good view and leisurely observed the scene. Tang Tian is here. Someone soon spotted him. The crowd stirred restlessly. His presence instantly altered the atmosphere. Everyone, this stalemate is pointless. More people will arrive soon. Let's decide the ownership of the royal flag now. A lean youth by the pool spoke loudly. And how do you propose we decide? A man in blue robes replied in a subdued tone. The lean youth said, to put it bluntly, we're all here for that 100 million spirit jades. That's no small sum. Instead of fighting to the death, why not let me take the royal flag first? After we get the jades, we can split them evenly outside. How about it? Trust me, I won't go back on my word. As he finished, a burly disciple burst into laughter. Trust you? I'd sooner believe a pig can climb a tree. If you take the jades and deny it later, who will we complain to? The lean youth, unruffled by the mockery, replied sarcastically, oh, is that so? Then hand the royal flag over to you. You'll keep it safe for everyone, right? The burly disciple was taken aback, but dared not accept the task. Everyone harbored ulterior motives. Who could guarantee they wouldn't be besieged after claiming the flag? No one believed the lean youth, and no one dared to seize the flag. Once again, the valley fell into deadlock. Tang Tian shook his head. If this stalemate continued, more disciples would flock here, making the flag capture even harder. Just then a black shadow flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the royal flag at the pool's center vanished. Stop him. The crowd immediately noticed him. The lean youth and the burly disciple struck simultaneously, unleashing a powerful force that forced the figure down to the ground. Others rushed forward, surrounding the newcomer. Only then did they see clearly. It was a woman clad in black attire. Hey, that's unsportsmanlike, said the lean youth. With so many people here, you try to sneak away with the 100 million spirit jades? What are you thinking? The woman in black, her expression cold, snorted. I care nothing for spirit jades. My sole purpose is to claim the royal flag. You want to fight? Then let's fight. Flag in one hand and sword in the other, she showed no fear even when surrounded by dozens. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. So there was a rare soul who was different. It was to be expected. Some people were not swayed by wealth, but only pursued their ideals. It didn't matter. As long as he didn't have to act, the royal flag wasn't a must-have. A good show was enough. Outside, the spectators were buzzing with discussion. Who was that? Such a cool young lady. Nia Wushuang. She joined last year, one of the top outer disciples, extremely formidable. I've heard of her. She achieved foundation establishment in just 4 months and possesses remarkable combat strength. Many ordinary inner disciples are no match for her. But the others are no pushovers either. Facing so many alone is too difficult. She acted too impulsively. Opinions varied. Yet undeniably, Nia Wushuang's move had successfully captured everyone's attention, including the elders who now fixed their gazes upon her. Back in the valley, battle was imminent. Put down the royal flag. This is your last chance, the lean youth shouted sternly. To everyone's astonishment, Nia Wushuang, without a word, charged directly at the lean youth. Her long sword swept horizontally, its immense power causing the youth's face to change color. Are you insane? He yelped, hurling 2 circular blades that clashed violently, with the sword sparks flying in all directions. Though the blades were soon repelled, the lean youth managed to evade. Simultaneously, others joined the fray, unleashing various spiritual tools and techniques that sealed off all her escape routes. Despite her exceptional prowess, the others were not idle. Anyone daring to target the royal flag had their own tricks. Under the relentless assault, Nia Wushuang was quickly pushed into a dire position, gasping for breath. Within mere moments, numerous wounds appeared on her body, and her face turned pale. If this continued, she would be forced to withdraw soon. Reluctantly, Nia Wushuang chose to abandon the royal flag. But as she let go, she hurled the flag with immense force, sending it flying over the crowd toward a distant hillside. The crowd immediately changed targets, chasing after the flag. A dazzling array of tactics unfolded as everyone vied to claim the flag. Chaos reigned supreme. Standing on high ground, Tang Tian watched leisurely, clicking his tongue in admiration. The top disciple's skills were indeed far superior to the female disciple who had tried to snatch his bronze flag earlier. Though their mastery of techniques still had many flaws, they had essentially reached the proficient level, with some even approaching minor accomplishment. Their rich combat experience made the battles quite thrilling to watch. Whenever someone grabbed the royal flag, the others would immediately unite to besiege them, and the flag would change hands in an instant. Then came another round of siege and melee. The flag drifted from hand to hand, never staying with anyone for long. What a spectacle! Worth the 100 million. Tang Tian chuckled, enjoying the show. But at that moment, a cluster of dark green vines sprouted at Tang Tian's feet, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, the vines spread upward, entangling his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. Tang Tian never expected that while he was leisurely cracking melon seeds and watching the show, he would inexplicably be ambushed by someone. That person was quite cunning, using a type of spirit grass seed, whose nature concealed its aura, silently creeping its way to Tang Tian's feet. Then, driven by the art, the seed burst forth violently, trapping Tang Tian securely. Tang Tian's gaze dropped slightly. Who is this? What do they want? As he pondered, a small, thin figure emerged from the ground at his feet. Young Master Tang, sorry about this. This was a youth with a baby face, now grinning slyly with a look of having pulled off a trick. What do you want? Tang Tian asked, showing no signs of nervousness. The youth laughed. To catch you, of course. Don't think about resisting. This is goldenrod tan. Once it fully encircles you, even a foundation establishment latest-stage cultivator can't break it by force. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets. Tang Tian smiled and said, with your strength, why not compete for the king's banner? What use is trapping me? You won't gain any benefit. The youth retorted, how not? You are the absolute center of attention in today's banner war. If I successfully capture you, I will also gain the elders' notice. Isn't this much easier than fighting for the king's banner? I don't have absolute confidence in snatching it from so many people. Tang Tian understood, so this was his plan. It was indeed clever. If he could eliminate the instigator himself, he would regardless become the talk of the town for the next while. But, so you're certain you can have your way with me, eh? Tang Tian asked with a smile. The youth curled his lip. Can't deny that rich young masters like you often have considerable skill. So I've been setting this up since you arrived. The spots where I sowed the goldenrod tan aren't just this one. Tang Tian was taken aback. This kid was young, but had a meticulous mind. No wonder he hadn't noticed the goldenrod tan's presence at first. What a pity. Tang Tian shook his head. The youth was startled. What's a pity? Tang Tian laughed. Your methods are indeed good, ensnaring others without them noticing. If it were an ordinary disciple, they would have been finished. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong target. The youth froze. Suddenly his expression shifted dramatically, and he formed a strange hand seal, surging his spiritual energy. Yet what he dreaded still happened. If I'm not mistaken, the art you used is a type of wood summoning technique. Coincidentally, I've also learned this spell. Tang Tian spoke calmly, and as he talked, the goldenrod tan, binding him, began to untwine on its own, soon falling away and swaying gently around Tang Tian. The youth's face was flushed crimson as he desperately tried to wrest back control of the goldenrod tan, only to find his every effort futile. That's why I said what a pity. Tang Tian slightly raised his hand, and all the goldenrod tan immediately turned coiling towards the youth, quickly binding him completely. The situation was instantly reversed. Tang Tian manipulated the vines to snake into the youth's clothes and retrieve a golden banner. You've got some skill indeed. You even found a gold banner. Tang Tian chuckled. The youth's face was red. The struggle for control had nearly reversed his chi flow. Seeing the situation was hopeless, he finally deflated. I was overconfident. Young Master Tang, I only wanted more attention. I meant you no harm. Please be magnanimous and don't eliminate me, okay? Please, I beg you. Seeing his pitiful state, Tang Tian couldn't help but laugh. This kid truly embodied knowing when to yield. The moment he realized things had turned, he pleaded for mercy without a second's hesitation. Such a person was hard to feel any desire to destroy utterly, but at least some punishment was in order. Tang Tian took the gold banner and then stuffed the bronze banner he had previously acquired into the youth's clothes. Since you know how to read the room, I want to eliminate you. But for now, keep an eye out nearby. If anyone else tries to ambush me, let me know. The youth nodded frantically upon hearing this. No problem, absolutely no problem. As long as you let me off, I'll do my utmost to ensure your safety. Tang Tian said wryly, just a heads up is enough. I wouldn't want the elders to think we're forming a private faction. With that, he slightly raised his hand, causing the goldenrod tan to loosen from the youth and revert into a few golden green seeds. Then he confiscated the youth's tools of the trade. These things weren't cheap. The youth's face was full of pain, but he said nothing more and obediently took on the duty of lookout for Tang Tian. After asking Tang Tian, learn the youth's name. Gongqi. Having dealt with this matter, Tang Tian turned his gaze back to the main spectacle at the center of the lake. By then the battle there had reached its climax. More and more disciples were gathering, joining the fray. Yet, Niao Wushuang, the lean youth, and others who had initiated the great battle had disappeared from the main battlefield. Some were severely injured and unable to fight, while others, seeing the impossibility of winning, had simply left. There was no choice, the fighting was too intense. Everyone was like a madman, unleashing their full strength. The king's banner changed hands repeatedly, never settling with one person. This spectacle also thrilled the outside spectators. Haha, I've never seen such an intense battle. So worth coming today. All thanks to Tang Tian. If he hadn't offered that bounty of 100 million spirit stones, it would never have gotten this crazy. Don't the elders mind? But the more intense it is, the happier the elders are. This is how you truly filter out the strong. The disciples discussed heatedly. And indeed, that was the case. The elders watched the great battle, exchanging evaluations, a far cry from the usual scene. A few also noticed the earlier incident with Tang Tian and nodded, saying, young as Gongqi is, he still has some strategy. Too bad his luck is terrible. Tang Tian's mastery of the wood summoning technique is even deeper than his. The elders had sharp eyes and immediately saw the root cause of Gongqai's defeat. Just as they were discussing, a sudden cry of surprise rose from the crowd. What's going on? The king's banner seems to have vanished. What happened? Who took the king's banner? People looked astonished. Amidst the fierce melee, the king's banner had suddenly disappeared, yet no one noticed who had taken it. Inside the valley, the same thing occurred. People were fighting when they suddenly realized the object of their struggle was gone. Who is it? A burly, bald-headed man roared savagely, blood still dripping from his forehead. But everyone looked at each other. Seemingly none of those present had taken it. Damn it, which sneaky rat was it? Was it you? You look like no good. The burly man targeted a youth with a rather shifty-looking appearance. The youth flared up, shouting, stop your baseless accusations. I suspect it was you playing the thief crying thief. The burly man's gaze hardened, and he attacked directly. Other disciples also began to suspect each other, quickly devolving into another melee. But this time it was true chaos. The king's banner never reappeared. Tang Tian glanced over the chaotic scene before him, fixing his gaze on the distant dense forest, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. The chaotic battle continued, yet after half a day of fighting the king's banner had not reappeared. Some had chosen to give up, withdrawing from the fray to seek other banners in the remaining time, and thus pass the assessment. The onlooking disciples also dispersed one after another. Without the king's banner, the battle here had lost its meaning. Young Master Tang, will you still wait? Gongqi asked cautiously. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then said, forget it. Since that person has gone into hiding, it's unlikely they'll reappear. You should go too. In the future, remember to prepare more thoroughly before choosing your opponents. Gongqi, feeling as if pardoned, expressed his thanks repeatedly before vanishing in a flash. Tang Tian shook his head, cast another glance at the chaotic battlefield, then turned and drifted away. Time passed swiftly, and soon the assessment was nearing its end. Still no one knew where the king's banner had gone. Everyone awaited the conclusion of the assessment, curious to see who this formidable figure truly was. Deep within the dense forest, in a place thick with shrubs, nestled in the crevice between two boulders, sat a shadowy figure. It was Niao Wushuang. Her face was pale, with faint traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating she had suffered considerable injury. In her arms, a corner of a banner peeked out, emitting a faint golden glow. It was the king's banner. As the assessment time drew to a close, Niao Wushuang finally allowed herself a hint of relief. Just then, however, a voice sounded before her. It's the illusion spirit art, isn't it? I never expected you to cultivate it to the great perfection stage. Truly impressive. Under Niao Wushuang's wary gaze, Tang Tian's figure slowly emerged. You saw it? Niao Wushuang frowned, asking with disbelief. Tang Tian nodded. The illusion spirit art was a yellow-grade supreme technique. When cultivated to perfection, it could transform into various spiritual entities, making it difficult to discern truth from illusion without close inspection. In the chaos of the earlier battle, no one paid attention to a spiritual sword of unknown origin. Thus, Niao Wushuang smoothly obtained the king's banner, then used the illusion spirit art again to slip away from the battlefield, retreating far into the distance. When you first struck, you had already planned the subsequent moves, didn't you? After pretending to be injured and withdrawing from the battle, even if suspicion arose, it would be hard for anyone to point the finger at you. Truly clever, Tang Tian remarked. Niao Wushuang's expression was complex. She had never imagined that her seemingly flawless scheme would be seen through so clearly by Tang Tian. Wasn't he just a pleasure-seeking honorary disciple? What do you want? Niao Wushuang asked coldly. Tang Tian chuckled and said, my goal is the same as yours, the king's banner. Shouting so loudly, but ending up empty-handed. That's quite embarrassing. Hand the king's banner to me, and he'll still consider your bounty fulfilled. 100 million spirit jades. Niao Wushuang frowned deeply and said resolutely, impossible. I only want the king's banner, no matter how many spirit jades you offer. Tang Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to remain so steadfast even now, but he was determined to have the king's banner. I'm not negotiating with you, Tang Tian said. In your current state, do you think you can still hold onto the king's banner? I have a gold banner here we can trade. Whether you want the spirit jades or not is up to you. Girl, you wouldn't want to be eliminated just before the assessment ends, would you, eh? Niao Wushuang fell silent, as if engaged in a final mental struggle. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from her body, and dozens of blades materialized out of thin air, encircling Tang Tian and thrusting toward him. A sharp glint flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. The space around him seemed to freeze. The blades were exceptionally sharp, yet they could not breach the invisible barrier. Niao Wushuang stood frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? She exclaimed. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Tang Tian smiled faintly, waving his hand to shatter all the blades. He'll take this as your final decision. Then he raised his hand slightly, and an irresistible force wrenched the king's banner from Niao Wushuang's arms, landing it firmly in Tang Tian's grasp. I trust that the elders have already taken note of your performance. Until we meet again. With that, Tang Tian vanished in an instant. Niao Wushuang's expression was complicated. She had thought everything was foolproof, never imagining she would fall at Tang Tian's hands. This was something she had never anticipated. This young master seemed indeed different from those pleasure-seeking honorary disciples. As she pondered, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping her body, and moments later, she disappeared from the spot. The assessment had officially ended. When Tang Tian reappeared in the outside world, a dazzling golden light immediately enveloped him. Then the king's banner in his hand was drawn by a powerful force, flying toward a stone stele outside the dense forest. The king's banner was planted atop the stele, and Tang Tian's name emerged beneath it. Next, the names of those disciples who had obtained gold and silver banners appeared below Tang Tian's. Just as expected, Tang Tian got the king's banner. How did he manage that? How else? Someone must have gotten it and traded it to him privately. Oh, listen to that sour tone. If you're so capable, why don't you offer 100 million spirit jades as a bounty? The disciples buzzed with discussion. Though the assessment process had been somewhat unexpected, the result was still within predictions. After all, few could resist the temptation of so many spirit jades. Congratulations on your triumphant return, Brother Tang. Upon his return, Wang Ziyu said with a smile. Tang Tian shrugged. A minor hiccup, but overall it went smoothly. Wang Ziyu laughed. Your name is now thoroughly established on the South Peak. But even if you obtain the king's banner, I doubt the elders will seek you out. Those old Stakinthamuds pride themselves on being above worldly things and look down on us honorary disciples. Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, no matter. It's just for fun. He had no interest in being taken as a personal disciple. Having more spending points would suffice. After a brief chat, Tang Tian prepared to leave. Just then a woman in a black dress blocked his path. Tang Tian, I've heard much about you. The woman was tall, nearly matching Tang Tian's height, and carried an air of authority in every gesture. She was Mo Xiaoxiao, one of the two heiresses of the South Peak. Is something the matter? Tang Tian frowned. Mo Xiaoxiao said, you reside in the purple bamboo courtyard, so you are considered a member of the South Peak. If you encounter any trouble outside in the future, just mention my name. Tang Tian was speechless. Damn, was she always this domineering. Thank you. He didn't know what else to say. Wasn't this their first meeting? Mo Xiaoxiao, however, showed no surprise and continued. You've only recently become an honorary disciple, so you are not yet familiar with the dynamics of the 5 peaks. In a month, the main peak will host an exchange meeting among the 5 peaks. You should come as well. Tang Tian fell silent again. But Wang Ziyu beside him seemed extremely excited, subtly urging Tang Tian to agree. All right, Tang Tian said. But how do I get there? Don't I need an invitation or something? Mo Xiaoxiao replied indifferently, just mention my name. With that she turned and left. Tang Tian was stunned. Was her name really that powerful? As he watched in amazement, Mo Xiaoxiao departed with her entourage. Among those behind her, Tang Tian spotted a familiar figure, Niao Wushuang, who had just finished the assessment. You are strong. If the opportunity arises, I look forward to a fair fight with you. Niao Wushuang left these words before following Mo Xiaoxiao into the distance. Tang Tian rubbed his nose. Birds of a feather flocked together indeed. The two of them seemed cut from the same mold. Shaking his head, Tang Tian also left with Gu Xiaoxue and the others. The 5 Peaks Exchange Gathering. What is that? On the road, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu. Had it not been for his timely interjection, Tang Tian might not have agreed so readily. This is the highest level disciple assembly of Qingyun sect. Wang Ziyu exclaimed with fervor. The 5 gentlemen and 2 young ladies will all be present. Moreover, the young sect leader and all the renowned core disciples of the highest echelon will also gather here. Ordinary individuals cannot even qualify for entry. For you to receive a personal invitation from Mo Xiaoxiao places you above 99% of Qingyun sect's disciples. Observing his excitement, Tang Tian said helplessly, you still haven't explained what this gathering is actually about. Wang Ziyu elaborated, the 5 gentlemen, the 2 young ladies, and the young sect leader collectively represent the supreme leadership among Qingyun sect's younger generation. Entering this circle signifies that you have truly stepped into the top tier of Qingyun sect. The matters they discuss shape the future of the sect. Once you participate, your horizons will broaden completely, and what you encounter will be utterly different from now. Tang Tian curled his lips. It sounded in essence like entering high society. This was many people's dream, but Tang Tian's ambition lay elsewhere. He only sought to grow stronger, everything else was illusory. Still, it doesn't seem very appealing. I'd rather spend that time cultivating. Wang Ziyu was stunned, staring at Tang Tian for a long moment before sighing. You truly are more eccentric than I am. Others flock to such places, yet you show no interest, thinking only of cultivation. Then why did you choose the identity of an honorary disciple? Tang Tian gave an awkward smile, but offered no explanation. His choice of honorary disciple had been a reluctant one. At that time his cultivation was too weak, and without this protective status he would have been plagued by all sorts of troublesome people. I'll forget it. Nothing can be forced. Wang Ziyu sighed. To be honest, the content of the gathering itself isn't all that interesting. It's just a bunch of people chatting, albeit about high-end topics. The only thing worth seeing is the merit presentation assembly, where a group of big shots show off their wealth. A rare spectacle. Tang Tian abruptly halted. Showing off wealth. Wang Ziyu nodded. Every year at the 5 Peaks Exchange Gathering, there's a merit presentation assembly. The big shots use spirit jade to purchase sect merits. Jing Heng, Mo Xiaoxiao, Lu Changge, and others all make their moves. Their generosity is beyond ordinary imagination. It's like a clash of immortals. Tang Tian fell silent. Such a thing existed. What are sect merits? Tang Tian asked again. Wang Ziyu explained. It is the highest honor in Qingyun sect. The more merits one has, the greater their contribution to the sect. Why else do you think Jing Heng and the others wield so much power? It's all bought with spirit jade. But those people operate at a level far beyond us with little relevance to our concerns. If you truly don't want to go, then don't. Tang Tian was silent. He had thought buying status with spirit jade was audacious enough, but Qingyun sect had devised a way to buy power with spirit jade. Was it not afraid of power imbalance? From Wang Ziyu's words, the spirit jade required for sect merits was undoubtedly no small amount. If it could trigger the consumption system. Go? Why not? Tang Tian suddenly declared loudly. Such a rare opportunity to broaden my horizons and truly enter the upper echelons. How could I miss it? Brother Wang, your perspective needs improvement. Wang Ziyu, what the hell? Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? I spent ages persuading you, and you weren't interested. How did it suddenly become my narrow-mindedness? He was baffled, wondering if he had said something that misled Tang Tian. Ahem. Tang Tian coughed dryly and asked, can one bring retainers to the gathering? Wang Ziyu nodded yes. As long as you have the right to attend, you can bring anyone. But it's generally not advisable to bring too many. The attendees are all of high status, and bringing a crowd can seem rather petty. Don't worry about safety. With the young sect leader present, no one dares cause trouble. Tang Tian nodded. All right. Then Brother Wang, would you be interested? We'll go together. This fellow knew too much, a veritable know-it-all. Bringing him along would certainly be convenient. Upon hearing the invitation, Wang Ziyu beamed with joy. I've been waiting for you to say that. They chatted as they walked, parting at the foot of the southern peak, agreeing to attend the Five Peaks exchange gathering next month. Afterward, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Having passed today's assessment, he was now officially an inner disciple of Qingyan sect. But this status meant little to him. He neither needed elders to explain techniques, nor the specialized training facilities for inner disciples. Consider it fulfilling a small obsession. Back at the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation routine. It wasn't ascetic, but it was diligent and earnest. His 7-cycle talent, coupled with the blessing of the immortal crane physique, allowed his progress in the foundation establishment stage to rival that of his chi refining days. In just half a month, he broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. This speed astonished Lan Yu and the others, who admitted their own cultivation pace at that time was far slower. Yet 2 days later, even Tang Tian was stunned. Gu Xiaoxue, who had broken through alongside him, had also advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. That was the nascent soul realm. The spiritual energy and Tao comprehension required far exceeded those of the foundation establishment stage. How did you do it? Tang Tian was tempted to study her from head to toe. Was the talent of a child of innate destiny truly this terrifying? Gu Xiaoxue said shyly, I don't know. When I broke through to mid-golden core, it took me 3 months. And now somehow I've reached mid-nascent soul. Tang Tian was speechless. This was too boastful. Your nascent soul cultivation speed was on par with my foundation establishment, and you call it somehow. Truly, what exactly is your talent? Tang Tian asked. Just a child of innate destiny. Gu Xiaoxue said, when I joined the sect, the elder tested me. He said if all goes well, I could achieve transcendence before 30. The sudden acceleration might be due to the environment of the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian scoffed. Environment, my foot. We all live in the same courtyard, and I don't feel that. Could Gu Xiaoxue's chamber be special? Perhaps. Tang Tian shook his head, quickly dismissing this dangerous thought. She was only 15. He couldn't be that beastly. After much thought, it must be her talent. Perhaps the child of innate destiny possessed such traits. He needed to acquire more consumption points to experience the thrill of rocket-like cultivation himself. As if hearing Tang Tian's lament that afternoon, an old acquaintance arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard. Qinhai. Qinhai's arrival instantly dispelled the resentment within Tang Tian's heart. Long-lost consumption points. And this time Qinhai did not disappoint Tang Tian. He brought a large quantity of 7th grade and higher pills, heavenly treasures, as well as earth-grade cultivation techniques and spiritual artifacts, all packed into a spatial ring of considerable capacity. After tallying up the total amount, it came to over 230 billion. Betting your career again? Tang Tian teased. Qinhai quickly waved his hand, smiling as he said, no. After our last transaction, I have gained the trust of the headquarters, and the resources I can allocate have expanded by dozens of times. These are all carefully selected by me. I hope you will like them, young Master Tang. Tang Tian nodded and said, you've gone to great trouble. But next time there's no need to be so selective. I accept almost everything here. Just bring them all. Let's trade using the same method as before. Qinhai beamed with joy. Young Master Tang is as generous as ever. The total price for this batch of resources is 237.9 billion. Given the enormous amount of your purchase according to regulations, I can offer you a 5% discount. So you only need to pay a total of 226 billion. Tang Tian rubbed his chin. I can get a discount. Qinhai chuckled, of course. For a major client like you, the Golden Jade Hall has many preferential policies. Tang Tian let out an, oh, and then asked, can I get an 80% discount? Qinhai was stunned. Young Master Tang, have I done something wrong? He thought he had offended Tang Tian in some way, which was why Tang Tian spoke like that. But the truth was not what he imagined. I'm serious. Can you give me an 80% discount? Since you went to the trouble of coming here, I can pay a premium. Tang Tian said earnestly. Qinhai was caught between laughter and tears. Young Master Tang, trading with you is my duty. It's not about whether it's troublesome or not. Moreover, the Golden Jade Hall has no such rule. If I were to trade like this, I wouldn't be able to explain myself when I return. Tang Tian nodded in disappointment. All right, forget the 80% discount. And don't give me any 5% discount. I dislike discounted items the most. Let's just go with the original price. He had hoped to raise the price within the system's permissible range, but it was a pity. As you wish. Though he didn't understand Tang Tian's reasoning, Qinhai still opted for the original price transaction. The customer is king. Besides, it was a sure profit. Refusing would be too tactless. After several rounds of trading, all the resources along with the spatial ring entered Tang Tian's pocket. Qinhai breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, this was a massive amount of resources. If he hadn't sold much, it would have been hard to report back to headquarters. The transaction was completed smoothly. Tang Tian's net assets soared to 260 billion, and his consumption points reached over 23 million. Both the 8th-cycle talent and the 8th grade physique could be exchanged simultaneously. By the way, among these resources, why is none above the 7th grade, and the highest cultivation technique is only Earth grade supreme? Doesn't the Golden Jade Hall have anything better? Tang Tian asked. Xinhai was taken aback, then explained. Young Master Tang's 7th grade Supreme and Earth grade Supreme are already the best resources before achieving transcendence. 8th grade and above as well as heaven grade are resources used extensively after becoming an immortal. They are nearly impossible to utilize before transcendence. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Was that really the case? It made sense. Low-level cultivators were still in the nascent stage of understanding the Tao. Even with top-tier resources, they might not be able to fully utilize them. Unless there were certain exceptions, but most resources followed this rule. Just like the cultivation chambers at the Tao field. A Qi refining cultivator training in a basic chamber would achieve almost the same effect as in a Tao grade chamber with negligible improvement. But was Tang Tian concerned about usability? He only cared about availability. Just tell me, does the Golden Jade Hall have such items, and do you sell them? Tang Tian said. His sudden dominance and boldness left Xinhai stunned for a long while before he replied weakly, yes, and we do sell them. However, the higher the grade, the greater the price range. Are you sure you need them? Tang Tian said slowly, just bring them. 8th grade, 9th grade, or even true immortal grade. If you have them, I can afford them. It'll allow you one last doubt about my financial capacity. Xinhai repeatedly agreed, secretly wiping a cold sweat. He always tried his best to estimate Tang Tian's wealth, but each time he found he had been too conservative. It seemed he truly had to go all out to secure resources from headquarters next time. It was time to bet his career again. The feeling was truly too thrilling. Rest assured I will do my utmost. Xinhai declared loudly. Moments later he vanished from the purple bamboo courtyard. That evening in the main house's cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged surrounded by 8 rings of talent. His cultivation speed had increased once more. It was estimated that in about a month he would successfully break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Such a breakthrough speed would make even a child of innate talent shake their head in awe. In addition, Tang Tian used the remaining 10 million consumption points to exchange for an 8th grade physique, the golden-winged rock body. And this time he also obtained a secret inheritance technique. Devour Spirit. This technique granted him the ability to devour spiritual substances. When using pills for auxiliary cultivation, he could completely dissolve them, transforming them into the purest heavenly energy for rapid absorption by his body. Moreover, he could devour other heavenly treasures. Tang Tian even tried chewing an Earth-grade Supreme spiritual sword, converting it into spiritual energy and sharp intent that merged into his body. It was utterly astonishing. In short, the golden-winged rock's inheritance technique expanded Tang Tian's diet, converting more into spiritual power and other Taoist cultivation. Tang Tian also discovered that combining it with the green python secret art yielded even better results. Thus, even with only 8 cycles of talent, his cultivation speed was no less than that of geniuses with 9 cycles or more. He just didn't know exactly how it compared. For instance, Gu Xiaoxua. Forget it, she was a freak who couldn't be judged by normal standards. Who cultivates faster as their realm increases. She was definitely a freak. Amidst these scattered thoughts, Tang Tian slowly entered a meditative state. Under the influence of the 8 talent rings, his cultivation steadily progressed. Half a month passed swiftly. Through diligent cultivation, Tang Tian had firmly established his mid-foundation establishment realm, continuously advancing toward the late stage. In addition, he had mastered dozens of different techniques, and in terms of understanding and insights into the Tao, he was no less than that little prodigy Gu Xiaoxua. Sometimes during their discussions on the Tao, he could point out several details she had overlooked, which made Tang Tian feel utterly refreshed. However, this girl had an incredible learning ability and was not lagging in her growth at all. Tang Tian often complained that she was too competitive and should relax and rest more. After saying that, he dove headfirst into the cultivation quiet room, going all out in his practice. In such an atmosphere of cultivation, even the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu found themselves motivated to work hard, rapidly improving their strength. Although they had only 9 rings of talent, there seemed to be some mysterious connection between them, allowing their cultivation speed to surpass that of ordinary 9 rings, and their comprehension of the Tao was also exceptionally smooth. I'm really floating, even my 9-ring talent has turned into only. Tang Tian silently mocked himself. Today was the day of the 5 Peaks Exchange Conference. The people of Zizhu Courtyard rarely let go of their competitive spirit and started playing games under the old locust tree. They were playing a game called picking Tao cards in pairs, working together to attack another pair, requiring profound understanding of the Tao and seamless cooperation. Tang Tian was paired with Gu Xiaoxua, while the sisters Lan Yu teamed up together. The loser had to stick a note on their face. Before long, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxua already had curtain notes hanging on their faces. While their comprehension of the Tao was deeper in terms of synergy, they were far from the Lan Yu sisters, who seemed to share a single brain, their coordination flawless, making it difficult for Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxua to find their bearings during the later stages. What the heck? Did your eyes grow on your backside? I clearly used the fire Tao, and you just sprayed water at me. If you want to kill me, just say it. Another round found them at a great disadvantage, and Tang Tian couldn't help but complain. However, in this game concerning victory and defeat, Gu Xiaoxua did not back down at all, shouting, I laid out the water Tao from the 3rd step. You couldn't even see that. I even hinted at you in the last step, yet you countered and annihilated me. You're the one who is my enemy from my past life. Tang Tian coldly huffed, realizing through the hint that he had indeed overlooked Gu Xiaoxua's setup. But he couldn't easily admit his mistake. One could die, but one's pride must remain intact. You're such a pig teammate, no wonder we can't win. Gu Xiaoxua shot back, you're the pig teammate. Being your teammate is like having the worst luck for 8 lifetimes. The two of them exchanged barbs, and each tore off a strip of paper sticking it to their foreheads. Let's go again. Tang Tian, unwilling to concede, wanted to continue the battle. However, at that moment the formation outside was triggered. Waving his hand, Tang Tian dispelled the formation, and a familiar figure walked in. It was Wang Ziyu. Brother Tang, the Five Peaks Exchange Conference is about to start you. Before he could finish, the appearance of Tang Tian and the others stunned him. What are you all doing? Tang Tian hurriedly tore off the paper from his face, approached him, and awkwardly chuckled. It's nothing, just playing a game. Wang Ziyu looked at the three with a strange expression, then glanced at Tang Tian and whispered, Brother Tang, are you alright? With 3 enchanting beauties, you're just playing this kind of game. After all, he's a person connected to Lu Chang'e. Having the qualification is normal. He looked at Tang Tian up and down, seemingly doubting Tang Tian's certain capabilities. Tang Tian cleared his throat twice. I had too much meat, so I occasionally need some vegetables to balance it out. By the way, I was waiting for you. Let's go to the exchange conference. He quickly changed the subject. The main reason was that so many people playing poker together could get their accounts banned. Then they quickly tidied up the battlefield and left Zizhu courtyard. This conference seems a bit different from usual. There are more participants this time. What's different? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu shook his head. It's hard to say, but I feel it has something to do with the 100-sect war. Tang Tian responded with a sound of understanding. In this past month, although he had been cultivating at the Taoist temple and Zizhu courtyard, Li Hong outside had not been idle, gathering a wealth of information for him. He finally understood some basic details about Qinghua sect. Qinghua sect was established over 400 years ago, making it a relatively new sect. However, it did not rise from scratch. It rapidly emerged with the support of another more powerful sect. This sect is called Yunding Tianfu. It is a super-sect with genuine immortals possessing vast and boundless influence, and is extremely powerful. From a certain perspective, Qinghua sect is merely a subsidiary sect beneath Yunding Tianfu. This revelation solved a long-standing doubt in Tang Tian's heart. Why could Qinghua sect by status and identity without worrying about power shifts? With such a colossal entity as Yunding Tianfu present, the so-called power struggles within Qinghua sect were, to put it bluntly, just children playing house. As long as Yunding Tianfu stands firm, even if the power structure of Qinghua sect completely changes, it would not be a big deal. If anyone dares to disobey, they can just be replaced. This is the oppression of absolute strength. And the 100-sect war that Wang Ziyu mentioned earlier is actually a disciple promotion conference held every 5 years for all the subsidiary sects under Yunding Tianfu. Any disciple who achieves outstanding results can be promoted to Yunding Tianfu, entering a broader stage. However, this 100-sect war has little to do with Tang Tian. Because the event has very strict participation standards, the first requirement is that it does not accept honorary disciples. Upon hearing this news, Tang Tian remained silent for a long time, ultimately letting out a long sigh acknowledging fate. But he quickly came to terms with it. After all, he only needed to consume points, and as long as he could spend freely, it didn't matter where he was. There's just over a year left until the 100-sect war. The young master will definitely say something about it. Wang Ziyu said. Tang Tian nodded, but did not comment further. Let him talk, but has nothing to do with me. His only purpose today was that so-called merit conference. If he could successfully trigger system returns, he must rack up a significant amount of consumption points. As they chatted, the group ascended the main peak and arrived at the conference venue. They were nearing the peak, where pavilions and waterside pavilions stood amidst swirling celestial mist resembling a fairyland. Just as Tang Tian was about to enter, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Shinta Feng. He also came to attend the exchange conference. Seeing Shinta Feng stroll in smoothly, Tang Tian expressed his surprise. Wang Ziyu chuckled. See, I told you it would be lively today. There are many more people here. Tang Tian rolled his eyes. If even these ordinary folks can enter, I suddenly feel that this qualification isn't that precious anymore. Wang Ziyu looked embarrassed. Don't say that. After all, he is connected to Lu Chang'e, so it's normal for him to have qualifications. But don't underestimate this exchange conference. Because of him, many honorary disciples might not be inferior to you. Mo Xiaoxiao's name really works wonders. Tang Tian remarked in amazement after entering. The guard at the gate had just been standing there with an arrogant look on his face. But the moment Tang Tian uttered Mo Xiaoxiao's name, the guard immediately put on a fawning smile and courteously ushered them inside. The contrast was stark. Isn't he afraid we might be imposters? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu chuckled and said, something like that did happen before. Someone used Mo Xiaoxiao's name to swindle people. But within a few days they all vanished without a trace. After that, no one dared to impersonate her anymore. Tang Tian felt a chill run down his spine. That guy was truly a decisive and ruthless character. He seemed like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. Actually, the top-tier figures are all pretty much the same, Wang Ziyu said. They wield immense power, command vast forces, and possess nearly boundless wealth. None of them are ordinary. Unless you have considerable backing, it's best not to provoke them lightly. Tang Tian shrugged. I never go out of my way to pick a fight. He wasn't stupid. If he charged around like a reckless hothead trying to take on everyone he met, he'd have ended up wrapped in a burial shroud long ago. The two chatted as they walked into the main venue. It was a vast garden with exquisite scenery. Even the plants and trees exuded a faint hint of Tao aura, far surpassing a place like Shanchuan Garden. They arrived relatively late, and the garden was already filled with people, some seated, some standing, all chatting and laughing. Tang Tian pricked up his ears and thankfully didn't hear any of that nonsensical talk about, "You're so noble." Instead, everyone was discussing fairly serious matters. Many of them exuded a powerful presence, and their retainers were mostly extraordinary as well, clearly people of high standing. Still unable to blend in, Tang Tian found an empty pavilion and sat down with Wang Ziyu and the others. "When does the merit recognition assembly start?" Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu looked at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "What's the rush?" The merit recognition assembly is the final event held at the end of the exchange meeting. Before that, the junior sect leader will give a speech, and then the guests will mingle. After that, there are several events: retainer martial arts, core disciple martial arts, free challenges, and a treasure trade. Tang Tian's ears perked up. "Treasure trade? What's that?" Wang Ziyu explained. "It's like the rare treasures fair at Shanchuan Garden, but this time the focus is on treasures. The quality and prices are on a whole different level." Tang Tian slammed his hand on the table, startling Wang Ziyu. "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? If I'd known about the treasure trade, I wouldn't have hesitated for a second. This exchange meeting is totally worth it." Whether the merit recognition assembly would trigger the system was still uncertain, but the treasure trade was definitely within the bounds of normal transactions. Wang Ziyu was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "Brother Tang, your focus is always so different from everyone else's. The treasure trade is just a small part of the exchange meeting. The main event is the exchange of information and Tao techniques. That's the real highlight." He really couldn't keep up with Tang Tian's train of thought. Tang Tian pursed his lips and said, "All right then, tell me, what are those martial arts events all about?" Seeing Tang Tian's indifferent expression, Wang Ziyu rubbed his forehead and said, "The retainer martial arts is a competition of Tao techniques among the retainers recruited by honorary disciples. The core disciple martial arts is specifically for pure disciples to compete, and the free challenges are battles between retainers and pure disciples. Those are the most intense and exciting. These events are mainly to assess the combat strength of the current core disciples and to prepare for the upcoming 100-sect war." Tang Tian lounged with his legs crossed, saying nonchalantly, "Still doesn't seem to have much to do with me. Fighting was nowhere near as satisfying as spending lavishly and quietly racking up consumption points." Wang Ziyu shook his head and asked, "Brother Tang, don't you want to advance further and pursue studies at the Cloudtop Celestial Academy?" Tang Tian was taken aback. "I thought honorary disciples weren't eligible for the 100-sect war and couldn't advance to Cloudtop Celestial Academy." Wang Ziyu explained, "Honorary disciples can't get in through the 100-sect war, but there are other ways. The sect has very clear requirements for the advancement of honorary disciples. First, you must contribute to the sect and accumulate enough contribution points. Second, you need to have at least 3 retainers who successfully pass the 100-sect war and enter Cloudtop Celestial Academy. No matter your cultivation level or how long it takes, as long as you meet these 2 conditions, you can advance." Tang Tian was stunned. He really hadn't known about this. It must have slipped Li Hong's mind when he was gathering information, since he wasn't an honorary disciple himself. If that was the case, Tang Tian didn't have a strong obsession with advancing, but if the opportunity arose, it was worth striving for. After all, it was a much bigger stage. At the very least, the opportunities and levels of spending would be far greater than in Qinghua sect. "How many contribution points do I need?" Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu said 1,000. "There are many ways to earn contribution points, participating in sect construction management, and so on. But the most straightforward method is through merit recognition. 10,000 spirit jades for 1 contribution point." Tang Tian blinked. "That's it." Wang Ziyu laughed. When talking about matters at this level, spirit jades usually refer to supreme grade spirit jades. Tang Tian let out an "oh" and started calculating. 10,000 supreme grade spirit jades equaled 100 billion low grade spirit jades, and 1,000 contribution points meant a total of 10 trillion. That was no small sum. His current wealth was only a little over 200 billion. It seemed there were plenty of wealthy people out there. 10 trillion was still manageable for him though. But the retainers? At most, Tang Tian only had 4 retainers, none of whom were top tier, and he had no immediate plans to expand his team. The next 100-sect war was just over a year away. He wondered if he could find a few suitable candidates before it began. Where could he find them? After thinking for a while, Tang Tian cleared his mind of distractions. Well, he'd take it step by step. First, he'd go back and ask Xiao Shui and the others if they were willing to participate in the 100-sect war. If not, he'd look elsewhere. If they were willing, he'd find ways to boost their cultivation even faster. Tang Tian believed that as long as he threw enough money at the problem, he could create a solution even when none seemed to exist. As he pondered, the garden grew increasingly crowded. Before long, the exchange meeting officially began. Guided by an attendant, Tang Tian entered a magnificent hall. The hall only permitted 2 companions. He instructed the Blue Jade sisters to wait outside, and entered with Xiao Shui and Wang Ziyu. The hall was exceedingly spacious with over 100 seats arranged in various positions. Tang Tian casually chose a seat at a moderate distance, and sat down with Xiao Shui and the others. Soon the hall was filled with people. Most sat with closed eyes in meditation, and even those who spoke did so in hushed tones, each bearing a solemn demeanor. After a moment, several imposing figures entered through another entrance and took their seats at the foremost positions. Mo Xiaoxiao was among them. Apart from her, Jing Hung, a familiar face, sat adjacent to Mo Xiaoxiao at the far left. Chen Saira didn't come today. Wang Ziyu whispered, you should know Jing Hung and Mo Xiaoxiao. The other four are the four young masters. The one in the blue robe to Mo Xiaoxiao's right is Lu Chang'e, one of the two strongest young masters in the sect. To Lu Chang's right is Tian Yangxing, who is on par with Lu Chang'e. This fellow has a rather violent temper. You must be cautious when dealing with him. To Tian Yangxing's right is Du Yuanqing of the West Peak, the youngest young master with immense wealth. The one on the far right is Guan Ming of the North Peak, who is more mature and steady with deep resources and extensive connections. He introduced them to Tang Tian one by one. Tang Tian committed their appearances to memory, realizing that in a sense these individuals represented the pinnacle that honorary disciples of Qinghua sect could attain. What about the seat in the middle? Between Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing, there was an empty seat, yet to be occupied. That is of course reserved for our young master Yunkang. Wang Ziyu chuckled. No matter how others rise and fall, the highest position for the younger generation will always belong to the young master. Tang Tian nodded. This was befitting of a young master status. Before long, a young man in a simple gray robe entered from outside and sat directly in the central seat. This was Tang Tian's first time seeing the sect's young master. He was somewhat different from what Tang Tian had imagined. Yunkang appeared exceptionally ordinary. If placed among common folk, he would seem no different from a mortal. As he spoke, a faint, gentle smile perpetually graced his lips, devoid of the stereotypical arrogance. In short, he exuded an exceedingly gentle aura. Can he truly command so many prodigies and young masters? Tang Tian pondered silently. With the young masters seated, the gathering was officially declared open. Greetings to all fellow cultivators. First, I thank you all for coming. Each of you is an indispensable pillar of our sect. As members of the same sect, we should unite and work together to create a more harmonious and conducive environment for cultivation. As Tang Tian had anticipated, Yunkang spoke unhurriedly, his voice warm and smooth, as jade, his tone exceptionally gentle, like a spring breeze caressing one's face. Yet everyone in the hall, including the few young masters, sat with solemn dignity and focused attention, listening intently, without a trace of impropriety or disrespect. The young master's authority was in no way diminished by his affable nature. The content of Yunkang's speech was largely what Wang Ziyu had described. The primary focus was the battle of 100 sects scheduled for a little over a year hence. At that time, over 100 subordinate sects under Yunding Heavenly Palace would dispatch their most outstanding core disciples to engage in a pinnacle battle among prodigies. Those who excelled would be selected to enter Yunding Heavenly Palace for deeper cultivation. Because Qinghua sect was relatively newly established, its performance in previous battles of 100 sects had been dismal, often ranking near the bottom. However, ever since Yunkang became the young master over the past 2 decades, Qinghua sect's achievements had risen sharply, reaching an upper middle position. This was almost a miracle. Among the subordinate sects of Yunding Heavenly Palace, there were many great sects established over 1,000 or even several thousand years ago. To triumph over them was a testament to Qinghua sect's exceptional prowess. At this point, Tang Tian began to grasp why Yunkang, despite his unremarkable appearance, commanded such profound respect from others. Accomplishing such a miracle was surely no simple feat. The discourse was lengthy, yet it did not bore the audience. No one felt drowsy. Yunkang's words were concise and incisive. He offered positive appraisals of core disciples, honorary disciples, and retainers, and painted a bright vision for the future. I believe that with the joint efforts of all of you, our sect will surely ascend to even greater heights. Yunkang concluded. With those words, he departed the hall. Mo Xiaoxiao and the several young masters also left, one after another, followed by the gradual dispersal of the remaining attendees. Exiting the hall, Tang Tian let out a long breath. Since arriving in this world, this was his first experience of a leadership meeting. What's wrong? Wang Ziyu asked. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. Nothing. It's just different from what I imagined. I thought a gathering of the younger generation would be more lively. In truth, he was being understated. He had once envisioned gatherings of young disciples to be like those in the Spring Appreciation Garden, where people gathered to compete and show off, with overturning tables and throwing stools being normal occurrences. It will get lively later. Wang Ziyu, not grasping Tang Tian's meaning, said the young master and the young masters with their high status and positions naturally won't act like ordinary disciples. When the martial tournament begins, it will be the stage for others. That will surely be more interesting. Tang Tian nodded, preparing to leave with the Blue Jade sisters. Just then a figure in blue blocked his path. It was Lu Chang'e. You are Tang Tian. Lu Chang's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Is there something? Lu Chang'e said, a month ago, I heard you had a misunderstanding with one of my subordinates, leading to some unpleasantness. I hope you won't take it to heart. As the young master said, unity and cooperation within the sect are the path to progress. Let the grievances between you end here. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned, having anticipated a confrontation. He hadn't expected Lu Chang'e to come seeking to resolve the conflict. However, although Lu Chang's tone was polite, his words carried an air of finality that left Tang Tian feeling slightly uneasy. But it was a trivial matter, and he hadn't dwelled on it. It's fine. I've already forgotten, Tang Tian said. Lu Chang'e nodded. Good. With that, he turned and left with his subordinates and retainers. Tang Tian spotted Shun Tufeng among them. Yet what surprised him more was that Fang Fei, whom he hadn't seen in over a month, was also there. She seemed no longer with Shun Tufeng, but rather standing closer to Lu Chang'e. Tang Tian frowned inwardly. This did not bode well. He was also astonished at the means Fang Fei had employed to attach herself to a figure as prominent as Lu Chang'e. She was indeed quite calculating. After Lu Chang'e left, Wang Ziyu asked in astonishment, why did he suddenly come to see you? That little matter shouldn't have required his personal involvement, should it? Tang Tian shook his head without speaking. Yet a suspicion formed in his mind. Fang Fei. An unexpected encounter with Lu Chang'e and the sight of Fang Fei made him rein in his relaxed demeanor. If Fang Fei had truly latched onto Lu Chang'e's coattails, it would hardly be a favorable turn of events. After all, the enmity between them ran deep. Yet after a moment of deliberation, Tang Tian swiftly cast the thought aside. As long as he did not leave Qingyue sect, he would face no grave peril. Moreover, he now belonged to the southern peak with Imo Xiaoxiao by his side. There was nothing to worry about. Once the young sect leader's discourse concluded, Tang Tian, accompanied by Wang Ziyu and Xiao Shui, made their way to the area designated for honorary disciples. The retainers' martial assembly was about to commence. Tang Tian was eager to gauge the prowess of those retainers preparing for the 100-sect war. He casually found a seat, and soon spirit fruits and fragrant tea were served. The service was impeccable. Yet as he waited, Tang Tian noticed that while some honorary disciples were accompanied by retainers, others stood alone, devoid of any subordinates or attendants. Why was that? Tang Tian voiced his confusion to Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu explained the disparity among honorary disciples is vast. The three categories I mentioned earlier are merely general terms. Some seek benefits for their descendants, others aim to elevate their status within Qingyue sect, and still others serve external clans or families. Those aspiring to ascend to Yunding Celestial Palace are but a minority. After all, whether accumulating contribution points or nurturing 3 prodigies, neither is an easy feat. Tang Tian suddenly understood. Indeed, contribution points aside, entering Yunding Celestial Palace through the 100-sect war was exceptionally arduous. There were far too many prodigies. First, participants in the war must be core disciples under 25. Second, their cultivation must be at least at the nascent soul stage or above. Strictly speaking, only those at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and beyond stood a chance to distinguish themselves and ascend. Such prodigies, even among core disciples, were 1 in 10,000. After a brief chat, the crowd had largely assembled. Soon some dispatched their retainers to engage in Dao techniques exchanges on the arena before them. Tang Tian observed several bouts. The combatants were indeed formidable. The retainers who took the stage were mostly above the nascent soul stage with a shot at achieving results in the upcoming 100-sect war. Their auras were powerful, their Dao techniques profound, and their strikes were both fierce and methodical, truly the elite among elites. Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu, still at the nascent soul stage, were far from their match. Yet they were young, especially Gu Xiaoxue, who was not yet 16 and possessed a far brighter future. After watching for a while, Wang Ziyu rose and left, saying he wanted to see how the core disciples were faring. There was an unending rivalry between honorary and core disciples. Pure disciples looked down on those who chose to become retainers, believing it compromised an unyielding Dao heart. Honorary disciples in turn thought them inflexible for spurning superior resources. Both sides clung to their views, refusing to yield. Tang Tian, however, had no interest in such conflicts. People could choose as they pleased. If pure disciples looked down on him, he would simply avoid them. It was no big deal, and he had no intention of fawning over them. Thus he chose not to accompany Wang Ziyu, lounging leisurely to enjoy the spectacle. So strong. Far more powerful than me. Even Gu Xiaoxue couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as she watched the battles. Tang Tian chuckled. Don't sell yourself short. You are just young, so your cultivation lags behind. When it comes to understanding Dao techniques, you might not be inferior. I've already spotted several flaws in their forms. In terms of sheer strength, Gu Xiaoxue was indeed lacking. But in terms of innate talent, Tang Tian believed she could handle 2 of them with one hand. Other people's retainers are so skilled. I must work even harder when I return. Gu Xiaoxue clenched her small fists and declared solemnly. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. So that was her thinking. This girl was truly. The retainers' martial assembly lasted about an hour. Judging by the expressions of those present, everyone seemed quite satisfied with this batch of retainers. After it ended, Tang Tian prepared to seek out Wang Ziyu. But just then a group of unfamiliar honorary disciples approached him. Tang Tian. The leader was a tall, stern-faced youth who looked down at him with a questioning air. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Who are you? The youth replied coolly. I am Ding Xiao, also from the southern peak, tasked with assisting Miss Mo in maintaining order there. Tang Tian gave an O, so he was one of Mo Xiaoxiao's people. Is there something, he asked? Ding Xiao said, you are now part of the southern peak. Stop wandering alone and come with me to our designated area. Tang Tian smiled and declined. I prefer solitude. Thank you for the kind offer. He spoke politely. But Ding Xiao's brow furrowed. Tang Tian, since you've joined the southern peak, you must abide by its rules. Come with me. I won't say it a third time. Tang Tian's smile faded. This fellow was being rather overbearing. Coercion was something he detested most. I've never heard of such a rule. I go where I please and no one can restrict my freedom, Tang Tian said coldly. Ding Xiao's brow tightened. Tang Tian, don't think that having a bit of spirit jade makes you invincible. If you persist in your obstinacy, leave the southern peak and find another path. Tang Tian gazed at him calmly and asked, is this your idea or Imo Xiaoxiao's? He had never intended to join any faction. Uemo Xiaoxiao had merely made a passing remark. If this truly was Mo Xiaoxiao's will, he would leave immediately. Any hesitation would be an insult to his integrity. But clearly it was not. Ding Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately avoided a direct answer, finally sneering, "Fine, stay as you are then. I will report your attitude to Miss Mo." With that he turned and left. Tang Tian stroked his chin, smiling faintly. Establishing dominance over the newcomer, are we? Gu Xiaoxue snorted, putting on such an arrogant air, acting almighty, yet in the end, he still has to go back and report to someone else. Tang Tian chuckled, let him be. It's not like we have to join any faction. Besides, Qinghua sect has more than just the southern peak. Let's go see how Wang Ziyu is doing. Then Tang Tian led Xiao Shui and the others toward the core disciples area. But halfway there they happened to meet Wang Ziyu returning. He was visibly excited and grabbed Tang Tian, launching into a tale. Brother Tang, let me tell you, this batch of core disciples is truly extraordinary. Several are at the nascent soul peak, each incredibly formidable. And there's even a little prodigy, a 16-year-old at the nascent soul peak who defeated an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. That little prodigy is insufferably arrogant, boasting hell grind the retainers of honorary disciples into the dust. Haha, what a thrill. Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance. What are you so excited about? Have you forgotten who you are? This guy was losing his sense of identity. Had he forgotten he was an honorary disciple too? But Wang Ziyu laughed heartily, snapping open his folding fan and waving it. Me? I'm just here for the fun. Wherever there's entertainment, that's where I'll be. Next up is Free Challenge. Definitely a show to watch. Tang Tian shook his head in exasperation. This fellow truly had no regard for the honor of honorary disciples. He was a disgrace. Yet hearing Wang Ziyu's words, Tang Tian grew interested in the upcoming challenges. What kind of strength would a 16-year-old at the nascent soul peak possess? How would he compare to Gu Xiaoxue? After a brief rest, the free challenge finally commenced. The honorary disciples, guest retainers, and core disciples once again gathered together. This time, Mo Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e also arrived, taking their seats in the high places to quietly observe. In their designated spots sat several individuals with formidable auras and extraordinary bearing, presumably the leading figures among the core disciples. Under the watchful presence of these influential figures, the free challenge officially began. The first to leap onto the stage was a core disciple at the late nascent soul stage. With an air of arrogance, he did not specify an opponent, but boldly declared that any retainer could step forward. His contemptuous demeanor immediately ignited the anger of the honorary disciples. From the western peak, an honorary disciple dispatched one of his retainers, also at the late nascent soul stage. As the two took the stage, battle erupted instantly. Tang Tian noticed that this confrontation was far more intense than the previous matches among retainers, with both sides revealing nearly all their trump cards. It seemed the two factions had long harbored mutual resentment, their anger simmering beneath the surface. This retainer displayed remarkable skill, his Dao techniques shifting unpredictably like a visual feast. However, though the core disciple had only mastered 3 or 4 Dao techniques, each had reached a level beyond minor proficiency, allowing him to hold his ground without faltering. In the end, the retainer lost by a hair's breadth, caught off guard, and defeated. What uses all that flashiness? Mastery is the true principle. It seems some were right. You retainers are all just show. Victorious, the core disciple grew even more arrogant. He demanded to continue the challenge. How could the honorary disciples tolerate this? Soon they sent forth an even stronger retainer, also at the late nascent soul stage, but far more formidable. Before long, he defeated the haughty core disciple. It seems you're only skilled with words. All flash, no substance. After reclaiming the victory, the retainer hurled the same words back. Then the core disciples sent another challenger to the stage. The array of techniques dazzled Tang Tian. Brother Wang, you were right. The free challenge is indeed far more thrilling. Tang Tian said with a smile. Wang Ziyu chuckled. See, I told you. These fellows have always been at odds, harboring deep grudges. With a rare chance for direct confrontation, no one wants to let it slip by. Tang Tian nodded, recognizing the truth in that. In essence, both sides were core disciples, but one chose to rely on external resources while the other depended solely on themselves. It was hard to judge right from wrong, as each individual's circumstances differed. Yet Tang Tian noticed that the pure core disciples were generally stronger. Whenever the retainers managed to reclaim a victory, they were swiftly countered. Overall, the retainers lost more than they won. With more resources, I thought they'd be stronger, Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu scoffed. More resources, but also more distractions. In true combat, they can't compare to those obsessed with cultivation. In almost every free challenge, the retainers end up on the losing side. This time is actually better. At their worst, they were crushed without a chance to breathe. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the path of cultivation, those with a pure mind were more likely to reach higher heights. What followed matched Wang Ziyu's words. The retainers initially held their ground against the core disciples, but as time passed, fatigue set in. The core disciples, however, produced one fierce fighter after another, each more formidable than the last. Defeat was inevitable. Yet Tang Tian noticed the honorary disciples remained calm, clearly accustomed to this outcome. After the victor was decided, the matches turned more recreational. Mid-nascent soul, early nascent soul, and even some prodigies at the primordial infant stage began to take the stage. Finally, Tang Tian saw the little prodigy Wang Ziyu had mentioned. Huangcheng, a 16-year-old at the great perfection of the primordial infant stage. He was even more arrogant than the other core disciples, exuding an overbearing air and not deigning to look directly at the retainers. Come on, any of you. We'll take you all down. Look at your pathetic forms. Even if you all come at once, I'm not afraid. Huang Chong looked down his nose, causing many honorary disciples and retainers to darken with anger. This kid was far too insolent. Yet they didn't lose their composure, sending only cultivators within the primordial infant stage to avoid bullying the younger. But Huang Chong was not only sharp-tongued, but also astonishingly skilled. Almost everyone who faced him was ruthlessly crushed, even seasoned cultivators who had spent years at the great perfection of the primordial infant stage barely lost. This only made Huang Chong more arrogant. Haha, too weak. How dare you call yourselves core disciples? Sharing that title with you is an insult to me. Huang Chong mocked freely. The honorary disciples' faces grew darker, but they had no good solution. After all, he was only 16, sending a 20-something was already pushing it. Even if they dispatched a nascent soul cultivator to defeat him, it would be meaningless and only invite ridicule. So what could they do? Only shut their ears and pretend not to hear. At this level, everyone had some endurance. Xiaoxue, what do you think of him? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue thought for a moment and said he's indeed very strong. But he's too proud, sometimes he reveals openings, so there's still a chance. Young Master Tang, should I go up? Tang Tian immediately waved his hand. We're newcomers, let's not join the fray. Besides, there's no benefit. It was better to avoid stealing the spotlight lest it invite unnecessary envy and trouble. He disliked troublesome matters most. Yet as if someone had read his mind, trouble came knocking uninvited. No one dares to fight me. What a bunch of cowards. Which one is Tang Tian? I heard you're quite wealthy and even seduced one of our genius junior sisters. How about it, dare you let her come up and spar with me? Huang Chong announced loudly. Tang Tian, this really was trouble falling from the sky while sitting at home. He was just a bystander today. How did he end up in the spotlight? Was he that famous? Tang Tian was puzzled, but since he had been called out, he couldn't stay silent. Are you talking about me? Tang Tian spoke up. Huang Chong turned his gaze, sneered disdainfully, and said, I have no interest in you. Didn't you seduce one of our genius junior sisters? Dare you let her come up? I want everyone to see that following you honorary disciples ruins one's path. No benefit at all. Tang Tian fell silent. Was this truly Huang Chong's own idea? Perhaps. Tang Tian glanced at the high seats, and then said, you mean Xiaoxue, right? She's only at the mid-primordial infant stage. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? As he finished, Xiaoxue quickly sent him a telepathic message, young Master Tang, it's fine. I'm confident I can beat him. Tang Tian subtly shook his head, signaling her to stay quiet. Since they wanted trouble, he would teach them a proper lesson. It is a bit unfair. Huang Chong waved his hand, then I'll suppress my cultivation to the mid-primordial infant stage, or even early stage. Against weaklings like retainers, I can crush them with one hand at the same level. What do you say? Any other excuses? Tang Tian smiled faintly. Fine. Xiaoxue, go have some fun. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Xiaoxue stepped onto the arena, standing opposite Huang Chong. This was undoubtedly the most captivating battle since the formal challenges had concluded. Given that both were among the youngest participants, and that the arrogant Huang Chong had specifically called her out, there was surely a deeper implication behind his action. Perhaps it was a deliberate attempt to fortify the Tao hearts of the younger core disciples. Do you need me to fight with one hand tied behind my back, former junior sister? Huang Chong declared arrogantly. The word former was a blatant denial of her status as a core disciple. Yet Gu Xiaoxue remained unperturbed, replying with a gentle smile, as you wish. Tang Tian sat below, watching silently. This girl Xiaoxue was like two completely different people in daily life and in battle. She was like a peerless divine sword sheathed within a seemingly ordinary and harmless scabbard. Once drawn, it would inevitably unleash a dazzling, undeniable radiance. Alright, let's begin then. Facing Gu Xiaoxue, Huang Chong actually kept one hand behind his back, showing no regard for her as an opponent. Gu Xiaoxue's gaze gradually shifted. The aura around her transformed rapidly. Suddenly her long sword was drawn, and she shot across the sky like a startled swan, arriving before Huang Chong in the blink of an eye. The sharp blade was already nearing his brow. Huang Chong was greatly alarmed. He retreated swiftly, turning his palm into a fist and striking out. Yet he struck only air. The sword before him slowly dissipated, and at the same time, he felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if his entire spine was in extreme peril. Huang Chong let out a strange cry, abandoning all pretense of holding back. He erupted with his full cultivation, and several dragon-shaped streams of spiritual energy roared forth from his body, barely managing to defuse the crisis. Seeing this, Tang Tian chuckled. Why is Xiaoxue so fierce right from the start? He knew she was strong, matching Huang Chong even at his peak. But he hadn't expected her to go all out, immediately breaking his stance with a single move. All his talk of fighting with one hand or suppressing his cultivation was thrown to the wind, leaving him utterly flustered. Xiaoxue fights with all her might always, Lan Yu said softly from the side. During this time, Tang Tian and the others had sparred frequently. Tang Tian's sparring with them was mainly on the level of Tao comprehension, but the battles between Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan Yu sisters were true, unadulterated fights. Initially, after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Gu Xiaoxue could gain no advantage against either Lan Yu or Lu Zhu. She was almost always on the defensive. But this clever girl's learning and improvement were astonishingly rapid. Almost every sparring session saw her in a completely different state. In just a little over 10 days, she could already contend with either of them on equal footing. And after Gu Xiaoxua broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage, neither Lan Yu nor Lu Zhu could suppress her alone. Later it took both sisters working together to subdue her again. One must know that the Lan Yu sisters with their shared consciousness could even challenge a deity transformation cultivator when united, yet they could barely hold Gu Xiaoxua down. She continued to grow rapidly. In the span of a month, Gu Xiaoxua's strength had improved by more than just a single level. Huang Cheng was no match for her at all. On the battlefield, due to Huang Cheng's pride and carelessness, he lost the initiative. Even when he unleashed his full power, he remained on the defensive. Gu Xiaoxua's attacks were relentless and left no openings, giving Huang Cheng no chance to catch his breath. Several times Huang Cheng tried to break the deadlock by leveraging his superior cultivation, but each time Gu Xiaoxua cleverly neutralized his efforts, and he never succeeded. As the battle progressed, he grew increasingly impatient, which led to more and more flaws, and his situation became ever more perilous. This unexpected turn of events also drew the attention of the high-ranking elders. A true genius indeed. What a pity she became a retainer, siding with the honorary disciples. I heard that Tang Tian is a lecher. That little junior sister has probably already fallen victim to him. Her path to Tao is dark. What a waste of a genius. Those honorary disciples are nothing but a cancer in our sect. Among the core disciples, each face was filled with regret. They believed that no matter how talented Xiaoxua was, following an honorary disciple like Tang Tian would surely ruin her future. However, the reaction among the honorary disciples was quite different. Xiaoxiao, your southern peak has produced a talent, Lu Chang'e said with a faint smile. I've also heard that Tang Tian is quite wealthy. What kind of person is he? Mo Xiaoxiao replied, I don't know. He just arrived. This fellow seemed indifferent to everyone. Then Jingheng spoke up. I've met this young Master Tang once. He is indeed quite generous. However, he seems to be a lustful person. The dispute he had with Shinapik was over a young, vigor-soaring vine branch. Lu Chang'e uttered an "oh" and said nothing more, lost in thought. On the other side, Tian Yangsheng snorted lightly. It doesn't matter. As long as we can suppress the arrogance of the core disciples, that's a good thing. When the opportunity arises, we can give them some appropriate consideration. The others nodded in silence. The differing reactions of the high-ranking members from both sides reflected their distinct priorities. The core disciples focused solely on the disciple herself, while Lu Chang'e and his group had more complex considerations. The battle below continued. Gu Xiaoxua never gave Huang Cheng any chance to turn the tables, dominating him from start to finish. Her fierce attacks kept him constantly on the defensive, and his flaws grew increasingly numerous. Finally, after a violent explosion, Huang Cheng was sent flying, tumbling to the ground with blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Gu Xiaoxua moved to press the attack, but Tang Tian stopped her. Xiaoxua, that's enough. This was not a life-or-death struggle. Determining the victor was sufficient. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoxua halted, glanced at Huang Cheng, and rolled her eyes. Is that all you've got? She sheathed her sword, turned, and walked proudly back to Tang Tian like a triumphant white swan. Tang Tian smiled wryly. This girl truly had a fierce competitive spirit. But once she returned, she reverted to her usual self, grinning. So did I embarrass you? Tang Tian silently gave her a thumbs up, making the little girl beam with pride. Meanwhile, the honorary disciples finally managed to turn the tables. Haha, keep up the act. Why did you stop? Did you really think you were invincible? Is that all you've got? Is that all? Go back and train harder. You people have no idea how much of a difference resources can make. Gu Xiaoxua's decisive victory allowed them to finally breathe again, reviving them from their feigned death. The free challenges continued for a while, but people paid little attention. After the challenges ended, everyone took a short rest before moving on to the next event, the treasure trade. This is indeed the stage for the honorary disciples, Wang Ziyu said with a smile. After every free challenge, the honorary disciples feel a sense of pent-up frustration. The treasure auction is when they let it all out. Tang Tian asked with some confusion why. Wang Ziyu replied, just wait and see. Soon the treasure auction officially began. A dedicated person brought forth various treasures for everyone to appreciate and trade. As Wang Ziyu stated, the treasure auction is far beyond the rare treasures offered at the Spring Appreciation Garden. The focus is completely different. The treasures brought out are all related to cultivation, and they are of high grade with heavenly materials and earth treasures of the 6th and 7th tier in abundance, and even some of the 8th tier which Tang Tian had never seen before. Their prices are also extremely high. The lowest is several tens of millions, while the most expensive approaches 100 billion. However, for Tang Tian at this moment, this figure seems a bit conservative. This is not impressive. With the total of all the items combined, he can't even double his assets. And this is supposed to be the highest level trading event. After taking a look around, Tang Tian understood why Wang Ziyu said this is the domain of the honorary disciples. These treasures have a powerful auxiliary effect on cultivation, encompassing aspects like cultivation level, understanding of the Tao manifestation, and spiritual soul, and if he could buy some, it would greatly enhance his own cultivation. But those pure core disciples have no money. Everything they eat, live, and use comes from the sect, and having several tens of millions on them is considered wealthy. They can only watch helplessly as the honorary disciples take them away. Moreover, they know these treasures will be used by those guests who have reached agreements with the honorary disciples. To say they are unaffected is false. Those who can truly be unmoved by poverty are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Ah, Brother Shao, this set of rolling thunder flag array is perfect for your cultivation method. Though it's 30 billion, you deserve to own it. I bought it. Some honorary disciples spoke loudly on purpose, causing the core disciples to roll their eyes in unison. They are truly two archenemies. After watching, Tang Tian also began to take action. Since he had decided to promote himself through nurturing guests, he needed to make some preparations in advance. These treasures were quite effective. Thus Tang Tian began his bargaining. Lingdao flour 18 billion for 1. Would you sell it for 28 billion? Xiongjiang fruit 9 billion for 1. I'll offer 13 billion and you package it all for me. Tang Tian navigated the boundaries of the system's limits, acquiring everything at the highest price within the allowed range. This peculiar bargaining tactic drew the attention of the surrounding honorary disciples. Brother, we know you might be quite wealthy, but we've never heard of anyone spending like this. Is it really okay to be so wasteful? Watching Tang Tian's cheerful demeanor, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Well, every family has its own difficulties. Perhaps in Tang Tian's household, spending money would invoke family law. The auction continued for a while. Tang Tian tossed out over 1,000 billion, as if it were water, leaving some core disciples stunned. They learned for the first time that the amount of money spent in the sect could be this large. As time passed, the treasure auction came to a close. Finally, it was time for the last highlight of the Five Peaks Exchange Conference, the Merit Conference. The young sect master Yun Kong made his appearance once again. He was the host of the Merit Conference. First, he acknowledged those who made significant contributions to the sect last year. Then, for each person's completed contributions, he converted them into merit points and distributed them. The importance of merit points is substantial. For honorary disciples, merit points are equivalent to power and status, enabling them to do many things, including ascending to the cloud-top heavenly palace. For core disciples, merit points are akin to a large quantity of spirit jade and special privileges. With merit points, they can obtain better cultivation resources and gain entry to certain secret cultivation locations, further enhancing their strength. In summary, this is something everyone greatly desires. Tang Tian wants it too, but his contributions to the sect are insufficient to allocate a merit point, so he can only wait for the final segment. Merit offering. The so-called merit offering is essentially akin to donating funds. Spending money to buy merit points isn't a convenient. 10,000 premium spirit jade equivalent to 100 billion spirit jade can be exchanged for 1 merit point. How convenient. Tang Tian enjoys this straightforward approach. After some time, the calculations of everyone's contributions from last year were finally completed, with those not reaching 1 merit point excluded. After it ended, it was time for the segment Tang Tian looked forward to the most. Young sect master Yun Kong smiled faintly and turned his gaze towards the honorary disciples as if to say, "What are you waiting for?" Several young masters took the lead. Lu Chang'e 200 merit points. Tian Yangxing 200 merit points. Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiyo each 100 merit points. Jing Heng 150 merit points. Guan Ming 150 merit points. Du Yuanqing 100 merit points. Indeed, they are big shots. Their contributions are in the hundreds, which is equivalent to several thousand billion spirit jade. They are truly rich. Tang Tian nodded secretly. Finally, there are a few capable ones. After the big shots set the example, other honorary disciples also began to step forward. However, they contributed much less, generally only single-digit merit points, and anyone contributing more than 2 digits would draw gasps from others. After a moment, Tang Tian also stepped forward. Tang Tian, this should be your first time participating in merit offering. How much do you wish to offer? Yun Kong asked. Tang Tian thought for a moment, decided to test the waters, and took out 10,000 high-grade spirit jade, saying, 1 merit point. Yun Kong nodded, quickly processed it, and handed him an exquisite jade token. Your merit points are stored here, and there are explanations regarding merit points inside. Yun Kong said. Tang Tian nodded, accepted the jade token, but did not hastily check it. Instead, he looked towards the system. This transaction counts as normal consumption, granting 1 million consumption points. Joy appeared on Tang Tian's face. Indeed, it was successfully triggered. If so, can he farm consumption points? The merit offering should have no upper limit, right? Just as Tang Tian was secretly delighted and pondering, a mocking voice rang beside him. Hee, I thought you were truly wealthy, but just 1 merit point. Did you finish spending at the treasure auction? Tang Tian looked up, and the speaker was actually Ding Xiao, a disciple from the South Peak. This guy seemed to have a grudge against him. After Ding Xiao finished speaking, he approached Yun Kong and handed over a sumi ring, saying, Young sect master, I am Ding Xiao, offering 20 merit points. As soon as he spoke, it drew a wave of surprised glances. Ding Xiao from South Peak, a capable aide under Miss Mo. Truly extraordinary. People praised. Such attention also made Ding Xiao feel quite pleased. After finishing his business, he turned back to Tang Tian and looked down at him, saying, I thought you had some strength, but now it seems I overestimated you. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Wait. Tang Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Ding Xiao raised an eyebrow, saying, Oh. What is it? Tang Tian smiled lightly. This guy who knows what he has on his mind insists on being at odds with him. But he was just worrying about how to offer merit again. Ding Xiao's behavior provided him with a perfect reason. Are you questioning my financial power? From what you said, it seems you want to clash with me. Do you have the strength to compete with Tang Tian? Tang Tian laughed. Ding Xiao immediately frowned, coldly smiling. Sure, then let's clash. Tang Tian broke into a grin. Then let's do it. After saying that, he walked directly toward Yun Kong. Young sect master, I wish to continue offering merit. Then he took out 300 billion from the system. Tang Tian, contributing merits to the sect is a good deed, but do not force yourself out of spite. When Tang Tian proposed to continue contributing 30 more merits, Yun Kong gently advised him. Tang Tian shook his head. Young master, a noble man acts according to his principles. Since someone has shown me such contempt, I cannot simply let it slide. He declared with righteous indignation. Yet in his heart, he was silently mocking Yun Kong. Just accept the donation and stop wasting time with all this chatter. It's delaying my pursuit of spending points. Yun Kong shook his head, but said no more, accepting Tang Tian's spirit jade. After settling matters, Tang Tian turned and cast a provocative glance at Ding Xiao. What do you think? Still want to go head-to-head with me? Ding Xiao snorted coldly. 300 billion, quite a grand gesture. But you've spent it all, haven't you? What you don't realize is that what you've drained your savings to obtain is merely my starting point. Today I'll show you what a true honorary disciple really is. With that, Ding Xiao stepped forward and said to Yun Kong, Young master, I wish to add 30 more merits. As his words fell, exclamations erupted. Truly worthy of Ding Xiao. His wealth must be second only to the few young masters, right? Among the honorary disciples there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. People marveled one after another. Hearing such praise, Ding Xiao couldn't help but puff out his chest. 500 billion, though it pained him considerably, was worth it to make a name for himself before the assembled elites and disciples. As for defeating Tang Tian, that was just a side benefit. He had never taken this newcomer seriously. However, reality turned out differently than he expected. Seeing Ding Xiao directly add 300 billion, Tang Tian nearly burst with joy. Not bad at all. But what makes you think that 300 billion emptied my pockets? The depth of my wallet is something you can never fathom. Then Tang Tian turned to Yun Kong. Young master, I'll add another 600 billion. As this number emerged, the crowd erupted in uproar. Whoa, this newcomer is truly fierce. No wonder he could cultivate such formidable retainers. His wealth speaks for itself. 900 billion now, almost on par with the few young masters. The topic of conversation immediately shifted from Ding Xiao to Tang Tian. Ding Xiao's face darkened. He never imagined Tang Tian could produce so many spirit jades at once. Wealth and liquid assets are entirely different concepts. Very well. Yun Kong looked resigned, but still handled everything for Tang Tian. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at Ding Xiao, his provocation undisguised. Ding Xiao's anger flared, but he didn't strike directly, as if wrestling with indecision. After all, that was 900 billion. If he added more, it would cross 1 trillion. No small sum. Having taunted him, Tang Tian ignored Ding Xiao and turned his gaze to the system interface. Because once his total assets exceeded 1 trillion, something never seen before appeared in the consumption rebate system. It was still a piece of jade larger than a supreme-grade spirit jade, perfectly round, with a mysterious aura slowly swirling within, dotted with specks like a galaxy. What in the world is this? Tang Tian examined it closely and eventually confirmed that when spirit jade reached 1 trillion, equivalent to 1 million supreme-grade spirit jades, it automatically synthesized into this peculiar stone. Could it be a higher-tier currency? He had no idea. As Tang Tian pondered, Ding Xiao seemed to have made his final decision. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and declared, I'll add another 500 billion. Ding Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. It was clear that producing this trillion had truly drained him. Then he turned to Tang Tian, almost snarling, Come on, keep going. Let's see how long you can last. Bring it on. Tang Tian waved away the flying spittle, his expression unchanged. I never said I was done. After a moment's thought, he took out the strange jade. Do you recognize this? Upon seeing the jade, Ding Xiao's eyes widened. Primordial Dao Jade, he exclaimed. What? Primordial Dao Jade. Wow, Tang Tian even has something like that. It's a supreme divine object for cultivation. Although the exchange rate between Primordial Dao Jade and Supreme Grade Spirit Jade is about 1 to 1,000,000, it's priceless and rarely traded. This is my first time seeing one. Heavens, it's as flawless as the body of Qingyue sect's foremost beauty. Tang Tian was dumbfounded. As if you've ever seen that body. Still, from their exclamations, he roughly understood what it was. If used merely as currency, it was equivalent to 1,000,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Jades. But its value seemed far more profound, apparently highly beneficial for cultivation. Tang Tian, are you sure you want to use it to claim merits? Like Spirit Jade, it exchanges for 100 merits. Yun Kong said. Tang Tian paused, then shrugged. Sure, I'll use it. Having too many Spirit Jades is troublesome. With that, he handed over the Primordial Dao Jade. He had no choice. The system had automatically synthesized it, so he had to use it. Yun Kong nodded and accepted the Primordial Dao Jade. I thank you on behalf of the sect. Primordial Dao Jade is invaluable to us. Tang Tian waved it off. Thus, his merit points reached 190, and the system space held 2 Primordial Dao Jades. I still want to go. He continued to provoke Ding Xiao. By now, Ding Xiao was stunned. He never imagined Tang Tian could casually produce something like Primordial Dao Jade. Worst of all, your increments were way too fast. Even in a wealth duel, people usually raise bit by bit. You're doubling it outright. How can anyone withstand that? Ding Xiao's eyes twitched violently, but he offered no direct reply. Oh, Ding Xiao's done for. I agree. Tang Tian casually whips out a Primordial Dao Jade. Who wouldn't be intimidated? Still, Tang Tian's fierce. He might be gunning for the 6th young master of Qingyue sect. If you can't keep up, step down. You're just making a fool of yourself. The spectators, eager for drama, laughed heartily. Hearing their mockery, Ding Xiao's eyes turned completely red. Who says I'm done, huh? A trillion is nothing, I can still produce it. Having lost his composure, he slammed another storage ring onto the table before Yun Kong and roared, "I'll add another trillion." Yun Kong seemed about to advise him, but seeing his attitude, he said nothing more and accepted it. Haha, who dares to underestimate me now, huh? Ding Xiao bellowed, then turned to Tang Tian. If you've got the guts, keep going. Tang Tian brushed off the spittle and smiled faintly. You asked for it. Then he opened his palm, revealing 2 primordial Dao Jades resting quietly. Young master, please add 200 more merits. Upon seeing the 2 primordial Dao Jades, Ding Xiao's face turned from red to pale as he staggered backward. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word, because he truly couldn't raise any more. In contrast, Tang Tian remained utterly calm. He even seemed a bit pleased. No more. Weren't you going to show me what a true honorary disciple is? So this is it. Then open your eyes wide this time. With that, Tang Tian reached out again, and 4 primordial Dao Jades appeared. Young master, another 400 merits. Seeing Tang Tian produce 4 more primordial Dao Jades, Ding Xiao's face turned pale, and his body slumped as he collapsed to the ground. His expression was one of utter terror, not daring to cast even a glance at Tang Tian. Tang Tian beamed with a broad smile. Did you not see clearly just now? Let me show you again. Young sect master, I wish to add 800 more contribution points. With that, he pulled out 8 more primordial Dao Jades. Having finally encountered an opportunity for extravagant spending, he naturally seized it. By now the onlookers were utterly numb. Wasn't that divine object supposed to be an unparalleled rarity in the world? How did it seem as common as cabbage in Tang Tian's hands, retrieved by the handful? Lu Chang'e and his companions were equally astonished. Such a staggering display of wealth was enough to earn Tang Tian their equal regard. Even the young sect master Yun Kong was repeatedly taken aback. Looking at the primordial Dao Jade Tang Tian offered, Yun Kong shook his head. Forget it, Tang Tian. You've already won. These primordial Dao Jades will be invaluable for your future cultivation. You should keep them. Tang Tian was taken aback and quickly replied, No need, no need. I have a mountain of these at home. Please accept them. Yet Yun Kong refused again. Keep them. If you ever decide to nurture retainers in the future, you'll need such divine treasures. Tang Tian grew anxious. Why wouldn't he accept them? If you don't take them, how am I supposed to get more primordial Dao Jades and rack up consumption points? Come on, it's really fine. I'm in high spirits today and won't feel right unless I spend some money. Consider it a contribution to our sect. I've just arrived and haven't done much for the sect yet. As he spoke, Tang Tian forcefully shoved the primordial Dao Jades into Yun Kong's embrace. The scene left the surrounding disciples utterly dumbfounded. What kind of extraordinary tale was this? He was practically forcing money on someone. His level of enlightenment is too high. I feel utterly inferior in comparison. Indeed, everyone else is always trying to gain more resources from the sect, but look at Tang Tian. His only thought is to dedicate himself to the sect. The gap is too vast. Compared to his character, I feel as insignificant as an ant. People marveled at Tang Tian's magnanimity, and his image instantly soared to unimaginable heights. However, Yun Kong ultimately did not let Tang Tian have his way. He released a gentle yet irresistible force, sending the primordial Dao Jades back to Tang Tian. Tang Tian, I know you're eager to contribute to the sect, but there must be moderation in all things. Today is merely an ordinary merit recognition ceremony. There's no need to go overboard. If you truly have the intention, focus on the sect's development in the future, Yun Kong said. Tang Tian's expression turned helpless, but seeing Yun Kong's resolve, he had no choice but to relent. What a pity. He had been so close to breaking through 10 trillion. Fine. Then, will there be similar events in the future? Tang Tian asked. Yun Kong chuckled softly. Sect construction requires a vast amount of spirit jades. If you truly wish to do something, I'll inform you when the time comes. Tang Tian nodded. All right, let's leave it at that for today. If anything this good comes up again, don't forget to include me. Opportunities like today, where wealth and consumption points could skyrocket, were truly rare. In truth, Tang Tian had considered finding a high-spending venue to splurge wildly. But that was unrealistic. Without sufficient strength or protection, leaving the Qingwei sect rashly would only lead to death once his wealth was exposed. All endeavors hinged on the safety of his life. He'll be sure to inform you. Yun Kong was both amused and exasperated. He had never encountered anyone so enthusiastic. And thus an abrupt contest of wealth ended in a way no one had anticipated. The pace had been too swift, the victory too overwhelming. As Ding Xiao had said, emptying one's life savings only brought you to another starting point. Only this time it was he who had emptied his savings. With 700 contribution points, he was only 300 short of ascending to the Azure Cloud Paradise. Meanwhile, in his system space, Tang Tian's spirit jades had surged past 8 trillion, and he possessed 8 primordial Dao Jades. His consumption points had also reached 800 million, securing both the 9-cycle talent and the 9-grade physique. After the merit recognition ceremony, Tang Tian noticed a shift in how others treated him. They all extended goodwill. Tang Tian, not letting success go to his head, reciprocated with kindness, collecting quite a few communication jade talismans. Brother Tang, you certainly stole the spotlight today. On the way out of the venue, Wang Ziyu remarked with a wry smile. I knew you were wealthy, but I never imagined you were this wealthy. You're nearly on par with the senior masters. Why have you remained unknown all this time? Tang Tian chuckled and fabricated a casual excuse. I just wanted to experience the hardships of the common folk. Now that I've had my fill, I've returned to my former life. Wang Ziyu nodded with a knowing air. I figured as much. The wealth you possess can no longer be explained by mere luck. Tang Tian smiled, but offered no further reply. As long as you were extraordinary enough, even the most absurd excuses would be believed. Some might even find them insufficiently outlandish and fabricate elaborate stories. This situation was actually beneficial for Tang Tian. The two chatted as they walked, but before they had gone far someone else approached. Young Master Tang. The newcomers were several honorary disciples with formidable auras at least above the nascent soul stage. Their expressions were stern as they spoke in low tones. Young Master Lu requests your presence. Tang Tian frowned slightly. The only person here who could be called Young Master Lu was Lu Chang'e. What did that fellow want with him? Recalling Fang Fei whom he had seen earlier, Tang Tian had a foreboding feeling. Can we make it another day? I have some matters to attend to. Tang Tian wanted to decline the invitation. But the man insisted, I think it's best if you come with us. With that they subtly encircled Tang Tian and his companions. Xiao Shui and the Lan Yu sisters immediately went on alert, their expressions tense. Tang Tian quietly slipped a few purple orbs into his hand. Heavenly thunder orbs capable of summoning divine thunder with the force of a tribulation transcendence cultivator's full strike. During his previous 2 transactions with Qin Hai, Tang Tian had acquired several such items precisely to guard against unforeseen situations like this. Seeing their wariness, the man chuckled. Don't be too tense. This is the young sect master's territory, no one will harm you. Besides, if you wanted to resist us, these few retainers of yours are far from sufficient. Don't make things difficult. Young Master Lu instructed us to invite you not to capture you. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, but eventually put away the heavenly thunder orbs. Indeed, they were still within the conference venue. Even Lu Chang'e wouldn't dare go too far. Moreover, he had just made a name for himself. If worst came to worst, he still had means of self-defense. Fine, they'll go with you, Tang Tian said. Moments later, Tang Tian, guided by several honorary disciples, arrived at an elegant courtyard. Passing through the garden in front, Tang Tian entered the main guest hall. A young man in a blue long robe sat in the main seat, leisurely sipping tea. It was Lu Chang'e. Upon seeing Tang Tian enter, Lu Chang'e smiled gently and said, Tang Xiao, please take a seat. Tang Tian stepped forward and sat beside him. What is it that you wish to discuss, young Master Lu? He got straight to the point. However, Lu Chang'e was calm and unhurried, pouring a cup of hot tea for Tang Tian and presenting it to him. Your boldness at the merit meeting earlier truly left a deep impression on many. Our Qinghua sect is indeed lacking individuals like you who possess great strength and are devoted to contributing to the sect. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Lu Chang'e brought this up. Could it be that his display of merit overshadowed Lu Chang'e, causing him to feel displeased? That shouldn't be the case. Someone of Lu Chang'e's status typically wouldn't concern himself with such matters. Even if he did care, he certainly wouldn't show it openly. However, if someone were deliberately fanning the flames behind the scenes, then all bets were off. What exactly do you want to say? Tang Tian didn't want to keep guessing. Lu Chang'e shook his head and stood up. What I want to say is that as disciples of Qinghua sect, whether honorary disciples, guests, or core disciples, we should support each other to ensure the sect's proper development. If the sect is strong, we will naturally fare better. Lu Chang'e looked at Tang Tian and sighed softly. Yet there are always some who prefer to speak ill behind our backs, sow discord, and disrupt this beautiful harmony. After speaking, he snapped his fingers lightly. Shortly after, several subordinates emerged from the back hall dragging a disheveled woman with unkempt hair and unceremoniously tossed her before Lu Chang'e and Tang Tian. The woman lay on the ground, trembling all over, her torn clothing showing clear traces of blood, a pitiful sight. Lift your head, Lu Chang'e said indifferently. The woman shuddered slightly and slowly raised her head. Tang Tian was immediately stunned. Beneath the disheveled hair was a very familiar face. It was Fang Fei. At this moment, she no longer had that arrogant and harsh demeanor, nor the deliberately seductive pose, only a tragic expression filled with endless fear. When her gaze met Tang Tian's, Fang Fei trembled again, quickly lowering her head without saying a word. Young Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Tang Tian was somewhat uncertain about Lu Chang'e's intentions. The reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Lu Chang'e smiled faintly, saying, you should recognize this by now. A mere inner sect disciple who sold her appearance to deliberately get close to Shinta Peak. Then she privately altered the invitation letter from Shinta Peak meant for you, using a few enticing words to incite conflict between you and Shinta Peak. When she realized things had gone too far, she sought an opportunity to approach me, attempting to create a conflict between us as well. Tang Xiao, how do you think we should deal with someone like this? Tang Tian was taken aback. The information was overwhelming and he needed to digest it. The conflict with Shinta Peak had indeed been instigated by Fang Fei. But he hadn't expected that she had even tampered with the invitation letter from Shinta Peak. No wonder he felt that Shinta Peak's invitation to watch beautiful women dance was so bizarre. What was the original content of the invitation letter? Never mind, that didn't matter. The conflict with Shinta Peak ultimately ended with Jing Hing's intervention. At that time, Fang Fei must have realized that a mere Shinta Peak couldn't deal with her. Thus she began to approach Lu Chang'e. A good plan, but unfortunately her true intentions were seen through by Lu Chang'e, who punished her and invited her over. The entire process of events must have unfolded like this. But why was Lu Chang'e doing this? Was this a roundabout way of showing goodwill? After thinking for a moment, Tang Tian said, such matters are not within my jurisdiction. The law enforcement hall will handle her. Lu Chang'e smiled, but she targeted you Tang Xiao. Tang Tian shook his head. Yet I have not been affected, have I? Moreover, even if such petty tricks succeeded, I would have no fear. He didn't know what Lu Chang'e was truly aiming for, but he knew that debts of gratitude must not be easily incurred. And Lu Chang'e clearly wanted to use this incident to ask him for a favor. Hearing Tang Tian's response, Lu Chang'e smiled slightly, saying, indeed. Such despicable people only evoke disgust, they cannot cause any real harm. Like those ubiquitous bedbugs. I truly find it difficult to understand why some people are willing to sacrifice everything for such a ridiculous purpose. Even to the point of betraying their best friends. After saying this, he snapped his fingers again. Another group of people emerged, bringing along another acquaintance from Tang Tian's past. It was his childhood sweetheart Lin Yu. Lin Yu appeared unharmed, showing no signs of injury, yet she looked extremely frail, her complexion pale. After approaching, Lin Yu glanced at Tang Tian, then at the collapsed Fang Fei, her expression complex to the extreme. To get close to me, Fang Fei gave herself to Shin to peek, thus gaining a recommendation opportunity. Lu Chang'e said, how pitiful. Until she was drugged, she didn't realize that she had been betrayed by her best friend. If I hadn't discovered it in time, she would have lost her status as a pure disciple. Tang Tian frowned, remaining silent. Lin Yu kept staring at Fang Fei, disbelief etched on her face. Why have you become this way? We were such good friends. Lin Yu bit her lip, tightly speaking out. Fang Fei sat there, disheveled, her shoulders shaking slightly. Why? She suddenly lifted her head, her blood-red eyes glaring at Lin Yu, her face twisted in rage, as she screamed, how dare you ask me why? When we first met, I took such good care of you, taught you to cultivate, introduced you to better people. You have more talent than I do, but without my help could you have grown so quickly? And you, having received better resources, did you ever think of me even once? Say, you only care about yourself. You will always only care about yourself. Fang Fei shouted hysterically. Lin Yu's brows furrowed deeper. Because of this you want to ruin everything for me. Is it really necessary? Fang Fei laughed coldly. Yes, it is not necessary. But you destroyed my life first. If you hadn't told me that Tang Tian was always foolishly entangled with you, would I have taken the initiative to cause trouble for him that day at Jinyuting? When I lost the bet and knelt before everyone, losing all face, what did you do? You could have at least said a word for me. You did nothing but watch as I was humiliated by everyone. Lin Yu stared blankly, unable to utter a word. Fang Fei continued, from that day on I vowed to rise to the upper echelons, even if it meant losing my status as a pure disciple. She slowly turned to Tang Tian, saying, however, I once again chose the wrong target. I lost all my savings and all my dignity, but I refuse to accept it. Why should I be treated this way? So I swear, even if it costs me everything, I will make you all pay. I will make you, Lin Yu, fall into hell. And make you, Tang Tian, lose everything and never rise again. I want all of you to die. Fang Fei had completely lost her sanity, struggling to get up, intending to lunge at the nearest Tang Tian. However, at that moment, a flash of light passed, and Fang Fei was instantly separated from her head and body, her hot blood splattering at Tang Tian's feet. How annoying. Lu Chang'e looked disdainfully at the fan in his hand, and then directly tossed it onto Fang Fei's corpse. Just now he had used this fan to kill Fang Fei. Subsequently, Lu Chang'e wiped his hands, smiling as he looked at Tang Tian. No worries, let us continue. Fang Fei's corpse and the blood staining the floor were swiftly cleaned away. Yet the air still hung thick with the pungent scent of gore. This odor vexed Tang Tian immensely. Not because of Fang Fei's death, but due to Lu Chang'e's attitude. Though Lu Chang'e had been courteous since their meeting, his covert maneuvers were always aimed at Tang Tian. First, he attempted to curry favor by exposing Fang Fei's scheme. When Tang Tian showed no gratitude, he brought up Lin Weiner, Tang Tian's childhood sweetheart, and then had Fang Fei beheaded before his eyes. This was a display of power. It conveyed that Lu Chang'e could decide life and death at will, even in the domain of the young master Yun Kong. Tang Tian loathed being manipulated. Yet Lu Chang'e, oblivious to Tang Tian's unease, smiled and said, I recall you and Lin Yu were once very close childhood friends, weren't you? Tang Tian frowned and rose to his feet. Lu Chang'e, I don't know why you summoned me today. But let me make this clear, Lin Yu and I severed ties long ago. We go our separate ways now, with no connection whatsoever. As for Fang Fei, I never regarded her as anything significant. No matter whose patronage she ultimately secured. He stated flatly. Lu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, as if Tang Tian's reaction and attitude had caught him off guard. Young Master Tang, are you truly so heartless? After all, you've known each other for so long. Lu Chang'e chuckled. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. That is my own affair. If you have other matters to discuss with me, then speak plainly. If not, I shall take my leave. Lin Yu and Fang Fei are yours to deal with as you wish, they have nothing to do with me. He was done with pretense and hypocrisy. Lu Chang'e gazed at Tang Tian, silently lost in thought. Lin Yu's expression was complex, seemingly surprised that Tang Tian had cut ties so completely. Was this the same man who once toiled relentlessly for her future, sacrificing his own prospects? Since that's the case, I'll be direct. Finally, Lu Chang'e shed his feigned cordiality and reverted to an indifferent demeanor. Do you know the primary purpose of contributions? Lu Chang'e inquired. Tang Tian replied, to ascend to the cloud's summit heavenly mansion. Lu Chang'e wagged his finger. No, the greatest use of contributions is power. With sufficient contributions, one can command substantial status within the Azure Cliff sect. From managing minor disciples or a department to becoming a peak lord, all are tied to contributions. Even under certain stringent conditions, one can become second only to the highest authority. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This was indeed news to him. But, so what? And then, oi, Tang Tian asked. Lu Chang'e smiled. Some within the sect have long met all the requirements for ascending to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion. But guess why we still remain here? Tang Tian fell silent. Some likely referred to the 5 young masters, including Lu Chang'e himself and the 2 young mistresses. Indeed, with their wealth and influence, they could easily satisfy the 2 requirements for ascending to the Heavenly Mansion. Combined with his earlier words, it meant their goal was that position. Second only to the highest, effectively placing the entire Azure Cliff sect under their dominion. I understand, Tang Tian said, but what does any of that have to do with me? Lu Chang'e shook his head. Perhaps that isn't your aim, but the wealth you've displayed can no longer be ignored. Over a dozen innate Dao Jades. Even we couldn't casually produce such a number. So, I hope that even if you cannot stand with me, you won't become an obstacle in my path. After hearing this, Tang Tian finally grasped Lu Chang'e's intent. It was essentially what he had surmised, an attempt at recruitment, albeit using other matters as leverage. And those matters Tang Tian deeply disliked. I'm sorry, Tang Tian said coldly, I'll handle my own affairs. No need for you, young Master Lu, to trouble yourself. If you thought using Feng Fei and Lin Yu could unsettle me, then you've miscalculated. He didn't mince words, directly exposing Lu Chang'e's scheme. Lu Chang'e stared at Tang Tian silently. After a long pause, he gave a hearty laugh. I have indeed underestimated you. With that, he turned and sat back down, sighing. You know, it's infuriating when subordinates are incompetent. They told me you were a lecherous, pleasure-seeking wastrel. TSK, forgive my poor judgment. Tang Tian said nothing. The lecherous pleasure-seeking facade was a deliberate misinformation he had spread, even having Li Hong actively circulate it. His aim was to mislead others, causing them to misjudge him and take the wrong path. It seemed to have worked today. A man like Lu Chang'e was deeply calculating and wielded many schemes. Had he known Tang Tian's true nature, he would never have used Feng Fei and Lin Yu as pawns, and might have resorted to far worse tactics. Since it's all a misunderstanding, I'll take my leave if there's nothing else, Tang Tian said. Lu Chang'e smiled, a new fan appearing in his hand from somewhere. Since you're here, why rush off? Come to think of it, your rise has been so swift. Ew, I knew nothing of your existence before. Let's seize this opportunity for a heart-to-heart talk so I can get to know you better. What do you say? The words sounded like an invitation, but Lu Chang'e's tone brooked no refusal. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to force me to stay? Lu Chang'e shrugged slightly. I believe this would be for the best. Of course, the choice is yours. You can choose to stay, or be compelled to stay. Tang Tian laughed. When soft words failed, he resorted to force. Unfortunately, Tang Tian was stubborn and yielded to neither. If you made him unhappy, you wouldn't be happy either. Try to detain me if you can. Xiaoxua, let's go. With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Chang'e's fan paused mid-motion. Several formidable figures immediately stepped forward, blocking Tang Tian's path. But Tang Tian was prepared. He had dozens of different powerful spiritual artifacts ready, offensive, defensive, and teleportation, all at the level of Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. If the situation turned sour, this place would be ready for a splendid explosion. He didn't slow his pace, striding straight for the door. Behind him, Lu Chang'e watched with narrowed eyes as Tang Tian drew closer to his men. Conflict was imminent. But just then a cultivator rushed in, frantically shouting, Young Master Lu Mo. Before he could finish, a violent aura blasted in from outside, sending several people near the entrance flying. Had Tang Tian not acted swiftly, he too would have been caught in the blast. Then a tall, slender woman in a black dress strode in with a cold expression. Lu Chang'e, are you tired of living? It was Mo Xiaoxiao of the Southern Peak. Mo Xiaoxiao strode into the reception hall at the head of a large entourage. Each member radiated overwhelming martial aura, their killing intent so dense it seemed almost tangible. You dare target disciples of the South Peak? Mo Xiaoxiao's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. Lu Chang'e, do you wish to declare war on me? Tang Tian stared at the young noblewoman, startled. He had not expected her to burst in so boldly at this precise moment. Lu Chang'e appeared equally unprepared, but showed no trace of anxiety. Instead, he offered a faint, placid smile. You jest. I would wage war with anyone before I ever raised a hand against you. Mo Xiaoxiao let out a disdainful snort, then glanced briefly at Tang Tian. Then what, pray tell, is this supposed to mean? Lu Chang'e replied calmly. Young Master Tang has shown brilliantly today, not only restoring honor for our nominal disciples in the Open Challenge tournament, but also presenting the sect with several primordial Dao Jade tokens. A prodigy of such caliber naturally merits acquaintance. Mo Xiaoxiao tilted her head slightly. His name is Tang Tian. And you, Lu Chang'e? Well then, now you've met. Anything else? Lu Chang'e, Tang Tian. This woman was utterly breathtakingly formidable. Lu Chang'e shook his head. Nothing further. Merely an introduction suffices. Mo Xiaoxiao gave another icy huff, then nodded curtly to Tang Tian before turning on her heel and striding away. Decisive, unwavering, without a backward glance. Tang Tian paused a moment, then followed. It was fortunate no true confrontation had erupted. After all, they still knew nothing of his true capabilities. Before departing, Tang Tian cast one last glance back at Lu Chang'e. Their eyes met. Silent, unreadable. Yet both understood with absolute certainty that today had forged an unbreakable rift between them. Tang Tian felt no fear. After all, they were equals, both nominal disciples, neither inherently superior. Whatever height Lu Chang'e attained, Tang Tian would reach it in time and surpass it. Lu Chang'e remained silent until Mo Xiaoxiao and Tang Tian vanished from sight. Yet unnoticed by any Lin Yu slipped away as well, shadowing them without hesitation. Moments later the group re-entered the garden where the exchange gathering was held. Miss Mo, thank you, Tang Tian said, stepping forward. She had intervened on his behalf. Without her, things might well have ignited into open conflict. Mo Xiaoxiao waved a dismissive hand. No need. You're intelligent. I know you possess means to protect yourself. I simply found Lu Chang'e's conduct intolerable. Before Tang Tian could respond, she continued, no explanation required. Nia Wushuang has already recounted everything that transpired during the assessment. I understand your concealment. Tang Tian blinked in surprise. It all made sense now. Indeed, without exceptional ability, he could never have located Nia Wushuang's hidden position that day. Moreover, he had effortlessly deflected her final strike. How did you know I was with Lu Chang'e? Tang Tian asked. Mo Xiaoxiao replied, I was searching for you. With a subtle gesture, she summoned a familiar figure. Ding Xiao, the very man who had competed with Tang Tian in ostentatious displays of wealth. Ding Xiao stood before Tang Tian, now subdued and crestfallen, as though recently reprimanded. He bowed slightly and murmured, Young Master Tang, I sincerely apologize. I should never have spoken as I did, nor deliberately provoked you. Please do not hold it against me. Tang Tian stared dumbfounded. What on earth was this? Where had that arrogant defiance gone, replaced now by such abject humility? Mo Xiaoxiao's methods of discipline were truly extraordinary. Was it the whip, or perhaps candle wax? As these absurd thoughts flitted through his mind, she spoke again. Ding Zhao's nature is brash, yet he bears no ill will. I have already chastised him thoroughly. As fellow disciples of the South Peak, we ought to stand united, not quarrel pointlessly, and invite ridicule from outsiders. For my sake, I ask you to let this matter rest. Tang Tian blinked, then quickly replied, of course, I won't pursue it. Not at all. Truth be told, I'm rather grateful to him. Without that display of rivalry, I'd never have amassed so many primordial Dao Jade tokens, or earned such generous consumption points. He spoke honestly. Had he merely volunteered contributions alone, it would have drawn suspicion. Indeed, Yun Kong himself had later intervened to halt further offerings. One man zealously donating alone would seem deeply odd. Hadn't Yun Kong even stepped in to forcibly restrain him afterward? Mo Xiaoxiao asked, you seek to accumulate 1,000 merit points, to ascend to the cloud-top heavenly mansion. Precisely. Though I remain 300 short, Mo Xiaoxiao assured him, do not fret, opportunities abound. In recent years, Qingyue sect's performance in the 100-sect war has improved markedly. Consequently, the sect's scale expands rapidly. Many new facilities require construction. If your resources permit, merit points await in abundance. Tang Tian nodded. He recalled Yun Kong mentioning he'd be notified when construction projects commenced. He hoped that time would come soon. Restraint chafed his hands. Before parting, Mo Xiaoxiao cautioned him softly, Lu Chang'e is no paragon of virtue. Tread carefully whenever you interact with him. Yet fear not, so long as Mo Xiaoxiao stands beside you. Once she departed, Tang Tian exhaled softly. Her bold intervention had irrevocably bound him to the South Peak. Even if Tang Tian refused to aid the South Peak directly, other signs would hesitate before courting him, weighing carefully whether provoking Mo Xiaoxiao's wrath was worth the risk. Lu Chang'e, the shadowed schemer. Mo Xiaoxiao, the radiant strategist. None of these figures are mere lamplight flickers, Tang Tun murmured, sighing. Wang Ziyu nodded emphatically, never judge them by appearance alone. Were you still harboring sentiment for your childhood betrothed, you'd likely have fallen prey to Lu Chang'e today. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Lu Chang'e had misjudged him, though navigating such intricate relationships henceforth demanded extreme vigilance. Moreover, he needed to swiftly elevate his standing within Qingyue sect. Should he rise to second only to the sect master, commanding all beneath him? No scheme, however subtle or overt, could withstand his authority. Lost in thought, Tang Tian walked toward the garden's edge. Back in the reception hall, Lu Chang'e sat motionless after their departure, deep in silent contemplation. Suddenly, he flicked his fan. Instantly, a man was dragged forward and forced to kneel before him. Shin Tufeng. Young Master Lu, I truly repent. Shin Tufeng trembled violently, pleading. Lu Chang'e's voice remained detached, clinical. You lust after women, act impulsively, nurse grudges, harbor deep-seated inferiority, and cling obsessively to your childhood betrothed. Every piece of intelligence you provided was false. Shin Tufeng recoiled, whispering, everyone says the same thing. Yes, that wretched Feng Fei, she fed me those lies. It's entirely her fault. Lu Chang'e gazed at him unmoved. Very well. Then go ask her, what else did she omit? With a flick of his finger, a crimson aperture bloomed upon Shin Tufeng's forehead. Blood sprayed as he collapsed lifeless. With a wave, Lu Chang'e ordered his subordinates to remove the corpse. The 100-sect war draws near. The decisive contest for that position approaches swiftly. Discard your usual posturing. I will not tolerate such incompetence again. His underlings stood frozen, heads bowed low in terrified silence. A trusted confidant stepped forward, whispering, Young Master, what shall we do about Tang Tian? Lu Chang'e sighed faintly. Misjudgment has sealed our enmity. The aide frowned. Shall we Lu Chang'e hesitated, then shook his head. Not yet. I am unwilling to oppose Mo Xiao so prematurely. My principal adversary remains Tian Yangsheng, that madman. As for Tang Tian, time no longer permits him to ascend to my level. He poses no threat, provided he does not align with Tian Yangsheng. Unless of course his wealth eclipses the combined fortunes of us all. The aide chuckled. That is impossible. Beneath the cloud-top heavenly mansion, none rivals you, young master. Lu Chang'e nodded. This judgment surely could not be mistaken again. As dusk approached, Tang Tian finally left today's exchange session. In summary, the gains were quite substantial. The rewards, primordial Dao Jade consumption points and merit points, were all remarkably bountiful. Moreover, he finally understood what Lu Chang'e and his ilk were up to. A position above all but one. Who wouldn't covet it? Especially for those hungry for power, such a rank was worth any sacrifice. Yet Tang Tian felt little interest. His sole aim remained unchanged consumption. As for the rest, he only needed to meet the requirements for promotion to Cloud Summit Heavenly Court. With that thought, Tang Tian asked Wang Ziyu, is the 100 Gates War the only way for retainers to ascend to the Heavenly Court? Are there any other paths? Honorary disciples needed to nurture 3 promoted retainers to advance. Tang Tian currently had only 4 retainers, and Li Hong had already surpassed 25, making him ineligible for the 100 Gates War. That left little margin for error. He had no desire to expand his retainer count recklessly. Wang Ziyu pondered and replied, there is another way. If one is under 50, they can ascend via the Myriad Demon Trial Tower. But this path is even more arduous than the 100 Gates War usually reserved for exceptional disciples who bloom late. Tang Tian hummed in acknowledgement. Having an alternative was good. It offered more assurance. Wang Ziyu leaned closer and whispered, Brother Tang, do you intend to nurture all your current retainers for promotion? Tang Tian nodded. I just wonder if they're willing. Wang Ziyu said, they'd certainly be willing. No disciple would refuse a path to the Heavenly Court. Especially someone like Li Hong who had lost all hope of advancement. Head be burning with desire. However, I think you'd do better seeking more outstanding retainers. Nurturing them would be less taxing. Honestly, even with the Lan Yu sisters, the resources needed to push them to the top could be immeasurable. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, why hadn't he considered that? In hindsight, he should have sought out less gifted individuals. They tended to be more obedient and more interesting to cultivate. As for the cost, he chuckled inwardly. Forget it. The more exceptional they are, the more unruly. I don't have the energy to bond with them. Spending money is simplest. Tang Tian declared. Wang Ziyu shrugged. Well, your choices are always unconventional. But with the primordial Dao Jade, it's not impossible. That thing is a divine treasure. Tang Tian's curiosity stirred, and he asked about the Jade's functions. Under Wang Ziyu's explanation, he gained a general understanding. The primordial Dao Jade was hailed as a cultivation divine treasure, not only for aiding cultivation, but also for a terrifyingly potent ability. It could connect to the Tao of heaven, directly glimpse the world's essence, and elevate one's innate talent. With sufficient Jade, even an ordinary cultivator could be pushed to the pinnacle. Such power was indeed heaven-defying. Yet this only reinforced Tang Tian's decision to avoid recruiting more retainers. He only needed those who were obedient and capable. Through recent interactions, Li Hong had proven quite reliable. As he mused, Gu Xiaoxue approached and said, Young Master Tang, that woman has been tailing us. Tang Tian paused, then turned to see a familiar figure keeping a steady distance behind them. They had left the venue some time ago. It was Lin Yu. Tang Tian halted watching her approach and asked coolly, something on your mind? Lin Yu's expression was complex as she bit her lip and said, Tang Tian, there might have been some misunderstandings between us. I'm truly grateful for what you did today otherwise. Tang Tian cut her off with a wave. You don't need to say this to me. From the day at Gold Jade Hall, we've had no connection. My actions today have nothing to do with you. Don't credit me with any favor. He wanted no further entanglement with Lin Yu. Their values were too divergent for any meaningful interaction. Lin Yu frowned, her eyes tinged with sorrow. Are you really so heartless? If Lu Chang'e had tried to kill me today, would you have intervened? Tang Tian shook his head. I don't like hypotheticals, and I want answer. He'll say it again, there's nothing between us. You take your broad road, and he'll cross my single plank bridge. That's it. With that, Tang Tian turned and walked away. Tang Tian. Lin Yu's shout rang out behind him, but this time, he didn't even pause. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yu's gaze shifted from complexity to resentment. So you struck it rich. Without me, you'd still be a woodcutter struggling to get by. What's so great about you? In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Without talent, you'll never truly stand at the peak. I've already broken through to the golden core stage, and will soon become a true core disciple, a status no amount of your money can buy. My future will surely outshine yours. Dare you bet with me? Tang Tian. Her shouts grew fainter in the distance. But Tang Tian never stopped. Strength, talent, bets, he scoffed inwardly. Perhaps Lin Yu had some truth, but at this moment they were no longer on the same level. She had no right to wager with him, nor could she affect his state of mind. She was nothing. Before nightfall, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Li Hong was already waiting, summoned by Tang Tian earlier. Young Master Tang, is something urgent? Li Hong asked. Tang Tian nodded. Let's talk inside. They entered the courtyard and sat around the stone table beneath the old locust tree. They'll be direct. Tang Tian looked at the four of them. Do you want to enter Cloud Summit Heavenly Court through your status as my retainers? At his words, three of them froze in surprise. The Lan Yu sisters' expressions shifted while Li Hong was utterly stunned. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she had no idea what Cloud Summit Heavenly Court was. Young Master Tang, this question. Shouldn't you be asking me? Li Hong spoke first. Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged. Why shouldn't I ask? Because of your age or your talent? I know your situation well. Just answer me, do you want to or not? Li Hong smiled bitterly. Who wouldn't want a bigger stage? But I know my limits. With a 7-ring talent, the gap with those prodigies is just too vast. Tang Tian silently produced a primordial Dao Jade. Do you recognize this? Li Hong was stunned again, staring at Tang Tian in disbelief. After receiving a confirming glance, he rose and bowed deeply. If that's the case, I am willing to exert every effort to serve you, my lord. Tang Tian smiled with satisfaction. Li Hong was indeed astute. He had grasped Tang Tian's intent and even changed his address accordingly. Then Tang Tian turned to the Lan Yu sisters. They exchanged glances, also rising to bow deeply. We will honor you as our lord. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Finally, he looked at Gu Xiaoxue, who was idly playing with her hair. Oh. Gu Xiaoxue glanced at the other three, scratched her head, and asked, are you going to that heavenly court too? Tang Tian laughed. Of course. Your promotion is for my own advancement. Then I'll go too, Gu Xiaoxue said, then added sheepishly, but can I not call you lord? It feels a bit distant. Tang Tian was amused. Fine. Just call me by my name then. That very night, Li Hong also took up residence in the purple bamboo courtyard. After the oath-taking earlier, his relationship with the sisters Lan Yu and Tang Tian was no longer merely that of a guest retainer. Instead, it had become one of subordination. For cultivators, oaths were nearly impossible to break. From this day forward, they would forever belong solely under Tang Tian's command. Tang Tian was not stingy, either, granting each of them a piece of innate Dao Jade. With the formidable power of the innate Dao Jade and ample cultivation resources, their strength would undoubtedly soar rapidly. As for Gu Xiaoxue, this girl as usual was agreeable to anything as long as she could stay. Tang Tian did not specifically make her swear an oath. After all, her identity was special, and there might be other interests at play behind her. He decided to wait and see. Having determined the targets for nurturing, Tang Tian returned to the main house. In his cultivation chamber, he awakened the system and directly opted to exchange. 9 circle talent, 100 million consumption points. 9th grade physique, 100 million consumption points. The addition of the talent ring further accelerated his cultivation speed, and he believed he would soon step into the golden core stage. As for the 9th grade physique, he ultimately drew an exceptionally heaven-defying one, the vermilion bird physique. This was a divine beast. Tang Tian's body was once again greatly enhanced, and he also acquired certain traits of the vermilion bird. Refining fire. This trait could further purify the spiritual energy absorbed into his body, immensely improving its quality. After spending, he still had over 600 million consumption points left. As usual, Tang Tian used them to elevate the realms of various techniques, bringing hundreds of them to the great perfection stage. His understanding of the essence of the Tao had reached a terrifying level. The rapid growth and strength also subtly shifted Tang Tian's mindset. Previously, he had resorted to various disguises because he was simply too weak and had no choice. But if his cultivation increased a bit more and he exchanged for a few higher-grade talents and physiques, perhaps he would no longer need to be so cautious. I wonder how Qin Hai is doing, Tang Tian murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in an exceedingly prosperous city, at the very center, an octagonal pavilion rose abruptly, towering into the clouds. The pavilion was resplendent and magnificent. Even from outside the city, one could see it gleaming with golden light. At the main entrance, at its base, hung a grand plaque inscribed with 3 bold and vigorous characters, Golden Jade Hall. This was precisely the main headquarters of the Golden Jade Hall. In an elegant chamber on the upper floor of the headquarters, Qin Hai sat obediently, occasionally glancing towards the door as if awaiting someone. After a moment, the door was pushed open from outside, and an elderly man with graying hair walked in. Steward Tian. Qin Hai quickly stood up. The old man was expressionless, exuding an air of authority without anger. He walked to the foremost seat and sat down. Qin Hai approached and asked cautiously, Steward Tian, may I ask about my batch of goods? How is it progressing? Steward Tian lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, then flipped through the documents in his hand, and spoke. Manager Qin. Do you know why celestial items are called celestial items? Qin Hai was taken aback, then tentatively replied. Is it because they are resources used above the level of immortals? Steward Tian gave a faint snort. Correct. Nascent soul pills are also resources for the nascent soul stage, but do you think every nascent soul cultivator can pop them like candy? Faced with Steward Tian's sudden outburst, Qin Hai was at a loss. Steward Tian, I don't quite understand. Slap. Before he could finish, Steward Tian slammed the jade token heavily onto the table. Celestial items are extremely precious even to true immortals. And you plan to sell them to a mere chi refining cultivator. A deal worth 10 trillion. How dare you propose it? Do you truly believe that minor cultivator can afford it? Qin Hai was stunned, then quickly explained. Steward Tian, Tang Tian is really no ordinary honorary disciple. We have already witnessed his financial strength. He casually spends hundreds of billions and was still not satisfied. Steward Tian snorted. Hundreds of billions and 10 trillion. Are they comparable? Do you know how many covetous eyes the appearance of celestial items will attract? A mere spirit-severing cultivator like you wants to carry so many celestial items to a transaction. Do you have a death wish? Qin Hai's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, compared to such immense resources, his strength was far too weak. Even under the protection of the Golden Jade Hall's name, it might not be enough to deter certain people's greed. Losing his life would be the lesser concern if he lost the 10 trillion cargo. Because of this, his fate would be worse than death. After calming down, Qin Hai asked, "Then Steward Tian, what do you mean?" Steward Tian shook his head. "In my view, this deal is too problematic. It must be a trap. I have never heard of this Tang Tian. It's impossible for him to possess wealth like Lu changes. You have likely been deceived. Someone is spending heavily to lure you into a snare. This transaction, let's forget it." Hearing this, Qin Hai immediately said urgently, "Don't cancel it. Steward Tian, Tang Tian is truly different. He really has money. I have seen many wealthy individuals and I can tell at a glance. This was a 10 trillion deal. If it went through, Qin Hai's position in the Golden Jade Hall would be utterly secure." Steward Tian looked at Qin Hai and said darkly, "Can you bear the risk of this transaction? Don't use your life as a guarantee. It's not worth a cent." Qin Hai's expression was bitter. If even his life was worthless, what could he offer? His career? Please, that was just a joke he had made with Tang Tian. But with his low status, he truly had nothing to offer as collateral. "Enough." Steward Tian sighed softly. "Seeing you like this, I'm just worried you'll be fooled. You have served the Golden Jade Hall diligently for so many years, and your character has some trust. How about this? I will personally accompany you on this trip. If that Tang Tian truly has financial means, then everything is negotiable. If it's all a facade and a trap, the Golden Jade Hall is not to be trifled with." Qin Hai was stunned, then suddenly understood everything. So Steward Tian intended to seize this transaction line from him. 10 trillion was no small sum even for the headquarters. If the deal succeeded, it would bring honor to Steward Tian, especially since it could be a long-term stream. He was undoubtedly tempted. After all, the headquarters had more than one steward. Really, after all those high-sounding reasons he gave. Qin Hai grumbled inwardly but outwardly dared not show any displeasure. He could only bow and express gratitude. Subordinate thanks Steward Tian for his trust. Steward Tian nodded. "Then contact him quickly. I am also eager to see just what kind of figure this Tang Tian is." Qin Hai sighed deeply inwardly. Truly, one rank higher can crush a person to death. Even credit for achievements could be ruthlessly snatched away. But he had no other choice. Perhaps Tang Tian would also prefer dealing with a higher authority. Subsequently, he took out a communication jade talisman. "Fellow Taoist Li, I am ready over here." "Finally ready, huh?" After hearing the news brought by Li Hong, Tang Tian couldn't help but sigh. It has been over half a month since the Woofing Exchange Conference, and only now has Qin Hai prepared everything. It seems he has indeed put in a lot of effort this time. I hope he can procure some good items. With the support of the Jiuhuan talent and various physiques, Tang Tian's cultivation continued to advance by leaps and bounds, having reached the peak of foundation establishment and on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. This time he finally managed to get ahead of Gu Xiaoxue, a bit preventing her from breaking through to the late nascent soul stage first. Of course, another reason was the innate Dao Jade. That girl, after obtaining the innate Dao Jade, seems to have become possessed, babbling all day long about seeing her mother inside the Dao Jade. Not the one from the small village, but something on a soul level. In short, it's very unusual, and she's been so engrossed in it that it's taken up a lot of her cultivation time. This gave Tang Tian the opportunity to take the lead. At the same time, it also made him more curious about the innate child talent, which is a level above the Jiuhuan talent. How could it be so extraordinary? After trading with Qin Hai, perhaps this mystery could be unraveled. "When is he coming?" Tang Tian asked. Li Hong replied, "This afternoon." However, he said that he brought quite a lot of resources this time, and to avoid any accidents he came along with a high-ranking official from Jinyutang. Tang Tian nodded. This was normal. As long as the trade wasn't delayed, that was fine. Good, tell him to hurry up. Tang Tian smiled, rubbing his hands together. "My wallet is already eager to spend." Li Hong had a strange expression. After spending some time together, he had noticed that this young master of his often had moments of abnormal mental state. Especially regarding money, it was particularly severe. In the afternoon, after a wait, Qin Hai finally arrived late. Tang Tian's heart was delighted, and he personally went to the door to open the formation. "You've really kept me waiting this time," Tang Tian said with a smile. Qin Hai quickly cupped his hands and said, "I prepared quite a lot of items this time, so it took a bit longer. I hope young Master Tang won't mind." Tang Tian waved his hand, saying, "It's fine as long as there are good items. Come in." He then gestured for Qin Hai to enter the courtyard. However, what he did not expect was that the person following Qin Hai also wanted to come in. Tang Tian reached out to stop him politely, saying, "This is my private residence, please forgive me. I can trade with him alone." Upon hearing this, the man immediately widened his eyes. Qin Hai quickly approached Tang Tian and whispered, "Young Master Tang, he is Elder Tian Feng from our headquarters, my superior's superior. Could you let him join us?" Tang Tian thought for a moment and ultimately decided to let him in. After all, having traded so many times, it was still reasonable to give him some face. However, once inside, he did not expect that the trading partner this time would be Tian Feng, not Qin Hai. After sitting down, Qin Hai obediently stood behind Tian Feng. Tian Feng casually glanced around the courtyard and said, "The courtyard is decent. But with your financial resources, you should be able to find a better place, right?" Tang Tian frowned immediately. This guy's tone and demeanor always seemed to be high and mighty. Is he sick? Let's get straight to the trade. Tang Tian's attitude also became indifferent. Tian Feng stroked his long beard, saying, "The trade is definitely not a problem. But are you sure you can handle what I brought today?" Tang Tian was somewhat speechless. Was this guy here with a trading attitude? Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Tang Tian said slowly, I've told Qin Hai many times. Never doubt my financial strength. No matter how much you bring, I can take it all. Tian Feng chuckled. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. In the past, when I did business with your Qing West Sect's young master, Du Yuanqing, I never heard him speak so boldly. Tang Tian paused slightly. Du Yuanqing from the West Peak. Why did this guy suddenly bring him up at this moment? In a sense, there should be a competitive relationship between them. What on earth does he want? I think it would be better if you took out the items for me to see first. Tang Tian said blandly. Tian Feng let out a soft hum and took out a shumi ring, placing it before Tang Tian. Tang Tian took it, probing with his divine sense, and all the treasures inside appeared before his eyes. The quality of this batch of treasures was indeed very good. 8th and 9th grade items were abundant. Moreover, there were truly immortal artifacts inside. All items combined total 12,700,000,000,000. Can you handle that? Tian Feng said in a low voice. Tang Tian did not answer, withdrawing his divine sense. Looking at Tian Feng's ambiguous gaze, Tang Tian said indifferently, Is that it? I thought there would be more. Tian Feng's hand paused, squinting as he asked, Can you really handle it? Tang Tian chuckled. Of course, it's just a small amount. However, he suddenly changed the subject, looking at Qin Hai and saying, I prefer to deal with familiar people. Let Qin Hai handle this transaction. Qin Hai suddenly looked up while Tian Feng was left stunned. Tang Tian, are you trying to trick me? Can your financial strength truly compare with those big young masters? Tang Tian lost his patience, saying, This has nothing to do with you. This transaction has nothing to do with you either. Either let Qin Hai negotiate with me, or you can leave, and I will look for someone else. Seeing Tang Tian's assertive attitude, Tian Feng's gaze shifted, seemingly contemplating the pros and cons. Ultimately, he smiled and said, From what you're saying, I'm a businessman, how could I pass up a deal? Since you are so insistent, then let Qin Hai come. Please open the formation, and I will wait outside. He was quite straightforward, choosing to give up entirely and wait outside. But the more he acted like this, the more Tang Tian felt that Tian Feng must have other intentions for coming today. Watching Tian Feng leave the courtyard, Qin Hai hurriedly approached. Young Master Tang, I am truly very sorry. Elder Tian insisted on following, and I had no good way to refuse. I never expected he would have such an attitude. I really apologize. This is my responsibility. Qin Hai repeatedly apologized. Tang Tian waved his hand, saying, His visit today should have little to do with you. He clearly came for me. Qin Hai was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Tang Tian meant. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian asked him, What is the relationship between Du Yuanqing and your Jin Yutang? And what about the relationship with Tian Feng? He instinctively felt this matter had to be related to Du Yuanqing. Qin Hai frowned and said, Young Master Du is one of the major clients of Jin Yutang. Elder Tian should have the most contact with him. However, this is just what I've heard, of my status is not high enough to interact with clients of that level. Tang Tian thought for a moment and asked, Will your status increase after completing this transaction? Qin Hai replied, Of course. This is a transaction worth trillions, and Elder Tian has not completed many of these. If I can succeed, even if my status is not as high as I want, feel as powerless as I do today. Tang Tian smiled slightly. All right then, I want you to help me with something. After concluding the transaction, Tang Tian escorted Qin Hai out of the purple bamboo courtyard. He assigned Qin Hai a task. It was actually quite simple to elevate his standing within the Golden Jade Hall as much as possible, and then ascertain the exact nature of the relationship between Du Yuanqing, Tian Feng, and the Golden Jade Hall. For Tian Feng's attitude was truly bizarre. Who conducts business in such a manner? Even if you have a partnership with Du Yuanqing, should that be a reason to treat Tang Tian with such coldness and disdain? Business can be done with anyone, can it not? Therefore, there must be something underhanded at play. After the last 5 peaks exchange, it seemed he had truly stepped into the circle of the 5 young masters. What a pain, he mused. Is it so difficult to just keep to myself and be a quiet, handsome man? He had no desire to be embroiled in the strife for power, but in truth it seemed impossible to avoid entirely. Lu Chang'e was like this, Mo Xiaoxiao was like this, and Du Yuanqing appeared to be the same. Yet he harbored no fear. If anyone dared to court trouble, they must be prepared to bear the consequences of the backlash. But first, everything must be clarified. Tang Tian shook his head, temporarily casting this matter aside. After the earlier transaction, his consumption points had finally surpassed the 1 billion mark. Tang Tian let out a long sigh of relief. At last, he could unveil the mystery of the innate prodigy. Returning to his cultivation meditation chamber, he opted to make the exchange immediately. A mysterious aura materialized within the chamber, signifying that Tang Tian's talent was undergoing a rapid transformation. Previously, he could also sense this transformation, but it was very vague, as if obscured by a thick layer of fog. This time, however, he finally dispelled some of the mist and glimpsed the essence of the change. It was the origin of the heavenly Tao. Countless strands of the heavenly Tao origin arrived from an unknown realm, nourishing Tang Tian's soul and body, meticulously refining them at a fundamental level. This refinement felt like a leap in the very fabric of life itself, making Tang Tian more attuned to the heavenly Tao and more harmonious with this world. After a long while, the halo of talent surrounding Tang Tian slowly faded, dissolving into countless specks of starlight that merged from the outside into every limb and bone. Then Tang Tian opened his eyes. So this is how it feels, he murmured. At this moment he felt as if he were adrift in a starry void, establishing a tenuous connection with thousands upon thousands of heavenly Tao principles. The laws of Tao he had comprehended in the past were now clearer and more visible. His understanding of the Tao had also ascended to a new plateau. Let me try the innate Tao Jade and see if it feels like Xiao Shui described. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then produced an innate Tao Jade. Mobilizing his divine sense, the innate Tao Jade hovered before his brow, emitting a faint shimmering light. The galaxy within the jade began to spin at an accelerated pace, its starlight growing more brilliant. Tang Tian closed his eyes, immersing himself completely. In an instant, he entered a brand new world. It was empty of all things, yet he could feel that he was intimately connected to every aspect of this realm. Suddenly, a minuscule star flashed past in the distance. It was too small for Tang Tian to discern its exact nature, but he clearly knew it was a mortal-grade Tao art he had cultivated to perfection. My! Tang Tian uttered a soft exclamation of surprise, puzzled as to why it would appear here. But soon hundreds of stars flashed before his eyes in rapid succession. Gazing at those familiar perfected Tao arts, a glimmer of understanding gradually dawned within Tang Tian. He closed his eyes slowly, tracing the trajectories of all the stars, deducing and evolving from a state of absolute emptiness. Finally, when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the cultivation meditation chamber. The Tao of 10,000 arts. A peculiar light flickered in Tang Tian's gaze. Originally, he had intended to use the innate Tao Jade to see if he could find the feeling of a mother that Gu Xiaoxue had described. But instead of finding that maternal feeling, he had comprehended an entirely new Tao principle. This Tao principle was formed by converging all common Tao arts capable of a myriad of transformations, encompassing nearly the entire world. Tang Tian had only just begun to touch upon it. A very long road lay ahead before he could truly master it. The Tao of 10,000 arts encompassing all, evolving all. Tang Tian murmured to himself, slowly clenching his right fist. In an instant, the lights in the room flickered rapidly as a terrifying force was unleashed, hurtling forward. Boom! The entire cultivation chamber trembled for a moment. If Tang Tian had not placed some specialized training force stones there, the chamber itself might have collapsed. Staring at the force stones that had been reduced to rubble, Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. Those were mid-grade force stones capable of withstanding the attacks of a nascent soul cultivator. And he was merely at the great perfection of foundation establishment. Terrifying. Beyond words. Tang Tian could not find a precise adjective. The level of the Tao of 10,000 arts was absolutely beyond imagination, for Tang Tian had not even begun to grasp its fundamentals. A very formidable trump card, Tang Tian thought to himself. Then he once again probed his divine sense into the innate Tao Jade. The Tao resonance provided by a single innate Tao Jade could support him in using it about 100 times. This time he saw those fleeting stars again, but they did nothing to advance the Tao of 10,000 arts. After some deliberation, Tang Tian took out some of the cultivation techniques he had recently purchased, used consumption points to exchange for enlightenment opportunities, and elevated them all to the great perfection realm. Sure enough, when he probed the innate Tao Jade for the third time, Tang Tian discovered some brand new stars even larger than the previous ones. This was likely because the Tao arts he had just learned were of a higher grade. Entering the state of emptiness, Tang Tian saw the operational trajectories of those techniques and integrated them into the Tao of 10,000 arts. He then found that the Tao of 10,000 arts had indeed advanced by a fraction. So that's how it is. Tang Tian understood. By continuously cultivating new techniques, one could promote the advancement of the Tao of 10,000 arts. Once a sufficient accumulation was reached, this self-created Tao art would inevitably ascend to a terrifyingly high level. It seems the focus of future consumption should shift towards techniques. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and decided to inform Qin Hai later, asking him to specifically look for resources related to cultivation techniques. Additionally, items that could assist in cultivation would be beneficial both to further increase his own training speed and to more quickly develop his retainers. Then Tang Tian exhaled and brought out all the techniques he had accumulated during this period. Counting those he had already raised to great perfection, the number approached 1,000. Let's continue. The Tao of 10,000 arts will surely become one of the most powerful trump cards in the future. Tang Tian closed his eyes, exchanged a large number of consumption points, and began a frenzied comprehension of the techniques. As he persisted, his cultivation base silently broke through. At this moment, he had formally achieved the golden core. It was not until the following morning that Tang Tian slowly withdrew from his cultivation state. Through a night of cultivation and study, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the innate sun talent. Indeed, it was exceedingly powerful, allowing him to sense the faint traces of the heavenly Tao, a realm entirely different from talents within the 9 rings. However, he did not believe such a talent could enable Gu Xiaoxue's cultivation speed at the nascent soul stage to reach such a terrifying level, nor did he find the motherly feeling she mentioned. Could it be that there are disparities among innate sons? Or perhaps there was an error when her talent was tested before? Tang Tian quickly dismissed this notion. The likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. After all, Qinghua sect was not an ordinary mortal realm sect. Its main sect was the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, which housed true immortals. Within the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, there were countless monstrous prodigies who surpassed even innate sons. It was impossible for the test to be inaccurate. Perhaps there were other reasons at play. Tang Tian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. His current primary objectives remained only two: spending and cultivating. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he unravel certain mysteries. After a night of cultivation, he had firmly established himself at the golden core stage and comprehended his own unique technique, the path of 10,000 laws. If he continued this way, his progress would be boundless. In the days that followed, Tang Tian continued to lead a very stable life, cultivating, debating the Tao, and enhancing combat experience. Gu Xiaoxue, the Lan Yu sisters, and Li Hong all provided him with immense assistance, propelling him swiftly along the path of cultivation. After another bout of combat, Li Hong was defeated, his face brimming with admiration. Your mastery of the Tao, young master, is truly exquisite. I am humbled. He sighed in praise. Tang Tian smiled and said, you weren't holding back on me, were you? At the start you had me pinned down. Li Hong shook his head repeatedly. Aside from suppressing my cultivation level, I gave my all in every other aspect. At first I could rely on combat experience to gain the upper hand, but as time passed your techniques grew increasingly seasoned. Now I am no match for you at all. Upon hearing this, the Lan Yu sisters nodded as well. The young master is indeed growing stronger. Tang Tian smiled without speaking. In truth, during his cultivation, he could feel his own growth changing almost daily. The innate sun talent not only accelerated his cultivation speed, but also sharpened his spiritual perception, elevating his learning ability and insight to an entirely new level. Now at the same cultivation level, he could utterly crush Li Hong, and when facing the combined force of the Lan Yu sisters, he could hold his own to a draw. As for Gu Xiaoxue, that one was a freak, best left unmentioned. I believe the young master's strength is sufficient to secure a place on the Golden Core Prodigy list, said Li Hong. Indeed, the Lan Yu sisters agreed. Tang Tian was taken aback and asked, what is that? Li Hong explained, within Qingyue sect, every cultivation stage above the Golden Core has a prodigy list. Only cultivators under the age of 25 are eligible to compete for this list, and each list has only 100 spots. If you were to participate, you would surely make the list. Tang Tian understood. Since becoming an honorary disciple, everyone and everything he encountered had been within the circle of honorary disciples. Thus, he was not very familiar with the circle of ordinary disciples. A prodigy list. Indeed, such things were best at igniting the fervor and drive of the young. How could the sect lack it? Unfortunately, Tang Tian had little interest in it. Perhaps, but I would certainly rank low, he said. Although he knew he was rapidly growing stronger, he remained clear-headed. In this world, geniuses were never in short supply, and he was only at the early Golden Core stage. Without using the path of 10,000 laws, it would be difficult to rival the cream of the crop. Even just making it onto the prodigy list is already remarkable, Li Hong said with a smile. Even a marginal entry is a glory that ordinary disciples can hardly attain. I truly think you should give it a try. He was unaware of the path of 10,000 laws. When Tang Tian sparred with him, he only used ordinary techniques. Hearing this, Tang Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly growing profound. Forget it, he said leisurely. That kind of glory has never been what I seek. The aura of a tycoon is enough for me. As for strength, if I must one day reveal it before others, I hope that by then I will have reached the pinnacle, fearing nothing. Li Hong's expression stiffened. In Tang Tian's eyes, he saw something called ambition. But Tang Tian's thoughts were simple. Before he had enough trump cards, he would try not to expose his true strength in public. Wealth at times could be a primal sin. Though he now had the protection of Qingyue sect, and perhaps later the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace could be counted as well. Yet once wealth reached a certain level, it might attract the attention of more formidable entities. And then even the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace might not be able to shield him. But he couldn't stop spending because of that, so caution was best. Let's drop this topic, Tang Tian said. How is Qin Hai? Has he gathered any news? Li Hong replied, the investigation is quite challenging. For now, we can only preliminarily confirm that the relationship between Tian Feng and Du Yuanqing is indeed close. However, Qin Hai said he recently found a way to contact the Tingyun Merchant Association above the Golden Jade Hall and is building connections with them. If successful, the investigation will become much easier. Tang Tian nodded. Through his recent inquiries, he had learned that the Golden Jade Hall was merely a subsidiary of the Tingyun Merchant Association. If Qin Hai could successfully establish those connections, things would indeed go more smoothly. Tell him that if he faces any financial difficulties, he can always come to us, Tang Tian said. Li Hong acknowledged. Then the group sat around the stone table and began their daily Tao discussions. But before long, the formation outside the courtyard was triggered. After Li Hong went out to inquire, he told Tang Tian that the visitor was a subordinate of Mo Xiaoxiao. Tang Tian thought for a moment and had Li Hong bring him in. Soon Li Hong led in a youth dressed in honorary disciple attire. Young Master Tang, the youth said. He was refined and elegant with proper demeanor, entirely unlike the previous Ding Xiao. Please have a seat, Tang Tian said. How should I address you, friend? The youth cupped his hands. My name is Inku. I have long heard of your remarkable achievements at a young age, and seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Tang Tian waved his hand and asked directly, what business does Miss Mo have? Inku smiled. It's like this. In 3 days, the young sect master will visit the southern peak to inspect its development and the state of its disciples. Miss Mo sent me to ask if you would like to attend this inspection meeting. Tang Tian was taken aback. Wasn't this just a leadership inspection? Even in the cultivation world, they had to deal with such trivial matters. An inspection meeting? Tang Tian rubbed his chin and asked, what's it mainly about? Inku explained, it's just to check the development of the southern peak and supervise the work there. And to squeeze a bit more out of our pockets. Tang Tian was taken aback. What do you mean? Inku sighed softly. Alas, what else could it be? They want spirit jade. The Qingyue sect has been developing too rapidly these years. Every aspect requires construction or expansion, and there's a massive shortage of spirit jade. So they've set their sights on us, the honorary disciples. Every year, they find ways to extract something from us. Tang Tian was stunned. So that was the case. The leadership comes for an inspection, not to comfort the subordinates, but to make them dig into their own pockets to support the company's development. Good heavens. Such a move would be astonishing even in the world of capital. But the cultivation world is after all different. Honorary disciples rely on the Qingyue sect leveraging its resources and influence to achieve their own goals, and indeed, they must pay a greater price. Does Miss Imo want me to participate? Tang Tian asked. Inku chuckled. Miss Imo only asked me to inquire about your thoughts. But well, every year's inspection meeting is when we honorary disciples bleed the most. The spirit jade needed for sect construction is no small amount. Now that the Qingyue sect has spread its operations too wide, the required spirit jade increases year by year. Over the years, many honorary disciples have been suffering immensely. If not for their many attachments, they would find ways to dodge the inspection meeting. Inku spoke with implication. Tang Tian understood his meaning. Mo Xiaoxiao probably didn't want him to attend. But as a subordinate to avoid being misinterpreted by certain observant individuals, Inku couldn't state Mo Xiaoxiao's intent directly, so he explained it in a roundabout way. Why would she do this? Just to spare him the expense. Tang Tian couldn't quite grasp it. This young lattice way of doing things was always unconventional. However, how could Tang Tian miss a legitimate opportunity to spend? It sounds, quite interesting, huh? Then I'll go and broaden my horizons too. Tang Tian said. Inku was stunned. You call spending money for nothing interesting? Young Master Tang, I think you might not have understood me clearly. This year's inspection meeting will certainly require a vast amount of spirit jade. Many honorary disciples have already been complaining to Miss Imo. Because of this, Miss Imo even specially discussed with the young sect master and secured some leave slots for visiting home. I'm saying this, you should understand, right? Inku explained again circuitously, even citing concrete examples hoping to enlighten Tang Tian. But he didn't know that Tang Tian was at this moment more clear-headed than usual. So that's how it is. I understand. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Yet just as Inku finally breathed a sigh of relief, Tang Tian spoke again. But what if someone paid all the spirit jade for those honorary disciples? Wouldn't no one go to Miss Imo to complain anymore? Inku was stunned. Young Master Tang. What do you mean? Tang Tian cleared his throat and said, you see, the sect is short on funds now. The honorary disciples are having a hard time, and Miss Imo is running around for this matter. I'm just saying, isn't there a possibility that one person pays it all for everyone? Wouldn't all the problems and troubles vanish? What do you think, fellow Taoist? This notion left Inku stunned for a long time. After a while he spoke with difficulty. Such a possibility naturally exists, but in all these years no one has ever done it. Young Master Tang, you don't mean to? Looking at Tang Tian's expression, Inku received an affirmative answer and said with a wry smile, Young Master Tang, this is truly no small amount. This year's total construction cost for the Southern Peak apportioned to us honorary disciples is nearly 20 trillion. And Miss Mo's intention was actually for you too. Tang Tian waved his hand, cutting him off. I understand Miss Mo's intention. She specifically sent you today to resolve this matter. She has taken such good care of me before, how could I stand idly by? Just go back and tell her I'm definitely attending this inspection meeting. Not even the young sect master can stop me, I said it. Inke's mouth hung open, his expression incredibly vivid. Was it the way he had expressed himself that had led Tang Tian to such a profoundly misguided understanding? We really don't want you to go, nor do we want you to solve this problem alone. And Mo Xiaoxiao barely knows you. When did she ever take such good care of you before? Young Master Tang. Inku still wanted to salvage the situation, saying, think it over carefully. That's over 20 trillion. Even if Miss Mo and Miss Chun can cover half of it, the remaining gap is still enormous, not something one person can handle. So we really don't want you to solve the problem. Do you understand? Tang Tian suddenly slammed the table, startling Inku. I understand, he said with utmost seriousness. Over 20 trillion. How can we let the two young ladies bear half of it? Tell them they'll cover it all. And tell Miss Mo to stop running around giving orders. I guarantee that our Southern Peaks task this time will be completed perfectly. Tang Tian's tone was resolute. Inku stared deeply at Tang Tian, momentarily rendered speechless by this imposing aura. Truly domineering. But that's really not what we meant. Didn't someone say that though Tang Tian was young, he was meticulous and clever? Do those people have some misunderstanding about the word clever? After a long while, Inku let out a long breath, dropped his smile, and asked seriously, Young Master Tang, I ask on behalf of Miss Mo one more time. Are you serious about what you just said? Tang Tian smiled. I never lie about such matters. Just report to Miss Mo exactly what I said. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Inku solemnly cupped his hands towards Tang Tian. If that's the case, then on behalf of Miss Mo and all the honorary disciples of the Southern Peak, I thank young Master Tang in advance. They will all be very grateful to you. A smile played at the corners of Tang Tian's mouth. Gratitude and such didn't matter. A consumption of 20 trillion was absolutely not to be missed. Subsequently, without further conversation, Inku hurriedly left. Such an important matter certainly had to be reported back as soon as possible. After he left, Tang Tian leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. The inspection meeting surely wasn't exclusive to the southern peak. The situation at the other major peaks was probably similar. Perhaps there was even more room for maneuver. After Yin Ku left Tang Tian, had Li Hong investigate the inspection meeting. It was one of the most important annual meetings for the east, southwest, and north peaks along with the main peak. At that time, the peak masters, senior elders, presiding elders, and many honorary disciples were required to attend unless there were exceptional circumstances. The main agenda was the development of each peak, with the ultimate goal being fundraising and resource allocation. The fundraising part was when the honorary disciples had to open their wallets. As Yin Ku had said, due to the rapid expansion of Qingyun sect in recent years, construction funds were extremely tight, and a large portion of that funding came from the honorary disciples of each peak. For this reason, Qingyun sect's policies toward honorary disciples were much more lenient than those of other affiliated sects under Yunding Celestial Court. Basically, as long as you had money, you could obtain a decent identity and status. So humane, I absolutely love it. Tang Tian let out this exclamation once again. Fortunately, he was in Qingyun sect. If he were in another affiliated sect, not only would the hierarchy be rigid and every position already filled, but his massive, unexplained wealth would surely invite an investigation from the sect. Although they wouldn't find anything, it would still be troublesome. In Qingyun sect, such troubles were greatly reduced. Even if an investigation were launched, they wouldn't dig too deeply. At worst, Yunding Celestial Court would have his back. It seems the closer you get to the top, the more opportunities there are to spend. Tang Tian mused softly. If he hadn't attended the Five Peaks exchange meeting, Mo Xiao might not have come to remind him, and he would have missed this inspection meeting. The same applied to other aspects. The level of consumption within Yunding Celestial Court was certainly beyond what Qingyun sect could offer. This only strengthened Tang Tian's resolve to ascend to Yunding Celestial Court. Gu Xiaoxue had already broken through to the late nascent soul stage. Under the dedicated efforts of these days and the generous allocation of resources, the Lan Yu sisters had both stepped into the early divine transformation stage. Even Li Hong, who had the least talent, had made considerable progress and would soon break through to the mid-divine transformation stage. By the time the 100 Sects War and the 10,000 Demon Tower trial arrived, their strength would surely be among the top echelons. But such a level was not enough to set Tang Tian's mind completely at ease. The world was vast, and there were countless prodigies. Breaking through the ranks would be no easy feat. He had to seek other means to further elevate the overall strength of Li Hong and the others. Within Qingyun sect, there were some extremely precious secret realms specifically designed to nurture promising core talents. Of course, there were also such places outside Qingyun sect, but they were not yet within Tang Tian's consideration. He would first seize the resources within the sect. Dragon Transformation Pool. Under the old locust tree, Tang Tian and Li Hong sat facing each other. Over the past 2 days, he had asked Li Hong to inquire about relevant information, and it had come back surprisingly quickly. That's right, Li Hong said. I once heard some outstanding core disciples mention that the Dragon Transformation Pool is one of the sect's most precious secret realms. It is said to be the Dragon Ascension ground forged for Qingyun sect by the Celestial Court Immortals. I'm not sure of the specifics, but they said that entering it just once would significantly enhance one's potential and greatly broaden the path ahead. Tang Tian nodded and asked, how do we enter this Dragon Transformation Pool? Li Hong replied, I haven't been able to find out yet. The Dragon Transformation Pool seems to be of an exceptionally high level. Even those outstanding core disciples have only heard of it, none have actually been there. I'm trying to get in touch with the top-tier core disciples, but it might take some time. Tang Tian thought for a moment, then said, set it aside for now. He'll attend the inspection meeting tomorrow and can inquire about it then. Your main task now is still cultivation. Improve your strength as quickly as possible. Any issues with resources? At this topic, Li Hong immediately sat up straight. Resources are sufficient. I would never dare to disappoint your expectations, young master. It's just that I am dull-witted and still lagging behind in breakthroughs. Tang Tian smiled and waved his hand, saying, don't be so serious. Just put your heart into it. Putting too much pressure on yourself isn't always a good thing. Just do your best. Li Hong lowered his head and nodded earnestly. Tang Tian took a sip of clear tea. This subordinate, if nothing else, had an excellent attitude, and he could tell that Li Hong was determined not to let slip this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity to change his fate. As for talent, let's just say Tang Tian needed people who could get things done and knew how to do them well. He would nurture him slowly. A day passed by quickly. The next day, Yin Ku arrived early at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard to escort Tang Tian to the inspection meeting. Tang Tian brought only Gu Xiaoxue, leaving Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters to continue their cultivation. His main purpose was to let her gain more experience. On the way up the mountain, Tang Tian noticed that Yin Ku was acting strangely today, lacking his usual calm composure and appearing somewhat nervous. What's wrong? Tang Tian asked. Yin Ku glanced at Tang Tian, then sighed softly. Miss Mo believed your words. Tang Tian immediately smiled. Isn't that a good thing? Yin Ku gave a bitter laugh. But she actually listened to you and stopped asking the young sect leader for permission to visit her family. Moreover, she has recalled all the disciples who had already obtained family visitation slots. If anything goes wrong, Miss Mo will suffer a huge loss this time. Tang Tian was stunned. Why? Yin Ku sighed. If you can't cover the construction costs, Miss Mo will definitely pay out of her own pocket. Paying over 20 trillion spirit jade at once is no small amount even for her, because she has far too many places where she needs to spend money. Tang young master. Inku turned to look at Tang Tian, asking with utmost seriousness, "You weren't joking, were you?" Tang Tian fell silent for a moment. He hadn't expected that in Inke's eyes Imo Xiao Xiao was like this. Would she bear the entire burden alone if she made a wrong judgment? The fact that Inku could say it with such certainty meant that Imo Xiao Xiao had done similar things before. No wonder both Inku and Ding Xiao before him held her in such high regard. Meeting Inke's earnest gaze, Tang Tian nodded. "Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for Imo Xiao Xiao." Inku let out a soft sigh of relief, then smiled, and said, "Let's hope so. If you really deceived Miss Imo, to be honest, you might not be able to stay in the purple bamboo courtyard. That's not a threat. Some honorary disciples, when enraged, even Miss Imo can't stop them. But if you truly succeed, you will undoubtedly become the most popular honorary disciple in the entire South Peak." Tang Tian curled his lips. It seemed Imo Xiaoxiao's authority across the South Peak was quite solid. He wondered if her ultimate goal was also to become the second-in-command of Qingyan's sect. "Just wait and see," Tang Tian said. "Consider it a gift for my first visit to the South Peak."